I don't mean it. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. Hey, what you gonna do when I come for your brother? When you stand like a bull, stand for his brother. Hey, what you gonna do when I come for your best friend? When you stand like a bull, stand for his best friend. I don't mean kill, I mean just stand. 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 Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your wife? When you stand like a bull, stand for his wife. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your child? When you stand like a bull, stand for his child. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your brother? When you stand like a bull, stand for his brother. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your best friend? When you stand like a bull, stand for his best friend. I don't mean kill, I mean just stand. 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 Hey, I don't mean kill, I mean just stand. 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 Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your wife? When you stand like a bull, stand for his wife. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your child? When you stand like a bull, stand for his child. I don't mean kill, I mean just stand. I don't mean kill, I mean just stand. Yeah. I don't mean kill, I mean just stand. I don't mean it. I don't mean kill, I mean just stand. Hey, what you gonna do when I come for your brother? When you stand like a bull, stand for his brother. Hey, what you gonna do when I come for your best friend? When you stand like a bull, stand for his best for this while. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your child? Will you stand like the wood? Stand for this child. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand.
We are live. DPA Open Mic. We are live. Join the debate. Join the discussion. Share your voice. Share your opinion. Swallow your ego. Expand your mind. DPA Open Mic. Free speech zone. DPA Open Mic. We are live. DPA Open Mic. We are live. Don't hold back, 'cause here we go. Let's go. Let's go. We are live. Let's go. We are live. DPA Open Mic. DPA. We are live. We are live. We are live.
Hello everyone, welcome to DPA Open Mic, episode 96. Forgot to change wallpaper. 96. So today's title is Trump again, almost. And then Ukraine again. God, Russia really is. And sorry for last week because I really wanted to do last week, but I was really sick last week, and there's no way I was able to keep up with the energy level and things that is required, the attention that's required to keep up with running the show. And I can't do it yesterday because I bought very expensive tickets to Formula One, Singapore Grand Prix. So it's today. So anyway, it was a great race just now. I was watching from home, and what a race. So one of the better race, I guess, but just disappointed there's no crashes, no safety car. It's like, what a great Singaporean tradition to have safety cars and crashes, but it was such a safe race. The world has indeed changed. 2024 is so unusual. So anyway, we're going to drop the link to join in the pinned comments. To the link to join the Open Mic. And before as usual, I want to say that this DPA Open Mic is multicast on multiple platforms, DPA platforms on Twitch, Twitter, Telegram, YouTube channel, DPA Open Mic channel on YouTube, DPA Open Mic channel on Rumble, and I believe that's all, I guess. 5 places, correct. So I'm going to drop the link. Let me copy the paste the link. So the link to join has been pinned, have been dropped on Rumble and YouTube. I have pinned them, and and I also going to drop it on Twitch. Let's hope we can find totally new people on Twitch, because Twitch is a totally different place. Twitch is like its own universe, and of course Twitch. I think Twitch audience are usually much younger, I guess. And so we can talk about anything as usual. Hi, Archimedes.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Good.
So Wyatt, I have one question to ask you, okay?
Yeah.
Seems like you've had a big payday after you took last week off to go assassinate Trump. Somebody paid you for that. Seems like every time that you take a week off from the open mic, Trump gets shot. It happened last time and it happened this time. Yeah, dude. So it's starting to look a little bit suspicious. And then you go and you go watch the F1 race, after with all that DNC money. I see what you're doing, Wyatt. I see you.
The last time you remember wrongly, it was just one day. I decided to do the next day, and then I didn't skip that week. I tried not to skip the week, so but it's not the DNC that paid me, so it's
what, the CIA, KGB?
No. What makes you think that I'm the one who organized it? What if I'm the one who's tried to save Trump?
Oh shit! You're the reason he didn't die. True.
Well, there's a possibility, right?
Yeah. Well, thank you for your service. But it is
Yeah,
amazing,
well,
isn't it, that Trump has had, as many assassination attempts as Kamala has had interviews in this in this campaign, isn't it?
yeah. But the circumstances again is very mysterious, right? The person managed to get into private property, he hide in the bushes, and yeah, it looks like there's still not enough people that is protecting Trump, seemingly. And I'm not sure. The last time I read about it, it's like they say that they're going to up his security details to at least the level of Biden's. But no, who knows?
He needs his own security. He needs a far more capable and loyal security than anything that Biden has. That's what he needs. He needs to have himself a Praetorian Guard, befitting the
like
emperor.
RFK, right? Like RFK,
Yeah, exactly.
he used to have his own private security, and
Oh, look, it's Agent Wyatt.
you're lagging very badly, Bon. Your connection is shit.
Hello, everybody.
Hi, Brata.
I will fix it.
Brother.
Brata is looking very ambience today.
Very what?
Very ambience. There's a lot of like no lights and no glowing things. Like, no, it's okay. You can keep it like this. It makes you more godly.
You're godly.
Yeah, when you talk, it's like you're talking to God. Like,
Yes.
listen to me. You are wrong.
Well,
you were talking about. I really wanted to do last week, but I was really sick, man. It was like I just needed a rest.
Yeah.
So I was debating. I also asked my mom. I talked to my wife and discussed with her. Then she said, it's better to rest. And I was considering a lot for a long time. There's okay, forget it. I just have to rest.
It was also a quite boring week in a way. Well, there was things happening.
Sorry.
A lot better. It was a boring week because Trump didn't die, right?
Well, we had an assassination attempt. I mean, we also had this whole story in Lebanon, right, with the pagers. I mean, that is Actually, if Crypto is in the chat, I don't know if he is, but Crypto needs to jump in here because I'd love to hear what he has to say about this pager nonsense.
The pager nonsense is actually quite an important thing, and what should make us quite a bit scary. How could this ever happen? This could happen now everywhere. I think we are exposing things that are almost coming from really evil minds. They are so simple to do. So any terrorist organization, now that they saw that this is possible, they're like just getting amazing ideas from really sadistic people, because the consequences of this is pure. This is the person that envisioned it. They didn't care about the consequences at all. It is like it's a blind action against other people that they don't agree with, and they don't care about the consequences.
I don't know. I don't agree with that analysis, Prada. I think where you're coming from there is that they don't care about the consequences because, if I may extrapolate, because what this will force everybody to do now is consider the security implications of their supply chains, right? That you can't just use pagers that have been made in a NATO country if you have an opposition to a NATO country, because it might be explosives might be implanted by the Israelis, right? And by the same logic, then you now everybody has to be concerned, right? That I don't know, give me an example. I mean, the Indians will certainly not want to use things that are made in Pakistan. Bad example, Pakistan doesn't make anything. You get the point. This is going to cause a breakdown of this trust in global supply chains, or it's just going to accelerate that process. But I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing, and I don't think that's. I think that's. I mean, you said that they don't know what they've done. They're not thinking about the consequences. I think the consequences are to break up global supply chains. They are thinking about those consequences, and they want those consequences to happen. And I don't think they're exactly wrong.
But Israel is in a very bad position. What that concerns, because it's a country that completely depends on supply chain, since it's actually in practice it is an island. It doesn't have a relationship with almost any of their neighbors. Well, they have with Egypt and with Jordan, but I don't think they allow the transport of merchandise through them. Well, there is some things moving, but it's a country completely dependent on supply lines. And we see that the Houthis actually gave a really bad kick into the Israeli economy, which is in a very bad state.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I mean, as far as the exploding electronics goes, realistically, you're not going to have to worry about it unless it's a state actor. It's not going to be the purview of terrorist groups and stuff, because it's whoever pulled this off obviously had access to the supply chain, like, or they were literally in the factory, but they obviously had people there. They knew the order came in. They knew where it was going. That shit was obviously pulled off and modified. So you got to figure China, Russia, the United States, the EU, maybe India are probably the only players that could try to do something like that, because they're the only ones that have money and the spy network's big enough to try to pull something like that off. So if you see it happening, you should just assume it's a state actor, not a terrorist group. Like if they say, oh, ISIS didn't steal nobody's phone delivery and pack it with bombs, you know, that's not going to happen. If this stuff's going on, it's got to definitely be state actors like Israel or the United States or NATO.
Well, sure.
Or Russia or China or India or
yeah,
Iran,
that's what I'm saying. It's got to be a big player.
Egypt.
It's not going to be nobody terrorist organization.
Yeah.
But what we're learning
or
about,
it could be just Mossad have very good espionage agents, and they just need to bribe or threaten or seduce certain individuals to give certain approvals, and then you can have that one little factory that built exclusively for the Houthis or Hezbollah. It would be ridiculous, because ultimately is that they will not take it apart because warranty issue, right? You take it apart, you lost your warranty, and nobody checks. But now Iran is going to lose all warranty because Iran will be panicked. He'll be breaking apart every single thing to check for bombs.
One big reason. It is good that we didn't talk about this last week, because we have a lot of developments that brings us a better light into how this was possible. And it is quite scary, actually, because they used all type of phantom enterprises, middlemen. It's becoming really difficult to really know where was it produced or where the components were coming from. They really created a lot of screenshots, and one behind the other. And many countries are very scared because they're scared about the consequences. Taiwan was scared because they would be seen as collaborating into a terrorist attack. Hungary is scared because it's one of the most focused on these preparation and the preparation of these attack and so on. So we are seeing that countries are really scared about being committed to it. So you're saying it could be China. Actually, no, they created. Don't know where they're coming from.
Like you were talking about the consequences. I mean, look at it. These are supposedly allied nations, and they go in there and pull this stunt, and now all these people are dragged into this conflict unwillingly. Now they could be targeted by revenge attacks because, if I can't get to Netanyahu, I can get to Hungary or wherever the plant. You know what I mean? They're like unwilling participants. It's like, yeah, maybe they agree with it, and maybe they would have been down for it, but it would have been done like covertly and not. You would never find out that they were subcontracted to some company in Hungary or whatever the hell the story is. But yeah, I mean, I would imagine now you could probably have a market, like if you're China, like if you can guarantee to deliver secure communications, like you order from us, you can watch it get built and we'll secure the shipment, like they send gold coins and shit. And I mean, who knows what the hell's going to happen? I imagine there's going to be all kinds of fallout because, like you said, people are scared now because they've been dragged into something that they didn't have any choice in, and it can come back on them.
Yeah, and also something very interesting is that all the countries being mentioned now that took part somewhere in this process, they were the ones that voted against or abstained in that resolution, United Nations, just a few days ago, which is also quite impressive. It's like they were shitting themselves in the feet. But yeah. But what is also interesting is the warfare. So this is a terrorist attack in a way. It was intended to create a certain environment of terror and revenge and anger, and then exactly a few days after, the Israelis start to bomb Lebanon, big cities like Beirut, and now they are talking about invading the south of Lebanon. I don't know, but why would they want to bring people so mad? Do they think if people are really mad and angry, they will be more irrational and stupid, and that will play into their value? What do you guys think?
I kind of feel like Israel's trying to get a war started, and they're flailing around. You know, maybe it doesn't look like flailing, but, you know, they tried with Iran. Iran didn't take the bait. The Houthis haven't taken the bait. You know, everybody, you know, even the forces in Syria, you know, it's like proxy attacks with drones, kind of low level stuff that, you know, the United States doesn't like it, but they'll take it, you know, they'll take a hit here and there, and it's no big deal. And I think they're kind of getting desperate because they keep lashing out and nobody's like doing the big 5,000 barrage of missiles that they need to get everybody to come in on their side. And I think they're just trying shit. Because, I mean, you know, yeah, it's a good idea. You take out all these Hamas guys or Hezbollah guys, but obviously that wasn't the only people that got killed or injured by it. But, you know, I don't know what happened there. Some people say that the gig was up, so they prematurely detonated everything because they were afraid it was going to get discovered. But I don't know.
On the other side, this makes also a correlation to those attacks in Tehran, where there are no indication that the place where the Hamas leader was attacked with a missile or rocket or drone. They were talking about something that was implemented there and exploded. And it's interesting because if you look also at the helicopter that came down with the the previous president of Iran, there is also something very strange about it in a way. And I don't know. It sounds like Israel is exposing itself to the point where perhaps they won't find many friends around, because doing these type of actions, they are very destructive in terms of how do people. Everybody will start thinking, how do I feel being near to someone that is something like this? Well, how will Israel be invited to any other international organizations? Will it be? Yeah, it's a very. I don't understand.
Of course it will. I mean, it'll be invited to the table with the Americans and the Europeans. They're all part of the same bloc. It's not going to go anywhere. I mean, the rest of the international community, yeah, maybe not. But Israel's already been excluded from that for a long time.
Yes, but
it's all breaking up anyway.
But I would say that it's a bit different because if you look, because now we are looking from a more emotional standpoint, like a normal human being standpoint. But from the leadership, from country leadership standpoints, they don't see it that way, because to them, Hezbollah, Houthis, Hamas, these are all you can say terror groups, problem groups, militant groups. Most countries will not support these kind of groups, so they will see. They will not feel much about Israel taking out Hezbollah people or Hamas people or even the Houthis. The one that is really affecting Israel is the bombing of these Palestinian people. I think that is the main problem, because the imagery that came out makes it very hard for any leadership in any country to defend Israel. That is the main problem. Generally, of course, they also don't care about Palestinian lives, because it's not their citizens. Their duty is to their own people. But the implications, because civilians can't stand this imagery, and of course the religious aspect. So this is difficult for the leaders, and they find it very, very hard to talk to Israel, because it's like, if I get filmed or I got filmed talking to you, I'm going to be in trouble when I go back to my own country. Mm-hmm. So I think that is the main issue, because people on the ruling class is a different kind of people. they don't see the world as like how we look at it. They see the world as, we are all chips. Every people in the citizens are all chips. Then they are just talking about power, influence, and control, and it's just a game to them. So no, I don't think they think in that way. Like even the rulers among the Arab countries, why no one invaded Israel to save the Palestinians? No reason to do it, because Hezbollah, Hamas, these are all Iran's weapons. Why you want to help Iran? To Iran is a strategic danger, to them as well. So, but I do agree with the flaying around. The flaying around is like, help.
Yeah,
like Israel is trying to do something, but I don't think it's Israel is trying to do something, but it's Netanyahu who is trying to do something.
On the level of the popular,
war end.
I think you're right to separate the popular level from the level of the leaders and the way the leaders think about it. But even in Israel itself, right, the people are leaving from Israel. I mean, they're able to go back to their countries in America or Europe, and they are. Many of them are choosing to do so. At the same time, I mean, you have, an increase in the power of the Orthodox population there, increase in the number of Muslims in Israel.
So they will destroy themselves.
It's disappearing here, and I think that these Muslim countries that are surrounding Israel, they individually, none of them has anywhere close to the strength to destroy Israel. But if you see that Israel is destroying itself, the most prudent play is to do nothing, right? And that's what the leader of Hezbollah said on Twitter, I think, or I saw this on Twitter, I should say. But he said that that time is on our side, and immediately it was followed by memes about how in 2 more weeks, nothing will happen, and we have concepts of a plan for something in 2 weeks, and I think if you look at this escalation that we've seen over the course of 2024, where you had that strike against the embassies, and then you had a big Iranian missile strike about a week later against Israel, which was granted it was telegraphed by Iran, so it was quite performative. But then you had some other Israeli attacks. You had the helicopter thing, and then you had the more recent strike against Iran, and Iran has done nothing. They did not respond. But for all that, I don't think Iran is looking any weaker. I think Israel did not follow up against Iran. Right? Notice they didn't. They're not doing any. They're not doing an escalation and then following it up with a bigger escalation, saying, "Look, I've achieved something operationally. I'm gonna punish you now." Instead, they're just attack. And you know what this feels like? This latest pager thing. It feels like something that they've been working on doing since like 2005. It's something that Mossad did because they had the resources, and it seems like a logical thing to do. Let's go ahead and see if we can get that done. It's something that I'm sure many intelligence agencies have done similar things before at different scales. But it's like they have no play here, no win. There's no move that Israel can do to actually succeed. And so they're just finding they're looking in their binder and trying to find looking through the filing cabinet, finding what options they might have. And that's what this seems like. And it's almost like a fucking Looney Tunes type of military action. I mean, are you trying to like conquer Lebanon or something? Are you trying to destroy Hezbollah? Or are you just trying to, do something interesting? I don't know. I mean, Israel doesn't have any plan here. I think that they're slowly gonna disappear from relevance, and ideally everything goes very, very slowly for the Muslim countries and for the world. Anything rapid would be at this point could trigger World War III.
Do you think we're going to have to wait till Netanyahu's out of office before anything really starts to slow down and quiet down and chill?
He doesn't step down because he knows if he steps down.
Oh, I know, but I mean, how long can he realistically stay? A year or two more, maybe.
He will keep in power as much as he wants, as much as he needs, because if he loses that grip on power, he will be condemned, he will be brought to justice, he will be arrested if he ever gets out of Israel.
That's why he's trying to start more wars, right? Because that will extend his presidency as long as possible. So I want to add on to what Archimedes was saying. Like, remember, I'm not sure if I mentioned on the open mic, but I think I did a video. I did mention that with the strike on the Hamas leadership in Iran, I did say that Iran cannot escalate beyond what they have done for their own IRGC commander. And I was right. Iran literally did nothing because Palestinian leader is not an Iranian person. He's not an Iranian leader. So, An IRGC commander is a huge, super high-ranking person. You can't have an escalation bigger than someone in your own ranks. So if they retaliate, it's going to be something smaller. And indeed, they didn't even do anything because they probably realized internally it wouldn't make sense. And they also do not know what Israel will do in return, the strike back. So that's something that I want to add on to that as well.
I was just going to say real quick on that. I kind of think the way they've been doing these little proxy attacks, here and there continuously, I think that's where they're going to sit at unless they get provoked into something more. But I mean, I kind of feel like that they're happy with the glide, with the drone attacks and the random rockets. Because like you said, they're not going to go all out for somebody that's not Iranian. And they're obviously don't feel like they're in a position to do anything anyway. So I figure they're happy with the current status quo of just taking pot shots here and there and causing trouble. Sorry. Go ahead.
Let Nika talk because he's driving a bit dangerous.
It's okay. I'm driving safely. So I may differ from you two guys. I think they didn't respond yet. I see it differently. I'm sure. From what I heard until now, all the official Iranian officials are ensuring that they will respond. I think they are preparing for that response because it's clear now that Netanyahu is trying to escalate to a major war, including the Americans. So the Iranians cannot give them that reason and not be prepared for it. I think they are trying to be prepared as much as possible for that. And meanwhile, the other part of the resistance, the Houthis, the Hezbollah is trying to give their own response to what's happening. But I see it like they are trying to prepare for the response of the response, because 100% Israelis, they will keep increasing their threats, their threat toward the Iranians and try to escalate, because Netanyahu he's trying to go from war to war and trying to make some points until he can go, figure out a way out of this, because he's stuck. So I don't know who's next.
Also, just on that delay too, I wonder if the reason they haven't really gone big on anything is just because they're getting all that Russian equipment set up and deployed.
Yes,
100%. 100%.
And like I said, I kind of feel like right now they're content with the drone strikes and the rockets and stuff, because they get their shot in, but they don't risk a massive retaliation right now, and it gives them time to keep pushing and setting up. So I don't know if they'll do anything like you said. Somebody said something about 2 weeks. I saw something about that too, but
no.
They're not going to do anything until they have all that air defense shit set up. And
so the idea that the Russians are helping and are making, because in 1 month there will be the big BRICS summit, and the last thing Russia would want is to Iran to go rogue and go into a massive offensive during that or before that period. Afterwards, it could be possible. Like Yvonne said, they are receiving Russian equipment. So since the attack against the Hamas leader in Tehran, the Russians supplied an S-300 to Tehran. It was definitely an exchange coin they did. So keep quiet, don't do anything, we give you protection as much as you want. And they are preparing, we still don't know if this treaty will be signed before or after the BRICS summit. They are preparing a partnership, a security partnership with Iran, the Russians. So in a way, it's like they are asking them, don't act, don't do anything, this is not in your interest. You will have opportunity to answer when it is adequate, and the best way is not to publish it. Because we know that the Iranians love to make big discourse, very aggressive, very tra-la-la, which actually brings nothing, and they are telling you, no, shut up, don't do anything, prepare your revenge when they have to be, but it doesn't have to be now, it doesn't matter if it is now or it is in 3 years. And like many people said in the Russians, they were saying in the Russian bloggers and strategists were saying, Iran just have to do nothing. In a few months, in a few weeks, everybody will have forgotten it, and Iran didn't lose its face. I think it's coping. Sorry.
Yes, so nice that the open mic is back again. You guys hear me? All right. So I kind of view this differently. I was hoping to be given a couple of minutes to kind of outline, because I want to be taking this from a month back until now. Because if you guys recall, there was this chief of staff of Hezbollah that was assassinated in Lebanon, in Beirut, a month ago, Fouad Shukr. And this dude was heavily involved in the 1983 bombing, which caused the deaths of 241 servicemen. Now, this was interesting because this guy had avoided multiple assassination attempts. He was, by no doubt, a very proficient combatant and militant planner and so forth. Yet somehow the Israelis had managed to convince him to surface from this underground bunker up the building and high enough to get knocked down in Beirut. And why that was interesting was because the Americans had given clear signals to the Israelis not to take a swing at Beirut. So when the Israelis did take him out, I kind of perceived this as a tongue-in-cheek message back to the Americans that, oh, we see you have yet to avenge them 241 souls 41 years ago. Allow us to do so and laugh at your subsequent admonishments. Now, there was some things in between here, but for the sake of brevity, I'm just going to jump over to what happened the same, if not the same day, it was the same week. And that was the leader of Hamas, Ismail Haniyeh, taken in Islamic-occupied Iran, in the center of it, in Tehran, in fact. Just one, boom. Now, that one was pretty cool because the Israelis had wanted to take out this guy for a long, long time, but hadn't been willing to pay the diplomatic fallout of having him in Qatar and Turkey and whatnot. So when he went to Iran, where they had already been exchanging missiles and stuff like that between each other, so there was no diplomatic fallout to be found. They managed to, at the same time, send a concomitant message, because this strike was very close to the IRG top commanders, as well as the Ayatollah himself. So we killed the leader of our enemy in your lands because you deem us your enemy. Now, the Islamic Republic had vowed to revenge, but nothing really happened. Hezbollah had tried to did make a revenge attack, which did manage to somewhat overwhelm the Israeli air defenses, but the damage were quite negligible. The Israelis seem to have also, they seem to have very thorough intelligence going on in Lebanon, so they were well aware of where many of the more important launches were. So much of that counterattack was thwarted. And that brings us back to this thing with the pagers, right? Because here, after the pagers and the walkie-talkies, the Islamic Republic have actually not issued any threats that I have managed to pick up. The latest I picked up was that they were going to hold back launchers otherwise designated for Ukraine. And they stated so it was because of fear of Israel. So I think that is really telling. And, of course, like Prata said, it sets a sphere of paranoia. Hi, Toby. When you have like, your balls being blown off, your head being blown off, like, boom, all of a sudden, that's, personally, I find that to be rather frightening. So the Hezbollah, of course, now they have actually a very problematic situation for themselves, because they're hunting each other for collaborators. There must be some collaborators involved, right? What I'm coming to the point I'm trying to get at here, if we kind of view the last month or two compared to how this tit for tat with Israel and Hezbollah has been escalating. Like in the beginning of the year, I said, I think it's pretty likely that they will go to war. Now I think there's absolutely no doubt. And this time around, compared to 2006, where the Israelis had a, shall we say, rather haughty and crude way of going about it, relying much on the Air Force and insufficient intelligence, which basically just led to a spectacularly pathetic display of military force. This time around, they seem to have been much, much more attentive to their enemy and investigated them pretty much to every nooket. Much of the chain of command within the Hezbollah organization has been killed. So, this is, of course, something the Islamic Republic is viewing with increased apprehension, and probably explains why they are kind of even willing to signal that some other launchers are not going to be going to Ukraine. Yeah, I think it's exciting times we are in. Anyone else want to take over?
It's voz do povo. time.
course.
He,
Can you hear me?
You are a bit far away.
Really? You must be setting the wrong mic. You check your mic setting. Maybe this you are using the wrong mic.
Yeah, because it sounds like you're very far away.
Can I just add two things?
Yes, please.
Just to copy. Yeah, just two things. Don't believe.
Mossad got him.
well, I don't think
So fast.
exactly because what happening in the Middle East is exploding so much is because why Iran will give more weapons to be used in Ukraine, if that's really true. I think this is actually an incentive because it's an indirect answer that will hurt the West. It will especially hurt the European countries that support Netanyahu. Because let's face it, the countries are really supporting Netanyahu. In the European Union, they are the ones that are more engaged in the war in Ukraine. So many countries, some people also saying that Europe still supports Netanyahu. It's not true. There are several European countries that started to make sanctions against Israel. So Portugal, Spain, Ireland, they have now arms controls to Israel. There was even a ship that went to Namibia, and in Namibia with Portuguese pavilion, and in Namibia they discovered that the ship was transporting explosives that were going to be shipped to Israel, and the other half is going to be shipped to Poland and Slovenia to produce weapons for Ukraine. So you see, this is like all this message keeps you very tied to the same idea. These are pretty much almost the same war, and I think the ship is going to be confiscated. Not because of Ukraine, but because of Israel. But let's hope to see. So, Vojdopov, do you finally have a mic?
Yeah.
Okay, then you wanted to speak?
Yeah, I just want to ask something to Trump. Everyone knows that Trump is...
You're so soft. You're so soft. I already maxed out your volume, like totally maxed out your volume. Confirm you're on the wrong mic.
Let Toby go. You can hear Toby.
Okay.
Yeah, does my mic work? Voz, you've got to sort out your mic, man. So, does mine work? Yeah. So, like, one point I wanted to make here is that, like, Iran is 10 times bigger than Israel. Right? So that's a lot. Iran has a population of 90 million. Israel's about 9 million. So Israel has about 60,000 people coming into conscription age every year. It's got 1.5 million men of fighting age, like maximum. The thing is, like, Israel reflects something that's true of the West, which is that our young men of fighting age are pretty valuable. They're a scarce resource, and becoming more so as our populations age. Iran probably can't win a war with Israel in any meaningful sense, but Israel can't really afford to fight a war with like Hezbollah and Iran and everybody else. It's going to need other people sort of to the party.
Yeah,
but
Toby.
I don't think it suits anybody really to go to war. Like if you have a look at what's going on in that region, there's a huge amount of trade with China. There's a huge amount of development in the region. Everybody's just been fighting a war in Iraq. Like, I think that kind of sucked, and everybody saw how much that sucked. The Yemenis are busy, fighting a war there. That's not much fun. I think people would probably rather do trade with China than go fight a big war with Israel. I don't really see that there's anything strategic on the table. So, anyway, I hope that there's not a war. But like the only conceivable war in that region is the US military going in, again, because of the size of Israel. Israel's not going to go like marching across Mesopotamia towards Iran. So what are we going to do? Nuke it? Well, that's great. So you nuke a few cities. So what? You know what I mean? Like, that's not going to conquer it. To conquer a country, to really change it, you're going to need boots on the ground. And you don't put boots on the ground in a country 10 times bigger than you that's like 1,000 kilometers away across hostile desert full of other people who hate you. Like, it's so impractical. And so the only real solution is for the US to go in and fight that war. I wouldn't say for Israel, but for in any case, because arguably it would be for both their interests. But I just don't see it. I don't think that the West, and especially Israel, have got the disposable manpower. This is not 1940, where you have huge populations in the West with not much to do. So yeah, I can see I can see not much happening. I mean, deal out of it and all the rest of it, but I don't see the potential for large scale war there.
I mean, couldn't Iran just keep doing the things they're doing in conjunction with the other groups and just keep Israel on high alert continuously until it collapses more and more segments of the economy and causes more problems?
Fundamentally, time is on their side because of
they're always talking about how they can't pull these guys out of the workforce forever. So if they're always on alert, it seems like, why waste your ordnance and go into a war you can't win when you can just play the long game like China does?
And Russia as well. Russia's playing that same long game in Ukraine. Ukraine cannot sustain what's going on, like forever. And as long as Russia don't overextend, they win. And I think that this is very, very much what the Russians and the Chinese would be saying to Iran, which is do not take the bait. Do not precipitate the only way you can lose, which is to escalate. Time is fundamentally against the West because of debt, because of population, and also because of the growing trade. That more people live inside the world island in Asia than live outside it. The way of the world is progressing away from the West. So I really don't see that that it's in anyone's interest to precipitate a major conflict. Having said that, I think if there is going to be a conflict, it'll be in Saudi Arabia.
I just want to emphasize some things of what Toby said. First of all, even America will have a hard time conquering Iran, because you need to imagine that Iran is Afghanistan on steroids, topographically and population-wise, and the region-wise. It's like it will be a hell for anyone who trying to conquer it. Even historically, few entities conquered Iran successfully. So it will be a very, very hard thing to do. Yeah.
And the other thing you have to take in consideration too is how they would treat the American combatants on their homeland.
This is nothing.
No, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I mean, you would probably see extremely brutal treatment of American prisoners, and that would be even a quicker way to end the war, because they're not going to take lightly to these guys stepping foot on their fucking land, and we might be able to fuck them up pretty good and maybe beat Iran, but you're never going to occupy that place.
Yeah,
it would just turn into a death trap.
Just a thing, Van. Did you serve in Iraq, in Afghanistan? No. Okay, so you have an idea, but imagine Afghanistan with a larger territory, mountainous region, a bigger population, more sophisticated weapons, more sophisticated population, regional allies. It's like a hell show.
It would just be a be a death trap.
Well, this is one thing. I need just to say a second thing. It's not true. It's like you cannot wait. If you have an enemy who's trying to provoke you hardly to do a war, it will be like practically inevitable. So you cannot every time dodging. on some level, you will retaliate and harshly, because you cannot dodge a war if the other party is insisting on doing war, because he will try to escalate, indefinitely. And in the whole region and the whole world, no one wants the war between Iran and Israel. There is only two parties want it: Netanyahu and the radical party. And no, Iran don't want the war. America don't want the war. China, the Arab countries, no one wants a war with Iran, except Netanyahu and the
Neocons?
neocons. No, not even neocons. The radicals in Israel. You see the Haradim and those guys.
Like the
Only
settlers?
those two.
Well,
the more radical ones. They have like the two.
So there is some kind of mystification of what Iran is. Iran is actually a quite problematic society. Its cohesion is not so strong like their outside speeches. Their speeches for the outside world let us believe to. Iran is actually, although the government is so Islamic oriented, the population is not. Anyone that most parts of big cities in Iran are quite liberal, and we could watch photos from Isfahan, videos from Isfahan or Tehran in the streets, and even a lot of women don't even
so.
Wait,
even
let
so,
me.
you are.
Let me finish the thought. Okay. No, sorry, you can wait. And the thing is that this mystification of the Iran, what Iran is really able to do or not to do, it was actually broken when those demonstrations against the niqabs appeared in Iran a few months ago. So this actually should bring us to the conclusion, like many of you guys said, they are not interested in the war, also because their ability to mobilize population wouldn't be that big. But it is true. Nobody can conquest the land due to geographic configuration of the country, and this geographic configuration, where the cities find themselves and so on, this is something that was being, because it's a very old society, this is something that have been developed for thousands of years. And many people tried to invade Iran, yes, because it's a very rich land, it is in the crossroads to many other civilizations. They did try to invade Iran a lot, and the Iranians or the Persians and the other empires that they had, they realized where are the safest place to have the centers of their communities, and they are today there. So geographically, it is very difficult to conquest this country. It's very much true. But on the other side, we also have to see, and I think it's more than obvious, that the Iranian government realized that it has a much more internal weak position than it had a few years ago. Things are changing. They do need to provide their citizens with development, and for that they are enlarging their trading partners. They are integrating regionally, and that's why nobody wants a war. And of course, Israel and the US wants Iran to break, because if they grow economically, that would mean that the Islamic Republic will survive for a few decades more, and that they obviously don't want. And they have many reasons why not to want that regime to sustain for much longer, because it's not such a nice regime. Nevertheless, they do have many bad things on them. But the thing is that some other partners believe that through trade and through communication, the Islamic regime will actually break down and become more transactional. And in becoming more transactional, it will get less radical. And we see actually that with the new presidents, the discourses have slowed down. They are not so much radical that they used to be. Yeah, and like I said, the BRICS summit is coming, and Russia will do everything not to have a conflict on their back doors before the October or November. Go on, Nick, again.
What do the neocons want? If not to fight Iran?
Yeah,
that was directed at Nika. I'd like to ask that too.
Yeah. I said it's Afghanistan on steroid. I mean it. You think Afghanistan is a homogeneous country as population? No. it's very tribal. They fight among themselves a lot. I don't say that's a very solid country population wise. No, but they will resist anyone who will invade. Don't. It's like the Afghanistan on steroid, even in population wise. I know there's a lot of internal problems between liberals and radicals, but yeah, Islamist radicals. It's not even Islamists, it's like radicals. And this is what I wanted to say. It's like the same as Afghanistan, but much augmented.
So
even the
so what you
population-wise.
say is from the perspective of the U.S., they don't want war. From neither Russia, China, and anybody really wants war in Iran, except for the radicals in Israel. I know that Toby's one of Toby's positions is that the U.S. powers that be, the neocons, they want to go to war with Iran. They want to have control over really the ultimate prize of the full Persian Gulf. Imagine you have Saudi Arabia on both sides of the Persian Gulf. What a immense control you have over the entire world economy then, right? Through the control of oil. Why you two disagree on that?
It's Toby or me?
Well, I don't know how
Yeah,
powerful the neocons are. Like,
it's not. Yeah, it's not a priority. I don't think Iran is a priority. I think China and Russia is the priority of the both side of the neocons. I don't think Iran is like in the top of the ladder. Of course, they want to fight it. Even Europeans, but it's not on the top of the list for now.
well, the neocons are a 1990s phenomena primarily. After the collapse of the Soviet Union. I don't know. It's hard to know what the Pentagon wants these days, and what the global corporate community want. I think that most of all they want to keep trade going. Like I don't think it really suits anybody to have a major conflagration, especially in the West. So the thing about the West is we have debt problems and population problems, and so if the corporate tax receipts fall over, we're going to have really serious problems because no one else is paying any tax. So yeah, I'm not sure that the neocons are as powerful as they were in the 1990s. I think there's some. I don't think that like the West believes that it has got a blank slate checkbook that it can just print trillions and trillions and trillions. Like the way the money supply was exploding in the 90s was unprecedented. There really was like this masters of the universe theory that like you simply could not create enough money. Like it was just go look to the war.
Look at how most of them talk in relation to the war in Ukraine. They talk about the Russians like it's still the Soviets and it's 1984 and there's alcoholism rampant in the Soviet army. I mean, whenever they talk about these big battles, it's always like they're talking about the Soviets, and the United States and NATO still has this army that they had in Desert Storm. That they project. They're living off something that hasn't existed for 30 years.
Yeah, but the thing is,
it's like they were there defunding it.
The thing is, like the West is not really supporting Ukraine, and you see Ukrainians complain about this as well. There's a fair bit of bitterness in Ukraine that the Western media, and especially the British media, the corporate media, they talk about it like it's the good old days of World War II and it's a good versus evil conflict. But the reality on the ground is that like everybody's dumping their old weapons they don't need into Ukraine, in return for debt receipts. But nobody, and people are sending off, mentally challenged mercs to go fight with them. But nobody's actually committing to that war. So, I don't, and NATO has actually said that they can't have a Russian loss, right? Which is really weird. Like this is true from the start of the war. NATO's position is that, that Russia cannot lose because that would be a global catastrophe, which is true. So I don't really see the neocons as the same forces they were in the 1990s. But,
Well, the control of information nowadays is much more difficult in terms of 100% consensus like it was after the 9/11. But nevertheless, you are right, Toby. The neocons did disappear in the United States because Trump kind of appeared. But in Europe, the transatlantists are now the new neocons. And they can be right and they can be left. They all fall into the same basket, and they defend almost exactly the same things. Some more conservative, some more progressive. It depends. So that's the difference between right and left. But the transatlantists really took over Europe. And they are the ones actually making Ukraine bleed now. Actually, people were saying at the beginning it was the Americans. There were Sullivan, Nolan, and so on. They were the ones really putting diesel to the fire. But now it's actually the Europeans. They got the taste of war. They are fascinated with war because whoever had a war doesn't want a war again. So this is from Catherine Reisel's Austrian ambassador, the previous Austrian foreign minister, and she said she was in Lebanon because she has some connections to Lebanon some 1 year ago, and she said back then that she doesn't believe that the war will start because the Lebanese, they knew what war was and they wouldn't need to repeat it to have it back. And now she is surprised how things turn over. So this is complicated. The other thing I wanted to make about Iran is that there are several things playing around. There are people that understand it's better for them to make a kind of a transition to a more transactional society, and doing that, they will ease those suicidal thoughts they have. But on the other side, we see Iran has one of the most promising gateways leading South Asia to North Europe. So it's the international north and south corridor, and the Europeans and the Americans and Israel wanted to make the EMEC, it's another concurrent corridor that would go through Saudi Arabia to Israel, to Nafta, and from there to Europe. And the thing is that they look at the international north and south corridor like a competition, but there are several other corridors in the area, like the one from Iraq to Turkey and Turkey to Europe. And they're all competing. And actually, when we talk about these corridors, these are railways. They would need, for a small ship, they would need 50 really long trains. So this is not a railway. It's something that connects, creates trade, but doesn't supplant the maritime routes either. So I think there is a couple of people here, these blind people, that make very bad calculations and support sometimes very stupid decisions because they think, oh, my club, my corridor, the EMEC needs to be supported. So if we destroy all the other two, mine will have more potential than yours, and things like that. This is completely stupid. But it's also interesting how some of these transatlanticists now want to take the international north and south corridor for themselves. So that their new project is to make Armenia the new center of splitting the corridor. Instead of going to Russia, it should go actually to Armenia, and from Armenia to Europe. So we see many things happening, and some of them are concurrent and are paradoxal, and it doesn't make really sense because everybody is a bit, like you're saying, Ukraine left the Europeans and the Americans in a confusing world where they can't really decide. There are too many factors, there are too many things changing. They can't really make a path towards a certain goal, where there are too many things happening at the same time. So this is a kind of brainstorming. Go on, Vazupov.
Yeah. It's working now.
We can hear you though. It's not good, but we can hear you.
I've got a question for one. We all know that Trump is a pro-Israel, but how far is willing to go to support Israel if he wins the election?
Who will support Israel?
Trump.
Trump.
I think what he's asking is that we all know that Trump is pro-Israel, but
Yeah.
how far is he willing to go in support of Israel if he were to win the next election? And if I may take a crack at that, I think that the support for Israel is a bipartisan consensus, and the question of whether Israel influences America is going to take more than one election to figure out.
Do you think Trump is just using Israel to win and then gonna tell them to fuck off?
I don't think that makes any difference, right? I think everything that we've talked about here with regards to U.S. interests with Israel applies whether Trump wins or whether Kamala wins. I don't think that that decision is being made in this election. I think that you could talk about on a larger scale how that decision is being made, but it's not going to be impacted by Trump. Maybe in 5 years we can have that conversation, because there are certain trends that are changing amongst the youth. Certainly, just a pure demographic situation. So that's another thing that puts time on the opposite side of Israel, and maybe even a more existential threat than the other strategic considerations of the Middle East we've been talking about.
According to some analysts, the Brits are on the hook for Ukraine's debts. Is anyone able to speak on this? There has to be something more behind the belligerence.
Anyone? Toby, go.
Yes. It's not just the Brits. It's not just the Brits. It's not just the Brits. It's almost all European countries. They are, or not all, but the most important European countries are all in very problematic financial debt. Things are just getting worse. The economical return is becoming really bad, and they will very soon have to do very hard decisions towards interest rates and rising taxes. Well, as we know, the UK has been rising taxes for a while now, so it's and now the Labour Party came to power, so in a way, it's they are in a very difficult situation. What can they do? They can't get more debt. Of course, they could try to print money, and they will probably have been trying to find ways how to print money towards non-direct channels, non-official or legitimate channels. That's possible, of course. But the problem is that if they do too much of that, the pound will lose weight. And well, they are in a very bad situation, the Brits, but not just the Brits. The Germans are in a very, very situation. The French as well. The French have a huge debt. It's like incredible what they've been spending. And with the economical fall down, the population, especially in France, is very combative. So they are going to the streets and will demand a better economical situation. The political turmoil in France is just rising more and more. Macron is going to be brought to a process of impeachment. Of course, the impeachment will not happen, but nevertheless, the turmoil in France keeps rising. And with rising social turmoil, also the social expense will have to get higher in order to somehow compress the population. It's in all European countries, and I think the Germans are the ones that are really scaring most of the European Commission. Draghi, the previous president of the European Central Bank, was commissioned to lay down a program how to save the industry in Europe. But of course, he's talking about Germany. And if that plan is going to be even taken serious, the pain for European citizens would be almost unbearable. Towards the type of life that we have. So there would be many social and economical constraints. It would be very difficult. Go on, Toby.
Yeah, okay. So like we have to remember that this is a massive laundering operation, right? This is not Mr. Germany and Mr. Britain and Mr. Ukraine fighting Mr. Russia. You know, like these are not cohesive entities with a sentient position. When you say the Brits are on the hook, it's like, well, which Brits? Because one of the reasons for the belligerence, if you go back to the very beginning of this conflict, is that the British are being paid to be belligerent. right? Like the corporate media narrative is not free, and it hasn't been free since the beginning of this conflict. You can actually look it up if you like. Look up how Ukraine has spent money. They have devoted a lot of money to the corporate narrative around the world, and British media corporations got an unusually large share of that money. So that's just a service being provided in return for money. So if you're a shareholder of a British media corporation, and that doesn't mean you're a Brit either. You know, lots of people own shares in British media corporations, lots of Americans, probably some Russians too. You know, they're making profit because of the way that Ukraine is spending money. In the same way as if you're an arms manufacturer, you're making profit. Now, from the thing. Now, who ultimately pays Ukraine's debt is, you know, well, one answer would be nobody, but that's pretty unlikely, right? Yes, the British taxpayer is probably going to be on the hook, right? But that's just a transfer of wealth from the British taxpayer to the British corporations, and that's going on all over in the West, and that's largely what war is, right? It's a wealth transfer, it's a laundering operation. You commit your population to a project which shifts money from the pockets of ordinary people through taxation to the pockets of the shareholders. You know, what we call a crisis is also a great opportunity. You know, we hear about, like, there's an energy crisis in Australia. Well, not if you're a shareholder of an energy company. You've never been making so much money. It's an absolute mint. We also have a housing crisis. Well, not if you're a banker. If you're a banker, you've never been making so much money. So these crises are enriching some people and impoverishing others. I don't really think that the population of the UK are necessarily going to be on the hook for all of Ukraine's accrued debt. I don't. Maybe you know more. I haven't really heard anything that would reflect that. I think that probably the major plan is actually for Poland to take over the Ukrainian debt. Poland's got a surprisingly rosy economy. They're a big place. Their economy has been growing over the last 20, 30 years pretty solidly. If you have a look at their GDP numbers and how much they're spending on the military at the moment, Poland is the cash cow for the corporate sector in this war. I think the plan is for Poland to take over the debt of rump Ukraine rather than the UK.
So it's possible that they think they can repeat WW2 in order to reset their economy? I'm really curious about the economic web motivating all the chaos. I'm always referring to the decision makers.
You know, I think that is a very good point in the super chat that was just done. Is back in the days of history when a king needed more money to go to war, but there was nobody else. You know, he had borrowed all that he could from the local bankers and keepers of the gold. He declared them heretics and just took the gold. So he got himself out of his loans by default, plus some on top of it. And that's all I can think about when it comes to things like China, because it really makes no sense that we need direct conflict with China, other than the fact that maybe we do need to reset our freaking economy. And if we make them the enemy, well, therefore we don't owe them any money. So, I mean, I know that's out on a limb in the stretch, but a lot of the economic things that Toby, you're mentioning are happening actually across the world at this point. And it's pretty freaking amazing that shit hasn't just crumbled in upon itself, I believe.
The comment from Toby about Poland is very interesting. It is not of today that many German industries have been moving their factories to Poland, and Poland has been profiting from the Ukrainian war, or from the Ukrainian wars, for a long time. They are the main receivers of cheap Ukrainian labor, and in Poland, Ukrainians are made to work. It's not like in Germany where they are blocked their access to the working market and so on. They are working, and they are happy because they are making money. But this maintains the wages in Poland quite low, and is what they have to do in order to maintain that competitiveness inside of the European open market, internal open market. And so they actually are doing well, but how long will that take? Because if they actually make a slip and the war comes to them, then the transfer of, like you were explaining, Toby, then the transfer of wealth from Poland somewhere else will also happen. If you want to comment on it, go on. Maddie, then.
The Duran actually did a good video this morning on it about the 50 billion that they're trying to hand off to the Ukraine and the problems it's had through the process, because nobody can guarantee the loan that's based on the interest on the 300 billion Russian money that basically the West stole. And it's pretty funny because they tried to issue out as bonds, but nobody is stupid enough to buy them. And then they tried to do it through a guarantee, but Orban cut that down. So now it's stuck to the EU itself to finance this, and they're only the only thing they're going to get back is the payment back on the interest, is how it's supposed to be paid back. And you guys are the economists that know more than this, but they covered it pretty well this morning, and it's a video people should watch.
Economists know nothing about banks. Nothing.
Who said that?
The guy that predicted the 2008 GFC, that explained how it will happen. So the economists are not allowed to think, to talk, to discuss about private debt, banks, and money. That's why they couldn't predict it's going to happen. Okay? That's why they couldn't predict it, because that's where the GFC happened, in the banks. But they're not allowed to talk about it. It's the biggest secret, public secret. Open secret. That's why economists don't know economy. They're just bullshitting, especially Austrians that talk about systems, economic and money system that used to work 300 years ago. That's why they'll talk about. It's not applicable anymore. Austrian economists talk about past. They don't talk about the present. And because economists are not allowed to talk about money, banks, and private debt, they always talk about danger of the public debt. But where is the danger? You talk about it. It's just crazy. It's been talked about for hundreds of years. Where is the danger? Who suffered from it? Is there any example of the since Second World War in the Western country that suffered from the public debt? Every time it's private debt that causes financial crashes. It's always private debt, never public or state debt. We talk about 50 billion, how they're gonna, it's just decision. It's political decision where they're gonna find. And because the bank, when it offers a loan to Ukraine, when it gives the loans, 300 billions, all of that, if the Ukraine disappears, then the debt is just erased. There's no issue with it. Nobody is have to pay it off, because there's nobody to pay it off. Nobody will take on the Ukrainian debt. Just as person, when it dies in the West, when the person dies, all the debt is released. Yes, you pay some insurance for it, but debt is released. It's just, that's why they would want Ukraine to disappear, because they know they cannot pay the debt. They will never pay the debt, like no country ever pays off its debt. No country. I mean, you
Russia.
just need to check it.
Russia
You
pay
just
off
need-
his debt.
Yeah, okay, yes, Russia, but because, you know, stupid idiots, yes, did repay some of it, not all of it, some of it, right? But there's no need to repay it. It will collapse the financial system. It will collapse the economy if a country pays off the debt. It's destruction of money. Okay, it's just a destruction of money, and people need money. More people need more money, right? More higher prices, you need more money to pay the buy the same. So that's why you always need more and more money. It's just a change in numbers. As long as your income keeps with the purchasing power, that's what's important, not the numbers itself. That's how it works. You know, that's how it works. When Prata says, you know, oh, the state, if it cannot issue more debt, is gonna print money. State is not allowed, nor it needs to print money per se, literal wording. It doesn't do that. Only money that it prints is coins. That's the rules from United States, and pretty much everyone else took it. Only coins can be printed by a state. Any other print, I mean, how it generates money is by issuing the debt. It's equal to printing money. Issuing the debt by the state is equal. Same consequences, no consequences. Just as printing money. So when somebody says printing money by the state, it means issuing money because it prints the bonds that sells. That's what it is. But it doesn't sell it into the economy, it sells it to the banks. And if someone else, a private agent, wants to buy it, then the banks will sell it. But state cannot sell it to you directly. It's not going to sell it. It's going to come from the bank that bought it from the state. And only the reserve currency, only the base money can be used to buy state-issued bonds. Only reserve currency. We don't use reserve currency except cash. And there's not much cash to go around. It's minor, 5%, maybe.
Drew want to fight back. Let Drew counter your point.
Okay, anybody that's listening can ignore everything that Euro says. It's all nonsense. Or just it's so warped that I can't even. Okay.
Yeah, go Austrian stupidity from 300 years ago. Yeah.
Yes.
After that, Nika
will
have a go.
It's Euro stupidity. Okay, so okay, to answer the super chat from FE before, that the London is on the hook for the debt in Ukraine. Yes and no. So how did they get the first loans to Ukraine? Is that so when they announce a loan to Ukraine, what they do is then they package this and then they sell it on to a bunch of rich people that they meet at parties and whatnot and say, you buy these bonds, we take your money and then you put it to Ukraine and then you'll get a fantastic return for this. So all those people are now very angry because Ukraine has already defaulted on some of those loans. They have already taken a haircut on those loans as well. So a lot of those bonds are underwater. That's why for this current $50 billion loan, they tried the same thing. They tried to say, okay, we go and ask all these rich people to give us money to them. And then they failed in that because all the rich people told them, screw you, we already, you already sold us these bonds that are now worthless, and we're going to lose 60% of our money or even more. And then now you're telling us to give you more. No, we're not going to buy these bonds anymore. So that idea was scrapped. So who is the one that's going to hold you?
So do you know any rich person?
I let you finish.
Question.
No,
do you know any rich person?
Not answer your question.
Yeah. Do you know any rich person that bought those bonds?
Let me finish.
Do you know any?
Let me finish.
You're bullshitting. Bullshitting. You don't know a single rich person that bought those bonds. So you're just bullshitting, continuing bullshit on the same thing because you don't know a single rich person.
Nika, don't care. Nika, just talk over that.
I believe I was first.
Yeah. So
Nika, just talk over.
You talk a lot of nonsense.
Just
Anyway,
I just
now that they have now they're unable to do that. So who's on the hook for the new loans that the Europe is coming up with to give to Ukraine is basically the governments of Europe. What they are going to do is they're going to get all the governments of Europe to guarantee the loan, so that if if Ukraine then doesn't pay back those loans, they will first take the money from the frozen Russian assets, and failing that, they will then take the money from the taxpayers of Europe. Those are the people that will suffer when Ukraine goes down. So now all the rich people, they in Europe, they need Ukraine to succeed, because they have already promised very powerful people that, hey, these bonds are good, as good as gold, we guarantee, no problem. But then these guys have lost a lot of money, so they're angry. So that's one reason why they are hanging on to this and trying to make it real, make it sustain. The other reason is that, okay, the US has always been a deficit economy, as in it prints a lot of money and then it sells very little, but it takes back a lot, imports a lot. That's why it's a huge deficit. Whereas Europe has always been kind of flat. Its trade balance has always been like Germany is very positive, France is very negative, and then they all balances out. It's about flat. But ever since this thing started, and then you get things like Africa pulling away from kicking out the French, and then cutting off the oil supply to Europe and whatnot. It's really disrupted the whole European balance of industrial trade balance. So you can see slowly the trade balance is going to a deficit, and it's not coming back up, because there's no way Germany can be competitive anymore. And Germany is like the biggest industrial power in Europe. So the only thing that now Europe, they have realized that the only thing they can do is what the Americans have been doing, which is to take over a large country, balkanize it, break it up, and then extract the resources for them to like it's their way of getting new colonies, because they lost their old colonies. The old colonies were feeding them so much money to sustain their high standard of living that now they have lost that. They need to go find another source, right? And that is breaking up Russia. And so that's what the US has been doing all this time. That's what they did to Iran. That's what they did to Balkans. That's what they did. So now that's what they did to Iraq, and so on and so forth. So now the Europeans are basically continuing what they did a few hundred years ago. So I think that's why they refuse to give up, because if they don't give up, if they do give up, then they're going to go underwater, and they're going to their standard of living is going to crash a lot. Yeah. So in summary, yes, a lot of people are on the hook. If Ukraine disappears, there's going to be a lot of very angry rich people. So a lot of people are going to be thrown out of windows. If Ukraine goes under, Europe will also follow suit soon economically. Yeah.
So
No one's going to happen militarily.
So why are you saying
Well,
to save Ukraine?
So I get to pick who goes next, and I pay Coping because he came first.
Thank you very much, Drew. This is a question to you and to Euro. And it's a two-pronged question here. So this is basically that why hasn't the US gone to the gold standard? And many people have explained, well, because the US is not the biggest gold producer, yada yada, as according to the Fed themselves. However, with the BRICS currency now coming into play, and this is where the twofold thing comes, gold becomes increasingly relevant, and the US dollar becoming lower in value. And so it comes to a point, I've heard someone argue that the US dollar will at some point reach a value where it becomes sensible for it to just go on the gold reserves it has, because it's not going to make a difference anymore. And but then on the flip side, for the BRICS currencies, as far as I've understood it, they had like 60% of that currency in the basket of currencies among the member countries. And as far as I can tell, wouldn't that make them very susceptible to currency disruptions? And it's Iran and Egypt in and of by themselves having very susceptible to having their currencies knocked on. So, would you say that this bifurcation that we're seeing now, it may later on result to the US kind of towing the line along with the BRICS and starting to use gold as a to back up the dollar. Okay, that's a strong no. And the thing for with the BRICS currencies, because I recall you having mentioned before that, whether you use goods, a basket of currencies, any of those aspects of a currency can be attacked, and they can be manipulated to kind of harm the economy. So what would this what is the safeguard mechanisms the BRICS members will be having to counter these rather obvious effects, as far as I can tell?
So if
And then
if the US
Hold on,
goes
hold on,
on
hold
the
on,
go,
hold on. Sorry. Is my
No,
mic
no, no, no,
working?
no. Sorry, me.
Is my
Me,
mic
me.
working?
Me.
It's good now.
Yeah,
Okay, thank you.
yeah.
so if
I just want
US
to
goes,
get back a little bit and get back to the root of the discussion about the loans to the Ukrainian. Okay, so either way, whether Drew or Euro is right, I think eventually they will get the loan, but then what? Let's say they get the $50 billion. Okay, they will get paid some rich Ukrainians, some officials, and they get paid their salaries, but it will not change the war. They will not like throw bills on them. The market is like saturated. If they can give them more weapons, they will do so. All the
Nika, can you
major.
let him answer, because he was going to answer my question first and then go to you. So if you can let
Okay.
him answer, and then he will answer what you just
I'll
said.
just
Thank you.
quickly answer Nika's thing here. The new 39 billion isn't going to end up in any Ukrainian businessman pocket or any part of Ukraine. It's to cover for what they already spent. So they basically went to they spent too much, and then now they have to kind of come up with this whole mechanism so they don't go to prison after all of this is uncovered, basically. So they are basically covering back the hole that they dug for themselves. So all these 39 billion isn't going to buy any weapons, or they don't have any more weapons to sell. There are articles that come out to say we have the money,
Exactly.
but there are no weapons to buy. So
Exactly.
the 39 billion is just
So it will not change a thing.
The
That's
problem
what I
is
mean.
not money. Problem is
No,
not
this
money.
Militarily,
yeah, this
There
is
is a
not.
lot
It's
of
not going
money.
to change
This
the thing.
country, they have a lot of money.
If I may
So
answer the coping
to answer
question.
Coping's question just now, if the US goes back on the gold standard, it's going to go bankrupt. So it can never do that. For the BRICS currency, as what I said before, it's going to be a basket of currencies, and it seems that they're going to have a portion of it that's also tagged to gold. So when you're talking about a currency being attacked, it has to be one of those like fully floated trading currencies. Then you can attack it. Whereas a lot of currencies like Chinese currency and I don't know, Russians, like Singapore's currency is actually a managed currency. So it's like they will keep it within the band, and then if it goes up a certain amount beyond the band, they will actually sell foreign reserves to push back down. So it's so for a country that actually has a positive like a sovereign account and not sovereign debt, but actually sovereign positive like China and Singapore, it's very difficult to attack that currency, because unless you have more money than the country, which you don't, you cannot attack the currency. So so I think to any of these BRICS, what they will do is basically if a currency gets in trouble, they will have to actually have to have a mechanism like every 3 months or 6 months or whatever, meet and agree on the new exchange rate between the various countries to manage that kind of trading system. Yeah, we don't know the details yet because they haven't announced it. So yeah, we'll wait and see what they do.
May I answer Coping's question?
Wait.
Because this is mostly.
Wait. I need to cut in first. You guys need to keep your answers shorter and don't drift to other topics. Because what happens is that you see Drew have to answer a lot of different things across all the different fields. And then if this happens, then everybody's answer will be super long because they are trying to touch on too many points. No, there's a lot of time to talk. We only 1 hour 43 minutes in only. No, we have a lot of time. Don't jump too much topics. We can pick things apart.
Yeah, we haven't really been jumping.
Which, by the way, to the audience, many of you have a wait, please. Some reminder to the audience. I have to give this reminder to the audience. I have to give this reminder to the audience. We're in the middle of the stream. If you press that like button right away, it's going to help the algorithm gods bless us with new peeps and maybe even new speakers. And if you want to be a part of the conversation, you can of course join us, or you can super chat. That's it. Okay, thank you.
And,
Euro, please go ahead.
This
and I
was
think
about
the wait, the
answering the
next
super
speaker,
chat.
I think is Nika was talking just now, right? When Drew cut in. Is it Nika? Nika was talking halfway, then Drew cut in.
Okay, so it's quick. I will not take too long. I will not take too long. I mean, it's eventually they will get. This is the main issue. Is the rest. I'm not an economist. I think I will. I'm understand like 50% of what you guys said. So, so either way, they will get the money, but it will not change anything. The downfall will happen. Maybe they can manage to provoke Russia to do a big retaliation, but other than that, we see everyone see how it's going in the front. So whether they will give them or they will not, they will give them. Which with how means if it will further the downfall of the European economy, I think it will, because they will do it with Russian money, and that will escalate. But I think it's inevitable. The conclusion is Ukraine will fail. The economy, the European economy will go down, and the two biggest winners will be the Americans and the Russians. That's what I think.
So when that happens, would anyone reconsider these answers? Would anyone learn from it that there's nothing happening with Europe when Ukrainian collapse? Will anyone remember this and try to question what Drew says? Drew just said that colonies give the money to the empires, and that's what makes them rich. I mean, yeah, the colonies are richer, so they give money. I mean, that's a idiocy on absolute level. Also, there's no rich person that bought European bonds. As he said, there's not a single one. So nobody's going to get angry about when that bond collapses, because it's the banks that use the reserve currency to buy those bonds that then put it as a reserve currency. Yes, it's circular. It's circular. So that's why it's unlimited, because it's circular within the banking system. It's unlimited. It just keeps circulating. 100 times being recorded as the same. So it doesn't matter. It's just going to be erased. That's how, because now the banks are liable for that loan. But when the Ukraine disappears as a country, stops paying anything, it's just going to be erased. And nobody is going to have any quarrel, no issue about that debt issued to the Ukraine. That's how it works. That's how it will always work. And that's why it's not going to be affecting European economy, because some other things affecting European economy, not Ukraine, that they're doing it as giving the money to Ukraine as Keynesian war stimulus. That's what they do in Europe and US. It's Keynesian spending, because they don't want to do any other spending, but only for the war. They don't want to spend for creation. They only spend for destruction. That's how the West works now. That's the only thinking they can do: spend extra, print money to do destruction, not creation. That's why it's collapsing, not because some other, what you guys mentioned. It's because it's completely opposite. They self-destructing, because that's the only policy they can do, that they think. But to answer the coping question about the gold with the BRICS, yeah, the last few years, BRICS country keeps buying more and more gold. Why? It's not that they need it. It's because that's only way to extract the money that they sold something. So they exported to US, they exported to Europe. They don't want to take dollars and euros. They only way to take money out of those countries is by buying gold and taking it out, because that's the only thing you can buy with reserves that's kept in the Fed. Either you buy the state debt, EU debt, or US debt, or you buy gold. That's why they accumulating gold. That's the only reason. That's the only way Russia could pull out those reserves from Europe. They didn't do it because they were accumulating it in the case of the currency attack that happened like in 2014 when they also exhausted all 300 billions that they had in reserves when the currency was collapsing. That's what they spent all of it in just few months, and didn't help them with all
Can I
those.
ask can I
300 billion.
interject a question in all that, because the Europeans, as far as I've understood it, are also hoarding a lot of gold. So could you just like finish with that one and then pass the word?
No, I don't know about Europe why they do it.
Can we not do that? Like let's not veer off into theories of gold. Like, Wyatt, is there any chance that I can share this graphic? Just because it's like, to me, this is very informative. Like, this is military expenditure globally, and like there's one figure here that stands out above everything else, and it's very, very curious when you compare it to everything else. Have a look at the share of GDP that's being spent, and have a look at Ukraine. It's 37, right? If you have a look there, have a look at all the other figures in that column, right? Nothing is above 2, 3, Saudi Arabia maybe 7%, right? But everybody else in the world is spending like 2, 3% of their GDP on defense. Ukraine is at 37%, right? That is an extreme outlier. This is orders of magnitude. What's an order of magnitude, right? More than anybody else. Now, this should tell you a couple of things. One is that Ukraine is being saddled with all of the cost of this war, right? Nothing's being given. Everything that is being given as military aid is being written down on the Ukrainian balance sheet, right? So nothing is being given. Ukraine is paying for everything. And the other thing to take note is nobody else cares. Nobody else is taking this seriously. Everybody else has got more or less peacetime levels of spending, right? So, have a look. If you can look this up, look at military expenditure, and you will see what's going on here, right? This is why I support the argument that
what do the square brackets mean?
Not sure, to tell the truth. It probably means dodgy data.
Probably,
maybe an estimation.
Yeah, could be. Yeah, but
because
in any
Russia
case,
and China is secret, right? So they don't have access to the numbers, so they could be secret.
But it's interesting. Like, look at Russia, like 9%, right? Russia is a major belligerent in this war. It is not even close. As I say, it's an order of magnitude less than Ukraine. So when you start to see these arguments that Russia's economy is about to collapse and that Ukraine has got this and that the West is supporting this war, look, just look at these figures. They tell a very clear story. Russia is not about to collapse, right? And Ukraine is not being given anything. The entire cost of this war is being put on their balance sheet. And to me, these figures tell a very clear story. And that is that we are seeing the dissolution of Ukraine. Because a country cannot sustain 40% of its GDP on a war against a nuclear power indefinitely. And more to the point, they're not being given anything. Everything's being loaned, right? So to me, this is a very important set of data. Everyone can draw their own conclusions. So to me, it tells a very clear story. But anyway, that's all I want to say about money, because it's a very tedious topic and we should talk about other things.
It's a super graphic though. It's very, very interesting. It's very clear. Like, it's a theory that I've been saying.
The 30% is normal. 30% is normal to spend for military in a case of the war on its territory. just like in Croatia for 4 years, it was 30% of GDP being spent, but actually Croatia never ran out of electricity like Ukraine does, which is more problem. So the money, the chart is not, it's not saying
Well, if
much.
it's normal euro, why isn't Russia spending 30%? They've got a war on their territory.
Because they really is using only 10% of their military capacity for the war, while Ukraine is using 100% of its capacity for the war. That's what it says. Russia is using only 10% capacity.
Russia's standing army is like 1.5 million, and they got about 800,000 people there now. So that's about half.
They're going to expand to 2 million. So yeah. So they're going to expand to 2 million.
They still have a lot more than 10% of their military there.
But this is a good reflection of why you see the Russian attrition strategy is to stretch the logistic as long as possible. Like the Russians don't try to push up much in some of the front lines, like in the Oskil fronts, in the Sviatove, in Sivers. It's deliberate because they know that the longer the logistic, the worse it is for the Ukrainians.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep.
And that's why they're desperate.
The frontline themselves by invading Kursk, the dumbasses.
Mary is waiting for a long time.
I want to just bring up something and people to think about if they want to continue this conversation or not. That's fine. But in the UN, there is something called the Digital Compact that is going on. I don't know I just had it up in front of me, but this is going on where the UN is basically going to decide what is misinformation and just basically take over the sovereignty of censorship inside your own country, which is pretty amazing. It seems how it will affect channels like this directly, I would assume, because these are the very things they want to stop, or these discussions that we're having right now. And go ahead.
I'll make a lot of noise in Singapore. But I don't see how the UN would ever have the resources to pull that off. In the United States, especially.
They don't have the jurisdiction to affect sovereign divisions and so on.
You'd have like billions of people defy them, find ways to defy them. You'd probably have an entire market set up just to get around whatever the UN was trying to do. Because think about it. The UN isn't funded with the shit, and they can't fight nobody, so the hell they ain't going to be able to track people on computers. Hell, the UN is a bunch of perverts anyways. They'll probably watch finish.
If I could, Vaughn, that's a good point. But here's the thing is the United States becomes the UN's proxy and doing its job for it because we sign off on it. That's the same thing they were trying to do with the World Healthcare Organization. Sign off the sovereignty of your fucking what's determined to be a rampant disease going on in your country. The politicians just don't want blame. So they're more than happy to sign this off because it gives them what they want, shutting us down. It's not like they got to go. It's not like they got to go out hunting. Look what they did with RT and such like that in France. They can do the same shit with this. Why isn't anybody else seeing this?
I don't think they could, in the sense that because like buying out UN is one thing, but China will be counter buying, and Russia will be counter buying. So. And
there's my point. And here's my point. Do you think BRICS nations will sign off and go on this? If this tries to go through, will we see a conflict within the UN with BRICS nations cracking the UN by saying we're not going along with this bullshit? This could be where the first true encounter happens.
But it cannot be done because as long as the UN Security Council exists, they will just veto it, and it doesn't work. So as long as Russia and China is on it, then it doesn't work. But it will be scary if all of them agrees. Then we are all doomed, man. That means all the superpowers have become a cabal, and then we are all doomed. Bigari.
Yeah, you just stole my point. Like the only thing in UN that is semi-matters is Security Council. Like all the other resolutions are pointless. Like if you even like not even sovereign, like semi-sovereign country, you can like don't give a fuck what UN says. Like it's not. This organization is outdated beyond belief. it's
Unless
just
it gives the politicians the excuses they want. You don't understand. They're using the Fox.
Politicians-
They're going to use the end to avoid doing their job and making these decisions. That's the whole point of this, is to
politicians can
circumvent
find
the
any
general
excuse
population.
they want.
Yeah, exactly. And they can take RT off the air in France, which they've already done.
It's not
Okay,
because
so
UN.
where's the outrage? But you don't understand. This gives politicians exactly what they want without having the responsibility for it. This is my point, is that we're in a global fucking conflict at this time, and there's a lot of people running scared, looking to hide the truth. We got to understand what the UN actually is doing. It's trying
No
to
one
cover up
cares
for
about
these
UN.
bastards.
Like, look at the
You-
UN
you don't-
resolutions about Palestine. Like, it's like 190 countries vote about for Palestine, and then the 2 countries vote
Right.
against, and
But
no
none
one
of the
happens. But UN is
politicians give a
useless.
shit
No one
about
cares.
that. Yeah, but see, that's the point. None of the politicians really give a shit about this, about that. But this they will, because it benefits them from the responsibility of their own jobs. Don't you? I mean, why were we willing to go with this fucking COVID craze? Why we were almost willing to hand off the sovereignty of decisions for your health inside any country to the World Health Organization?
Yeah, but think
We
about
said
it.
that
dude.
would never be
Back
done.
then, you had a massive
But they
campaign.
didn't.
You had the government. You had the media. You
What's
had
going on
celebrities.
now?
Yeah, but
What's
people are
going
more
on
awake
now?
to it now. They're not buying into the
Sweden-
COVID bullshit. They're
I
not buying
get it.
into
See,
that.
This is
Sweden
this
didn't
is
do
the
it.
thing. It doesn't matter what we fucking think of it. It's what the politicians want. They have the power to implement shutting this down. We don't have the power to keep it going. We don't have the
Well,
fucking.
no, you don't. I mean,
They do.
think about it, dude. There's people in this fucking group that can tell you how to fucking go down to Radio Shack and buy something, and you can go fucking talk to Wyatt.
Right, but see,
I mean,
it's still missing the fucking
seriously,
point.
like if the United States and the UN want to do this, it's like game on, because everybody's going to be like, okay, challenge accepted.
Right.
I'll fucking do what I want to do what I want.
Exactly.
Guys,
and
guys.
that's the thing. Do we get to that point because of this? Do we see the brick shatter not only UN because
We're
of
already
what
kind
it's
of there.
going to be doing?
I mean, think about it.
And that's what I
Everybody
mean.
pays subscription to YouTube. Everybody goes on Telegram. People hang out where they want to hang out and hang out with who they want to hang out with. It's already kind of happened. It's just not by state enforced. But people have pretty much already
Army
segregated.
has been banned in Africa.
Yeah.
A major African YouTube channel has recently been
Sometimes
banned.
it's
There is a
helpful
concerted effort
to
to control
take
information
off your
close to the belief.
tinfoil hat.
Weaker countries will unfortunately submit.
Yeah, I just have to press the super chat because there's no place.
What the hell
no
was
place to
that?
slot it in.
Do it again.
Yeah, RT has been banned in Africa.
Yeah, sometimes it's helpful to take off your tinfoil hat, like, and
Tinfoil
not
hat, what's
everything is
around you?
conspiracy, man. Sometimes it's on
It's
the
not
on
a
the
fucking
surface.
conspiracy. It's actually happening. They put it in their fucking literature.
Yeah,
So
but it's
not a
useless.
conspiracy.
Mehdi,
If they're
Mehdi,
talking
it's the
about it,
same
they're
as-
going to consider it.
Maybe
It's
you
the
guys-
same as
Factor in the
DPA
human
Open
spirit,
Mic
Mehdi.
decides
The
to
will to
ban
be
RT.
free.
Like,
You know, you got to factor in the human spirit, the fact that we like to break the rules and not be
Yeah.
bossed around. They're not the
Mehdi,
boss
yeah.
of me.
I'm with Vaughn on this. It's like it's a bit of a power thing because you can control the aggregate of human information. Like you've got to believe some pretty startling things. Like one is that anybody actually has that kind of power. Another is that like people will agree on any given narrative without just like trolling it and throwing out the memes and like, you know, arguing with it just because they can. So I don't know. To me, this is the delusions of fantasy by small people in political parties. They start to believe that they're omnipotent, that they can do these things. So they talk about doing these things, but they might as well talk about like, you know, turning the earth the other way or like making the sun pink or something. It's like these are things that are beyond the powers of mortal politicians. The politicians dream these fantasies. But politicians and dictators have been dreaming fantasies of complete control of the world and all things since there have been politicians. It's just the mad delusions of power. All those politicians, they take the world as they find it, just like we do. You know, the institutions of the world were here when they were born. They're going to be here when they die. These politicians talking about global control of information. What, are you going to stuff the internet back in its box? How? You know, the only break the internet would be through nuclear war. And even then, you know, people would like go down to Radio Shack and create a local internet and start posting cat memes. You know, like you can't control the memes. You just can't.
DPA smoke. Subscribe to DPA smoke. You know, I'll do smoke messages.
But memes don't have any influence either. It's already what you believe.
What?
Memes
I don't agree with that.
Memes have super influence.
Oh yes.
Trump won election because of meme.
How many people watch the memes? How many people watch the memes?
Everybody. The memes are
How many
That's the
people will be
reality.
aware? Let's say the UN takes over digital program, which Mehdi was talking about. How many people will be aware that's what's happening?
No, I think what is
Almost
important
nobody.
is that a lot
To
of
fight it
countries
back.
are going
To fight it back.
are going to want to keep the control of their internet. Basically, mostly countries like Algeria, Iran, India, and countries like that, they are going to want to keep control. So what's going to happen is that your system is going to last 6 months, and after 6 months, some large company in China or in India is going to release a system to allow each country to have its own control on internet.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, that's what I was like wanted to add. Like I touched on this topic like maybe 2-3 open mics ago when like Telegram, like when Durov was arrested. Like the internet will become more segregated. Like each country, like because you see, like global networks like Telegram, Twitter, etc. Like control over that. Like not UN, not some people above, like globalists. Countries themselves, like they want to control information space in the countries themselves. Like that's why Indonesia is talking about banning Telegram. India is talking about banning Telegram. Like they want to create their own versions and control them from the above. Like that's what will happen. The segregation of the informational space. Like we are moving away from globalization of everything into segregation of everything.
Twitter is already banned in a lot of countries. Facebook the same.
I think the main issue is like for countries to ban certain apps is the matter of like if the government wanted to do something, the app or the platform have to follow. When the app or the platform refuse to follow the country's governance or governing decisions, then that's when they start to close it. Like in Brazil, where the judge ordered that Twitter have to do certain things. Twitter don't do it, then there's a problem. I think the solution is for the platform to do segregation in terms of countries. Like if a Brazil judicial court says that no, you have to remove certain people from the platform or what, Twitter could have just removed certain people only from the Brazil Twitter. The rest of the world will still see the rest of the tweets from that person. Right. The person can still access, but he's not talking to Brazilians. Maybe that's how it should be done. Because I feel that it is a problem if you say that you cannot. The government have no power over the platform. That's a problem as well. Mehdi?
I just want to say what Lon was saying, and I expressed this in chat, by the way. I crashed my phone. It was on me, not the CIA, I guess. That he's right. I mean, we the people will fight back. You know, it's not that we're going to give up, but it's just that politicians are just going to do whatever the hell that they can and find any legal means in their mind to do it, regardless of what we think. That's all. Oh, there was one other thing, but I'm an old man, forgot.
By the way, before 2010, we couldn't access YouTube normally. So just to.
So
Bigari?
that's the
Oh,
Yeah, I
reason
just
why.
wanted to bring up the point, like point of talking that was before about Ukrainian economy. Like recently, the budget for 2025 in Ukraine was the project was approved, and there is increase in military spending. There is like 70% decrease in social spending, so pensions, all social programs are going to like cut off. There is no money for new elections, so thank God Zelensky is staying with us. I cannot imagine my life without him. There is also increase in salaries for government workers, for people's deputies, for presidential office. So they know where to spend, man. They cut the salaries for teachers and everyone, and they cut the pensions, but they increase the salaries for themselves. So we live in the society, as they say. There is also, yeah, there is also already approved law in increased taxes. So taxes jump from military tax from 1.5% to 5% on everything. Taxes jump for everyone, like for private business owners, like by 10% or something for military spending. So people will soon lose anything, every money they have, and like more people will come to Europe as refugees. Like I wanted to share the stats that in Czech Republic, for example, in the first 6 months of this year, Ukrainian refugees already made money for Czech Republic. Like the spending for like social spending, like when government give money for refugees, is like 2 times 4.2 billion kronas. It's like $220 million less than what refugees made in taxes. So it's very beneficial to have refugees that actually work, like what Prata was saying, if I remember correctly. Like what European country want, like refugee from Syria or Afghanistan or refugee from Ukraine? Like you know the answer. Like so. Europe is stressed about it, but not that stressed, because these refugees are good refugees and they will work and they will replace some workforce that is like drinking a latte in a cafe with, in Berlin coffee shop with fucking blue hair that doesn't want to work. So these people will work. So they are not that kind of stressed about it. But Ukraine is going to shit, yeah. Long story short, yeah.
Wait.
Yeah,
But
You need to choose.
I think
the speaker.
no. I want to let Norris introduce himself first so that he can join the conversation, and then I think after that was Euro, then Maddie, I believe, or I don't know. Nika came when. Nika is so sad. Norris, can you introduce yourself first?
Nika can come after me. Evening, gentlemen. Evening, guys. I'm from Namibia, Windhoek is the city. I just caught up on Twitter, and then I decided, let me see if I can get on. I think there was a message on the banner that the African media Africa Stream that got banned, and it doesn't make sense what was happening. So I thought I'll chip in, and appreciate it that I can join you guys. Yeah, crazy world we live in, eh? And if there's any questions, I'll chip in. If why there's any questions, I'd love to give my 5 cents, eh?
Yeah, so it's just to add, a lot of people who never came on before don't believe it's so easy to come on. It's actually so easy to come on. Just click the button, you can come on. Don't be a wussy. Okay, I believe just now I cut Euro, so I believe I cut into Euro. So Euro was supposed to talk. Sorry, so Euro go
It's
first.
okay to cut him off.
And then he choose. Then after that, Euro will decide who to speak next. Euro.
Well, actually, it should be Mehdi, but
I've
I
had my
just wanted
hand
to
up. I'll
say,
speak after.
yeah, it's just like I was wondering how Poland was resisting taking the immigrants from the Middle East, right, for so long, just as if they knew they will need the space for Ukrainians that will come in. So now Poland took like as many Ukrainians as refugees as rest of the Europe. So it's like questioning, did they knew already that they're gonna need the space, for Ukrainians? So they didn't want to take Middle East immigrants that Europe is ordering, right? It's just like a plan the future. It seems like. But you see, there was a cases of refugees from Ukraine where they were actually organizing the buses. Ukrainians were organizing buses, probably with the cooperation with Poland, to go over the weekend and register as refugees from Ukraine in EU, right? So they will get money. That's where Ukraine gets a lot of money from too, from those Ukrainians that just go over the weekend to register and come back, and they have to do it every month, right? So mass convoys of buses will go across the border. Usually, those are just women and children and old ones, not military-aged men, right? But that's the way to get money, because Europe also pays the refugees, some benefits, and that's why, even though it says there's 6 million Ukrainians in refugees in Poland, but there's actually way less. But they get the money, and they give a percentage for those buses, right? For transporting them over the weekend there. Probably nobody heard about it, but that was a big case a few years back. Year and a half ago, it was a case where they advertised openly on Telegram to in Ukraine to take them over for the registration. So that's kind of interesting, where also Ukraine gets the money from, like in foreign currency. That's what I wanted to say. Mehdi, you go.
I think that's a fair point, what you just said. And one thing I'd like to ask is, or well, not necessarily ask, but point out, is that the Ukrainian army at this point is significantly full of mercenaries. Mercenaries don't fight for free. If they don't get the funding, these guys walk unless they got somebody with a gun at their back, because what's their investment into Ukraine other than blood? They're there for the money and the fame and fortune mostly. So, if they find out they're not getting paid, what's going to keep them in the field? As to the thing I was bringing up about the UN, I only wanted to point out that if anybody had listened to Hillary Clinton's rhetoric of late, you can kind of see the direction that the Washington, D.C. establishment is going, and it's towards this direction. They're already putting it out there about arresting people and putting them in prison for misinformation. Well, who determines what misinformation is the big important part of all of this, I think. So,
I want to cut in first. I want to respond to what Mehdi said. I did ask Nikki, if you guys remember Nikki, the foreign fighter for Ukraine. I asked, what happened? Because there's all this information about, Ukraine to have money to pay the salaries and whatnot. So I was fact checking with him, and I asked him what happened if there is no money, if they are not paid, what will happen? So he said that they will just not fight. That's all. They will just not fight. They won't leave Ukraine because they believe that maybe the money will come later, but they just don't go on operations. That's all. And what Mehdi said about a gun behind their back and force them, that's not possible, because they are the best fighters in Ukraine. They will literally overrun the Ukrainian military on their own. The foreign fighters are that good. So he has utmost confidence that if they need to fight the Ukrainian army is doomed. There's no way that they can fight these foreign fighters. The foreign legion is way too powerful for the Ukrainian military. So, yeah, so that is the gist of the answer I get from him. So far, no salary problem yet. If there is, I think he will tell me as well. So Maddie, you choose who's next. I don't want to choose. Later they scold me.
I think it's Nika.
You're muted. You're muted. Maddie, choose.
Well, it's Vaughn, then Ilga.
Nika, please.
Go ahead, Shadowy.
No, it's Nika turn.
No, go
Nika,
ahead.
it's your turn.
Go ahead,
I just wanted
Shadowy.
just to ask a question to the guy. So I see there is a lot of pressure on the Ukrainian population, financially and of course militarily. They try to subscribe everyone. Do you think the Ukrainian population can sustain that pressure for too long?
Nobody asked them.
That's a hard question. Like I don't know. Like if you are working like me for companies that not registered in Ukraine and you receive salary not in national currency, for example, you can and you avoid like don't go out on the street and avoid TCC. You can live like, but people that are living and working normal jobs. They are behind the poverty line. Like recently, there was like a poll, and around 40% of the people said that they only have money to buy food. So I don't know how long it will. Money is dying out, like, and small businesses are dying, like, because. Especially in restaurants and all those shit, because you don't have customers. Like you already lost 50% of your customers because men don't really go on the street. It's only women. And how long can you like? If you can work remotely, okay. But if you cannot work remotely, like if you need to go to the like factory. And then TCC just raids the factory and takes like half of your men working force. What do you do? It takes a toll on like big factories, and like public transport is fucked. Like all the Soros like. USAID, all those organizations are propaganda, like putting propaganda for women to go and work men jobs. So we are like back to the Second World War when women were working on in the factories instead of. Of course, we only lost 31,000 killed according to Zelensky, but the real number is closer to 180, 200. But we don't talk about that. So. Economy is going to shit. Like people, they are trying to put a brave face, but you see more and more, like especially in donations, for example. Like if you go to the small shop, for example, like to buy, yeah, there was like for a long time like physical like bucket, like we are donating money for our soldiers. Right now, you don't see those buckets anymore. Like even in public places, people stopped putting those shit. People stop giving money because they don't have money anymore. Like only rich people they put. And the funniest shit is that, like for example, like we have one blogger that is scamming people with donations for like Bayraktars. Like he promised a satellite image, like. Satellite from the people. He like gathered $17 million for the satellite to put and like it was crowdfunded. No one has any evidence that he had it, but he likes to post on the Twitter that he donated $50 for the another donation goal. Like, yeah, of course, man, of course. So you see, people don't like long story short, people are starting to run out of money, and I don't know how long it will take, because winter will be fucked in Ukraine with all the energy crisis, and like I needed to invest into like generators and all that shit, so I can at least have electricity when there is blackouts, but not a lot of people can do that. One.
Oh, I was just gonna say too, back to the Mercs and the international guys, and I would say even some of the elite Ukrainian units. I kind of feel like at this point, and they probably knew, and a lot of them, it was kind of made clear to them, they're kind of all in the same boat. So I kind of feel like even if those guys weren't getting paid, they kind of got to stick together and watch their own backs. So money or no money, I mean, they're in a pretty precarious spot. So like Wyatt was saying, they're not going to go down without a fight, and they're probably not going to go down. And I would imagine all those guys kind of stick together. Who knows? They might even have some already exit plan. Because, I mean, they've made it clear that the Mercs and all those nationalists are going to probably get hunted down. So those guys probably stick together.
Yeah, they have exit plans. Do you want to know how which exit plans do they have? There is a famous like
women from across the border.
No. There is the city of Dnipropetrovsk, which is famous for its call centers. Basically, scam call centers. Like, do you know who is providing security for those call centers? Azov Brigade, for example.
Oh God!
All these media brigades are taking money from all this scammy shit. They are paying them for providing security, because there was a funny story, because there is like in Ukrainian it's called kum, like the godfather of children of Yermak, his people's deputy, and he came to Dnipro with his guys from TCC, because he recruited TCC to raid the call centers and to take over them. Like, and then there is Azov. They met them like Kraken. Like so, there was a big scandal because they beat up one soldier from Kraken Brigade or some shit, but no one talks about it. So there was a big scandal because like the people close to Zelensky and Yermak tried to raid the call centers that are protected by Azov and Kraken regiments. Like you cannot believe the shit that is going on here. It's so corrupted. Like military is fully deep into corruption. People within the like government are fighting for all those shady call centers and all the money like laundering operations. Like they're fighting between themselves. And right now he's like that guy that is he just they put him on the home arrest and he's sitting like nothing happened. Like everyone that is getting arrested, like in Russia, people like, do you track the shit that happening? Got replaced? Like how many fucking arrests are there?
Repeat the last sentence. You repeat the last sentence. You disappeared for a while.
Sorry. Do you track the
see?
Shit? Yeah. Do you track the shit that's happening in Russia, like with Ministry of Defense and all that shit?
Yes.
After Shoigu got replaced,
Yeah.
Like
Ernest Goodwin, Valdeberries. Yeah.
Yeah, like people getting arrested. People are getting like real like jail times. In Ukraine, there was a statistic that out of the people that got arrested for corruption, only 7% got jailed. So everyone else just got bailed out.
I have another question to why. Maybe I don't know. Did you ask your sources for the foreign mercenary if the numbers are as promoted? Because I always thought that the Russian exaggerate a bit the numbers of the mercenary. But if you said they are confident they can beat the Ukrainian, it implies that they are in big numbers. But did you ask about that, or do you have an idea about that?
No, so I'm not saying that they can overthrow the whole country. I'm saying that they are unique, because you have to understand the foreign legions. There is a lot of legions. Like Nikki is from the special force. They are working under the defense intelligence. It's separate from the army. It's a separate unit, separate thing. They are the elites of the elites. They get everything. They have everything also. So they don't do suicide missions. They will reject missions if they think it's stupid. So they don't die easily. So they are totally different, and they are very well trained, super well trained. They are the best trained troops. And then you have also the other foreign fighter groups. You have your Chechens, then you have your Georgian Legion. You have these are all separate. I don't think they will work together anyway. And there's a chance that but the key point is that nobody can force them to do anything, because they are so well armed. They are the best fighters in Ukraine. You can't force anyone to do anything if they are so well trained. Who are you going to send in Ukraine? You don't have elite troops anymore. Most of the elite troops is like they died, or they are part of the Azov Brigade, which is also not that as well trained as it was before. So if they clash head on, these special forces is going to wipe them out. This is what I'm trying to say. Mehdi.
Well, one thing I'd like to bring up, and we talked about this before, is whenever you use mercenaries, one of the problems becomes that commanders figure out they can make money off of dead men by not reporting them as dead. So they keep on collecting the salary. They leave them as on the active roster, but in fact, these people don't exist whatsoever. And I wonder how much of that is going on at this time. I don't know, Wyatt, if you've heard of it, but Toby would know, this is the oldest dodge going through fucking the history of warfare since mercenary division units existed.
So the rumors I heard from Nikki was that many of the Ukrainian troops may not even know that they have combat pay. Like, they have a base salary, and then they have combat pay. So combat pay based on how many days you went at war, at the front line and fighting. So a lot of these soldiers, the mobilized troops or whatnot, they may not even actually know what they are actually going to get paid. And then the money just get stolen from them from a different part of the hierarchy, like, because they don't know. And
it's
then
not rumors, by the way.
Yeah. I mean, I have to say rumors because I'm DPA. I cannot just say it's true. So the thing is that then there could be a case where they know, but they still don't get it. There are people who they're not, like I heard, they're not supposed to operate more than 20 days at the front line every month. So it's like 20 out of 30 days. But then sometimes because of lack of manpower, lack of rotations, they still fight beyond that. If you fight beyond that, there's no pay beyond 20 days. There's only up to 20 days. So there's a lot of these kind of things that Nikki told me. But of course, I cannot corroborate. But I'm just saying that 100% a corrupted country is going to have a lot of corruption problems. So, and only the mercenaries, I think, is less affected by such things, because the mercenaries are mercenaries, you see. So, but even the mercenaries, they do get certain pays delayed. They have accounting problems. So I mean, this still happens, but yeah, but I don't think the situation is as bad as the Ukrainian soldiers are facing. So, Toby.
Yeah, I wouldn't put too much stock in the fighting power of the mercenaries in Ukraine, because every army marches on its stomach. You don't last very long without food and water, and no matter how good you are with shooting irons, if the population of Ukraine turn against the mercenaries, and if the armed forces of Ukraine turn against the mercenaries, they're going to have the dickens of a time getting out of that place. It's a big place. I've seen some stuff recently, like there was a YouTube video of a guy saying that, everybody record the names of the people that are going around press ganging people in the military, because when it's over, they're going to go visit all those people. Like, I think that the very presence of mercenaries in Ukraine and the fact that they are getting favorite treatment, this is going to do no favors for the regime in the long run. And I can see Zelensky and his folks being basically supported by mercenaries and nobody else, because it creates a division in the society. Every Ukrainian soldier must be asking why the mercenaries are getting the best equipment. The Ukrainians getting it. That's not a sustainable, that's not a sustainable scenario of the long term. And I think it must be eroding the morale of the general population. But I wanted to pivot. Like the operation in Kursk, I'm hearing conflicting things, but one thing that's consistent about the operation in Kursk is that there's horrendous losses, which kind of makes sense. Like you go on a big adventure into Russia and you don't take Moscow, you're going to suffer losses. That seems to be the thing. Why? Do you know which units are involved? Because I would have guessed that would have to be a lot of foreign mercenaries there. That they would have deployed a lot of their best soldiers into that offensive. It doesn't seem like the sort of thing where you could, ship a whole bunch of conscripts off into that adventure. And do you think that the losses in Kursk are going to seriously weaken the Ukrainian military potential? Because that seems intuitive to me, but I don't know.
I don't follow the units though, so I'm not so sure. But foreign fighters, I think only the initial part, I guess. I think the initial offensive, you're going to have a lot of foreigners. But no, when the front line is now so static, so rigid, I think the foreigners is going to all leave. Like they wouldn't be fighting this kind of attrition war, because now it's just static front line. So you don't waste your foreign fighters on static front line usually. They use foreigners are usually used for offensive operations. So that's why you see that Balaklia offensive, you have a lot of foreigners. I think even the Kherson offensive, there's a lot of foreigners. But yeah, so I think they may be, but I think by this point, maybe not so much. That's what I think. And but definitely it affects the combat capabilities. I'm planning to do a video where I want to see I want to show the frontline changes from the beginning to the end or to the current moment of the Kursk offensive. How much land Ukraine actually lose over the course of the Kursk offensive. I think that would be an interesting video. Vaughn.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I feel like down south, it's pretty obvious, they rotated a lot of the better troops, the foreign troops, or at least the elite troops, or the better equipped troops up north for the Kharkov crap, and then they had to gather all that stuff up for the Kursk incursion, which has gone nowhere for a month. I know you do those updates and you see these little yellow areas where the Ukrainians pushed. And it's like, so doesn't matter. The casualties are horrendous up there. But it's pretty obvious that they rotated a lot of conscripted troops down into the south, and that's why it's just opened up so much. They said it themselves, and then you've seen multiple reports about where the Russians watch the lines and they watch where the units rotate out, and then wherever the unit rotated out from is where the point of attack is, and they've used that to great advantage over the last month, and a lot of other times, but especially down there. So, I think that's the problem. They don't really have any good troops left where they are. They're stuck. Yeah, they can keep moving them around, but then they get hit in between on the way there, and then they get hit once they get there to save the day. And like Toby said before, and everybody else said, you can't keep doing that. They're going to run out of people, and you're stretching them out, doing the rubber band thing all over the place. Go ahead, Nika.
Yeah, just want to raise a point about this. Aside of a crazy provocation from the Ukrainian to the Russian, is there anyone here think that there is Zelensky have any other idea in his winning plan? Because personally, I think the only plan he has is to provoke Russia in a way to retaliate. So, Begari, then Modi.
Yeah, of course. The only winning plan is to involve NATO in the war. Like, it's pretty simple. Like, they want to provoke Russia to use preferably nuclear weapons on Ukraine. So NATO has to respond. Like, that's the plan. There is no other plan. Just wanted to.
Why would
to
NATO
add-
respond? Why would NATO respond to nuclear weapons being used against a non-NATO country? Where in the NATO agreement does it say anything about a nuclear umbrella, let alone a nuclear
Well, I
umbrella
think they're
defending
saying
non-NATO?
they've made a calculation that they think that they're included in that or that applies to them.
I don't
This is
think.
fascinating because, like, there's not even a nuclear umbrella for NATO countries. There's nothing in the NATO agreement that says that anybody has to fight if a NATO country is attacked. I mean, yeah, they get together and they have a talk, but it's
Okay,
not like it's the automatic thing. And so, for a non-NATO country, there's actually like no mechanism at all by which a NATO member could then go to the others and say, "Hey, we're obligated to fight here." It's like it's got nothing to do with NATO.
Maybe not NATO. Maybe not NATO. Like, I'm telling you the plan. The plan is for Russia to provoke Russia for some drastic measures. Maybe nuclear. Maybe some bombing of the carpet bombing of the cities or some shit. Don't matter. Like, the plan is to create the outcry so big that oh, we need to involve. We need to get involved. We need to get involved. That the train will be running so fast that you cannot stop it. Like, that's the point. Like, to create the such an outcry that you cannot say, oh, we don't care about Ukraine, because you were saying for a long time that you will support Ukraine till the end, and now Ukraine is such a dire strait that you need to support them. Like, that's the plan. Like, the same as Israel is.
People in Ukraine actually believe that, like, people in the West care about them and will go fight for them. They actually believe that shit.
Well,
Not
Toby,
really, but
Zelensky is
it doesn't
traveling
matter.
to the United States to propose this before the UN this week. You know, the fact that he's leaving the country at this point in time makes me laugh, because I wonder what the chances are he'll even go back, or if he doesn't get interdicted on the way. But
the plan is the same.
They're keeping the show on the road as far as that goes. You know, it's all just theater, and it's
The plan
stupid
is
because
basically
it's
the
just
same
more
as.
people are dying.
Sorry.
The
plan is
plan
basically the
is
same
what
as
created
Netanyahu.
based on promises from the West. Basically, that's what the Ukrainian leadership believes. That nobody cares what people believe. Okay, Toby. Nobody cares what people believe. It's what leadership believes, which is what Bigri explained previously. It's what leadership believes, not what population. Nobody cares for population, especially when you hear that Zelensky's plan kind of involved like a Russian population suffering, just like Ukrainian population suffering, so that Russian will rebel against their leadership. I mean, when you consider that talk from Zelensky, like, so are you expecting your own population to rebel against you as you expecting from a Russian population? I mean, it's just crazy lunatic.
They will pull out at 0.5 because of nuclear threat.
Yeah, but there's a rumor within the Russian leadership about what's going on with this his plan and Zelensky's plan and these detonations of the arsenal in Tver region. Is it Krasnodar over there? Torpets arsenals, like two arsenals near the city exploded. They already, at the moment of explosion, they started the rumors about nuclear radiation being risen in Nordic countries, as if saying, there's in a storage there was nuclear arsenal and exploded. There was a nuclear explosion, and that's why the radiation raised in Sweden and Finland because of that. So you see, we poked Russian bear there was a nuclear explosion in Russia, and there's no response. So NATO, you're free to go in, and there will be no response. That's
If I
what
can quickly,
how
hang on.
rumor goes, right? That
Euro,
Zelensky
like
plan is.
there's a super chat that just came up, and it said that like if that Article 5 will be triggered. Like this is what I meant. They will pull up Article 5 because of nuclear threat. With all due respect to ASCII 66, he hasn't read Article 5. He should go. It's not hidden. He can go find it. That Article 5 does not say, right, that an attack on a non-NATO country creates anything at all. In fact, Article 5 says that if there is an attack on a NATO member, right, even then there's not an automatic response. What Article 5 says that if there is an attack on a NATO member, then everybody will do whatever they think is best. They'll get together, they'll have a chat, and then so this is what I mean. Like there's a disconnect here. There's a real
right.
Well,
the plan is
yeah, but here's the
based
thing.
on promises, not on what's going to happen.
People keep talking about Article 5. They keep talking about the fact that something could happen to Ukraine that would trigger NATO. Clearly, there's this delusion. It's either a delusion that Ukraine is part of NATO, which it isn't, right? And the other thing is there's a delusion about what NATO is as well. NATO is not a military defensive alliance that automatically goes to war and puts command of everybody's troops under one commander in the event of an attack. Even if Russia were to attack NATO member countries like the Baltic states, it doesn't necessarily trigger.
That's propaganda.
Toby,
that's
to back up
that's
your point, though,
that's a message
Article
from
5
NATO to Ukrainians. That's how it's promoted. As Article 5 is definite cooperative attack on, in case of the attack. That's what it's promoted. That's how NATO promotes it as beneficial to anyone who joins NATO. That's what they do in order to present it to Zelensky. That's what's going to happen. That's why he bases on that promotion, on that messaging from NATO, from the Europe, from US. That's the messaging. That's why people believe in such delusion, think that's real, not what's going to happen, right? Not reality, but the messaging. That's all the propaganda that we are flashed on with in Europe, in US, in rest of the world, in order to create the Zelensky belief to that he's going to be helped by NATO. That's why.
To back up Toby's point is that Article 5 is not a death sentence for a country that it must go to war, even if it's against its own interest. I mean, it doesn't make sense if a country was forced to go to war with, say, another NATO country. Then what? That's why Article 5 isn't the end-all, be-all, automatic switch, everybody goes to war for one country. It can't be. And that's all I wanted to say.
Am I next? Oh. Yeah, just to echo Toby's point. Yeah, all Article 5 means is they're going to get together and meet, and very little else. And ASCII, to follow up on your second super chat that you said that, well, they declared Article 5 on Iraq. Well, yeah, there's a difference. They wanted to go into Iraq. They don't want to go into Russia, and that's the difference. Go ahead, Gary.
Yeah, I just wanted to say to Toby, like, NATO doesn't need to do anything. Like, the plan is the same as the plan from Netanyahu, for example, with all this shit in Lebanon. They want to provoke the war, so they are on the defensive, like, basically, and they're in such a dire strait that USA comes and helps them. Like, they want to, like, Netanyahu clearly wants you to involve United States into Middle East conflict. Yeah, the same is with Zelensky. He wants Russia to do something that bad that NATO will look bad, and not even NATO, like individual countries, like United States will look bad if they don't get involved and help out their old big friend in Ukraine. Like, if Russia comes and like just starts to fucking nuke cities in Ukraine, how will United States look like? They will care about how they look on the global stage. That they will just abandon that. Like, so that's the plan from Zelensky, from Netanyahu. That's the plan. That countries will be in the corner and they will need to react. Like, so they will have to react some way. That's the plan. Not like invoke Article 5, all that bullshit, and NATO is obliged to do something. The plan is to like basically put them at the Rubicon River. Like, do you cross the river or not?
Just to add on what Toby said earlier on about Zelensky probably being propped up by mercenaries and foreigners and the other states, I probably agree with that. And I was waiting for front lines to collapse, and that's where we're probably going to see the end. But it looks more like what Maddie said, him leaving the country and not coming back, or even internally the Ukrainian population rising up against Zelensky. Because I think I came across something where Zelensky, the previous army chief, apparently not agreeing with the incursion in the northern side of Ukraine. So everybody else agree that we've got a different way of how this could be ending than just the normal front lines collapsing from the Russian side.
If I may answer real quick to that, and it's going to be brief, now I just forgot. Go ahead. Sorry.
I just have a quick point. Oh, okay. Mehdi, go ahead if you remember.
This would be a great opportunity to remove Zelensky and somebody internally to come in and take power over when he's not there, would it not? That was my question.
I just want to have a quick point. What Norris said about front lines.
I want to
about
follow
front
up
lines.
too before him.
Sure.
Go
Learn history. Learn First World War, and look at the front lines. For 3 years, they were in the same place, and then frontline collapsed. Germany surrendered in 3 months. Okay, just learn history. Frontline collapse is not linear. It's when it starts collapsing, it's exponential.
Yeah, good point.
Hey, I was just gonna say, just to Bigari's point, if go back to World War II and look at the Battle of Kursk, look what happened during the battle, and look what happened every day after that battle was over, the end of Germany. But I was gonna say the other thing. Shit, fuck.
Many diseases spreading. We need vaccine.
Oh,
We need vaccine.
Now, Maddie, just to follow up on your point about removing Zelensky, I think we're going to be hearing a lot more about Zelensky in the coming weeks and months. There was an article in Politico the other day where Zelensky pretty much blasted Zelensky on his stance, and some people are kind of speculating that maybe this is just an attempt by the West to start reintroducing Zelensky to the audience before they make a cast change. So shall we say? Go ahead, Bagari.
Just real quick. I remembered. I was gonna say. I mean, if you think about it, every time Zelensky leaves the country, it's usually as one of these offensives is wrapping up and failed. I mean, and Kursk is obviously in its failing stages. You know, the Southern Front's falling apart, and he's leaving the country. I mean, he's left the country before when things were bad and there was talk of coups and replacement. So that could be possible, but it could just be he kind of conveniently gets out of town for a tour of begging while the bad news comes in, and then maybe there's a shuffle when he gets back and new promises, and because he's got new money, maybe. So I kind of feel like he leaves town when there's bad news coming.
Yeah, I just wanted to say about Zelensky, like maybe West is taking bets on Zaluzhny, but he became completely irrelevant in Ukrainian politics since he resigned. Like he is not longer relevant to the like ordinary people. They forgot about him already. Like it was only like 8 months or 9 since he was fired, and he is no longer relevant to the people in Ukraine. So
do they feel like he checked out and ran away and left them behind? Is that it?
Like people like he's not in the news, first of all. So, and in the modern times, you need to be in the news to be relevant. And he's in Britain, and like only like one article, another article, and those articles are in Times or some other shit, Financial Times, Independent, blah blah blah. Who reads them in Ukraine? Like 1% of the population.
The only article I ever saw once he left Ukraine was him in a real nice suit in the fancy house, shaking hands with somebody when he started his job.
And another point is that a lot of people, like once said, consider him like he ran away. Like he's a soldier, and they declared him. By the way, so and he just became an ambassador in the UK.
Can you repeat that? You said they declared him, and then you dropped out a bit.
They declared him medically unfit to serve in the army. It's
doesn't he have like a pretty long history in the military though prior to the war in 2022?
What?
I said, doesn't he have like a pretty long service record prior to 2022?
Yeah, but as soon as he got fired, he declared he was declared medically.
But I'm just saying. I mean, he wasn't unfit to serve before that.
Yeah,
that's all I'm saying.
That's a good point to not go to the front line as a regular soldier. Like you can go and be ambassador in UK because you are medically unfit to serve. Like, and this is a good excuse for him to not be in the army. Like,
can I ask a specific question regarding Zaluzhny, and it pertains to his military conduct, more specifically the Zaporozhye offensive. For there, he had declared beforehand that he would need so many hundreds of tanks and this and that. He got crumbs, and yet he went full speed ahead in a right against fortified Russian lines, which ended up in a tremendous disaster. Likely, much of what we're seeing, the Russian progress, can be attributed to that failure. Like, is there a lot of are people cognizant or aware of that? Is that something that is levied as one of the a reason maybe for him to go away? Like he's what is the perception of Ukrainians for his disastrous failure over at Zaporozhye?
In Ukraine, it's presented slightly different. In Ukraine, it's presented as Zaluzhny was demanding all reserves on the South Front, and Zelensky was hell-bent on keeping the Bakhmut. So they diverted a lot of forces to Bakhmut to keep the fighting there for as long as possible, and those reserves were supposed to be at South Offensive. It wouldn't change much, but those are the narratives, like that Zaluzhny is still the those were the narratives before. Right now, no one talks about it, but at the time, the narrative was that Zaluzhny is still our military genius, and Zelensky was contradicting him and diverting resources to Bakhmut, and so Zaluzhny was hamstrung from the beginning.
So that is actually just more, egregious, because he already lacked pretty much everything he needed that he himself stated he need to succeed, and then they diverted even more troops. Like I would say, then you do not commence an offensive. Then that's the criminal thing. Like, is there any thought that there's nobody that are talking about that being kind of a criminal thing, having I don't know how many thousands of Ukrainians died absolutely needlessly, just getting hammered pummelously, mercilessly. Right?
How many Ukrainians died?
I think Norris had held his finger up. Yeah, but you have also
It doesn't matter. They also did the 8.5 with Iraq.
Sorry
Yeah,
for
just
the
quickly on
there.
that super chat. Just quickly on that super chat. I just looked it up. Anyone can look it up. That's factually wrong. I don't mean to pick on ASCII, but Article 5 was not invoked. NATO had absolutely nothing to do with the Iraq. The only time in history, there's only been once that Article 5 was invoked, and that was after September 9/11, the attack on the US. So,
And it
like,
was for Afghanistan, not
it's a
US.
strange thing. People believe strange things about NATO and Article 5. It was not. It had nothing to do with it. But anyway,
I mean, think about it. You get the,
Thank God,
It's-
no win
you
on
get
the
the
panel.
coalition of the
NATO clown.
willing, which is all NATO.
I
Pretty
think
much.
I think it was Morris's turn because he held the finger up after me, and there was no one else then. So I think it's Norris's turn.
Just to add on what Bikari said, I get the part where his solution is probably irrelevant and out of the picture. But at the same time, I'm thinking there could be a situation where he's taken out of the picture and put sort of like in a cooler box to be propped up later on. And if you look around, if everything is done to look out for who are we going to prop up, he suddenly looks like the most convenient one to be put up there. And then because wasn't there a talk that he was challenging Zelensky for popularity at some point, and that's probably why he also got. But I'm just
not
thinking.
disputing that. I'm not disputing that. Like next Ukrainian president will be like if Ukraine like in those borders Ukraine will survive, will be the one that the West wants to install. Like it doesn't matter like what Ukrainian people think.
There's a reason why the West kept. There's a reason why the West has kept Zelensky in Britain all this time. They're marinating him for the time that they need him. Why else would you keep him around other than the fact that maybe he knows too much so you can control him? So he's an asset that I think they plan to use against Zelensky this round, because what is Zelensky going to go and do in front of the UN and say, hey, look, we're winning, fellas? No, they're going to want to change the narrative somehow to make people think maybe there's hope. And what's the first thing you always do? Change the fucking leader. I think that Zelensky has been kept around for the purposes of what's about to happen.
Yep, agreed.
If it happens.
And Vaughn, adding on your part where you mentioned that every time there's a failed offensive or failed drama, it's the time he runs to the West. I was thinking more of every time he comes up with another genius idea to try and get more money is when he runs. And I think he was probably pushed for negotiation before the Kursk offensive, and then that was one of his last tickets to throw out and say, "Listen, I got another one in hand. You just gotta see what I'm gonna pull out of this one." And then look what happened. Now he probably has another one that he's gonna propose to the West again. But I think the West is also tired now. I think, or the United States or NATO at least, I think is tired, and negotiations should be coming up anytime soon. If
Well,
it's not the lines.
you've got the funding in the United States that's hung up right now because there's some add-ins to the bill, like the controversial, you can only vote if you're a citizen. You know, that's heinous. How dare, I should be able to vote for Zelensky, and Bagari should be able to vote for Kamala, But, that's being held up. So if that funding doesn't go through, that could cause problems with Ukraine too, because they could be counting on that. And that might be something he's doing, like, no matter how the election goes, he might be trying to go glad hand as many senators and stuff as he can to try to get some kind of guarantee that they'll get some money after Trump gets in. Who knows? I mean, he's always begging. I mean, they call him Big Lensky for a reason, and they make fun of it for a reason. And I just feel like things didn't go well again, so now he's got to go ask for more money. And like whoever just said that, he's got another plan. Trust him this time. Trust the plan. This time it'll work. Just give him another, 100 tanks and $100 million. I mean, he's talking about they're trying to get 51 M1 tanks from Australia. So maybe he does have something up his sleeve. Because 51 M1s will game change.
Yeah, we'll conquer Moscow, right?
We need those for the New Zealand project.
And the thing is I don't think Australia has that many M1s to begin with. I would think that's a fairly sizable donation.
Well, the Armored Corps are called koala bears because they don't leave Australia. That's pretty much been the doctrine. Like, we didn't send any armored troops to Iraq or Afghanistan. The Armored Corps pretty much are stuck at home, which they lament a lot.
But is Australia part of NATO?
No, we're not really near the North Atlantic.
But, I wondered about that because they had M1s and they obviously, during the height of the Cold War when everybody was spending money, they would have had probably at least maybe an armor brigade.
I just checked. Wait. I just checked Australian military equipments. They only have Abrams as their main battle tank. Only Abrams. And there's 59 of them. Only 59 Abrams
Oh
tanks.
my gosh. So you got a
entire
platoon left.
Australian military. You guys have lesser tanks than Singapore.
Jesus.
Australia is easy picking, man. China should invade it.
Of those 53, how much are actually
I think Taiwan is better defended
Why
than
invade
Australia.
when you can just
of those 53, how much are actually all completely together and combat ready at this point, realistically? And how the hell are you going to get them all the way to Australia to ports in Europe without Russia just interjecting and sinking them on the way? I mean, so far they haven't done it, but
it'll be an Australian ship with an Australian crew going to a Australian port, so it's all safe.
So I read the notes on the side. So the notes on the side say that they bought 59 Abrams to replace the Leopard 1s. So there must be some Leopard 1s lying around in Australia. So but that was long time ago, 2007. So they're gonna buy 75 more M1s Abrams, delivering from this year, but no idea when. Maybe they will never happen or next year because military delivery is always late. Yeah, Bigari.
Yeah, about Abrams, the talk is about that scrapped Abrams, not battle ready. So you need to understand that the talk about the scrapped Abrams tanks from Australia, the one that in the junkyard. That's the one Ukraine is asking for. That's
Australia don't have scrap Abrams. They only have scrap Leopard 1s as much.
Let me point out a problem. Let me point out a problem about this.
They probably didn't do the maintenance, and that's why they're
right. But what's going to probably what will happen is the single part that breaks down on most tanks will be missing from most of these tanks. You were in maintenance. That's the reason why they're sitting there as scrap, because they're just there for parts usage. So half of them are not even going to have the parts they need to start. They're just laying around for basically piles of junk that you use to replace your current fucking armored force with it. And if the part is breaking down, usually it means it's breaking down in multiple tanks and not just one. And that's what I mean. You'll have a bunch of tanks all missing the same thing because they all require the same part, which is known to break down, but nobody's fixed it yet.
Well, that's true.
The
But
reality.
I'm saying, if that's the case, they'll be parted out. But the thing is how many of those M1s that they've lost out? What is it, 31? And they've lost, I'm pretty sure, at least 20 for sure. I don't think any of those are recoverable, except for maybe the last couple. But that's debatable because that only depends if they recovered it before the Russians passed them. But all those tanks around Berdichi and everywhere else, none of those got recovered. So, I mean, I don't even know what they would use the spare scrap tanks for because, like you said, they're probably missing common pieces that the ones that are running would need. And the ones that are damaged or destroyed probably never got recovered anyway. So there's no reason to have those parts there. So I don't know. Maybe they're going to buy them, send them to the U.S., get them retrofitted there to the Ukrainian spec. That's the story, and then they'll send them. Because all those tanks that they sent, I would assume, I'll be done real quick, that they would have came out of one of the export stocks because there's a weld number on the side of the turret. It'll say like M1. It'll have a number, and it might say UA or something like that. So it's or DU. So it's it's depleted uranium. On all those Ukrainian tanks, that was changed to where it said UKR and had a number. So I have no idea what export version those are, other than they didn't have the armored skirts and stuff. So They could be going back to America to get retrofitted and then sent to Ukraine. You know, like the promise to all the other stuff that's going to come someday. Bagari.
Bakari,
I just wanted to finish my point. It doesn't fucking matter what tanks. It's all just PR. Like what Ukraine is good at is PR. Like, do you remember the peace formula? Do you remember the peace formula from Zelensky? Who talks about peace formula now? Now everyone talks about victory plan. Like, it's just another piece of shit in another like fucking. I don't remember the word in English. They just package the same shit in different color, like peace formula, victory plan. Ukraine loves like what you cannot say about Zelensky that is bad is a PR. Like they control the narrative. Like all this shit. Like 4 weeks ago, everyone was talking about 10-piece plan, 10-piece plan, 10-piece plan, 10-piece plan, 10-piece plan, 10-piece plan. Now everyone talks about victory plan, victory plan, victory plan, victory plan. All this shit doesn't matter. It's all for people with 90 IQ that read fucking paper, like newspaper in the morning and go to work and then read paper in the evening. They don't care. They just consume. Like we have the saying in the Soviet times. It was, don't read Soviet newspapers in the morning. Like the same comes to this shit. Like it's all talk, no substance. Like we spent like fucking 8-10 minutes talking about Abrams, and they don't change anything. Like it's just talking points. Yeah, Nika.
Oh, just I have a comment then Shadow. The fact that saying that a lot of people say it's shitty tanks, it's not good tanks they can get. It's just a talking point so they don't get. Because the tanks that I watch a lot of videos deciphering the equipments and the material that the Abrams and the other tanks that Ukraine had, and it's very decent tanks. It's just it didn't perform very well because the kind of the war is it's not a tank to tank war, and just saying that so it doesn't in fact affect the sales and the companies that make them. That's it. But they get a good tanks and decent equipments. That's why I wanted to say Shadow.
You're muted.
I just wanted to add something about the disabled vehicle on the battlefield. Today, with the FPV drone, I think if an armored vehicle or a high-value target in the battlefield is disabled, it's going to be destroyed by a lot of FPV drones that are going to make sure that the other side could not take away the wreckage, basically, and repair it. Okay, so I think the idea of repairing left disabled vehicle on the battlefield is something of the past. Today, with the FPV drone, if the tank is disabled in 5 minutes, it's going to become just a big spill of metal scrap.
Toby, don't worry, King Charles will save Australia.
I would like to respond to that directly. Although that drones, yes, they are a threat to the tanks. We really don't know how effective they are across an entire battlefield and how much numbers they exist and actually affect operations. They obviously work when they hit, but that's all you see. So I've said this over and over again. We need to know more about what is the actual effectiveness of a drone, dependent upon operations in all various types of conditions. I mean, are they going to be effective in the snow when there's a blizzard coming down, where their optical range is going to be limited if it's not thermal? You know, and thermals are very expensive. You can't really use them to be, just trash, throw away, blow up the tank drones. I mean, thermal units are expensive. So, I understand it. It's not that the drones are not a threat. It's just that we also are discounting. We don't really know much about Russian EW and how it is affecting their operations and how is it dealing with these things as well. There's a lot of. I'm an old tanker. I know I'm biased, but there's a lot of unknowns out there that need to be considered before we just throw everything and say, well, drones just caused everything to not need to exist anymore. That's I think too far of a stretch.
The fact that we are seeing the fiber optic drones is a sign that there are things that we cannot see on video footages that affected the Russians to cause them to use fiber optics. It's like such a cumbersome way to drive a drone, right? You don't have a wire, and then that means you cannot anyhow fly. You cannot do circling. You have to go direct to target, and they use it. You use it anyway. So there is a sign. I think it's Shadow V, right?
Yes, I agree with you, Mehdi. We don't have an assessment of the efficiency of the drone on the battlefield. I agree with that. But what I'm saying is that when you have the video of a disabled vehicle, most of the time there is two kinds of drone. You have the recon drone with high-tech sensor and infrared, and it's not a usable drone. It's the drone is going to combat this drone, but then it's going to be able to be used as a targeting system for all the very cheap drone, who is going to disable to make sure that the disabled vehicle is becoming a wreckage. I think we have to make the distinction between the two kinds of drone: the recon drone and the basically one-shoot drone.
All right.
Loris?
Thanks. I'll just quickly come in and ask something, and then I'll quickly get on to something else. Those the one where the Western countries were deliberating whether to use long-range cruise missiles on Russia, and I think the red line from or the reply from Putin and Russia was that will make the Western countries part of the war. I was wondering what was he thinking, or Russia or Putin thinking? What would their reaction be if they decided to use the long range cruise missiles? Is he hitting them directly, or is he just hitting maybe ships that are in the ocean? And then I don't know how much I missed about the banning of Russian TV and African channels and so on. I thought I'll give my perception of what happened. The Russian TV that was on, it's a satellite TV that we have, and a lot of the African countries have it, so it's almost a monopoly, and that's where we get all our different channels from movie, sports, and news, BBC, CNN, and then RT, Al Jazeera. And then one day I wake up and RT is gone, and I couldn't understand. And then yesterday I found out there's a French company or a French guy bought the majority stake in this monopoly that African countries are watching, and then that's how they got the power to remove RT, and now it's the African Stream channel that's removed from Instagram and YouTube, and it's an amazing thing from African young people, putting out content, and then suddenly Biden goes up and says it's Russian propaganda. It's like I saw a bunch of clips that's about my country, and it's exactly as how we understand our history. So how is that Russian propaganda? Just because it's opposite of what they believe, and it's like, so I don't know if you guys talked about that much, but yeah, about the Russian response. I don't know. What do you guys think? What's his response or the Russian response going to be if they use it? Toby, you can go, and then maybe
Yeah. So really quickly, it's very interesting about the long-range weapons attacking Russia, because it's, the thing is, Russia doesn't necessarily need to respond in that theater. We saw that the Houthis launched a hypersonic against Israel. To me, that's a very clear warning of what is in store if NATO escalates the war in Ukraine and starts striking Russia. Russia doesn't benefit escalating the conflict on its own borders, it would almost certainly respond in other theaters, particularly in the Middle East, but also in Africa. And the fact that the West is so concerned about what Africans think, that tells you something, right? It tells you that the West is concerned that Russia will respond in a different theater. I think that like the escalation that would occur is almost certainly going to be in the Middle East and in Africa. I don't see Russia changing its strategy at all. Their strategy in Ukraine seems pretty clear. Keep your front lines short, keep your eye on the game. The name of the game in the Ukraine conflict for Russia is to kill Ukrainian servicemen, and particularly foreign fighters. They're not out to conquer territory, right? They haven't got their eye on a specific city, right? Their aim is to degrade Ukrainian military potential by killing soldiers and destroying equipment. If they feel that there's an escalation because of long-range strikes into Russia, I think the response is going to be in the Middle East and it's going to be in Africa. And I think that that's where Russia can hurt the OECD nations by causing a lot of damage to the economic potential in those places. And I think that that's a concern for the West too. Otherwise, why would they bother banning RT in Russia? So, yeah, I think that to answer that, yeah, I think we can see an escalation, but I don't think it will necessarily be in Ukraine. I think it'll be somewhere else. And again, you know, the Houthis having a hypersonic, that's interesting.
Well, this is what I've read. And I've read this in 3 different sources, and they're all pretty good, so take it for what you will. But my understanding from the various places I've read was that Keir Starmer was in the U.S. because they had already agreed to use the long-range weapons, and that's why he was there. He was there to actually sign some agreements. The Russians back-channeled to the Americans, and they basically said, if you guys sign this deal and if you guys agree to go forward with it, we've identified these targets that we're going to hit, and we're ready to do that. And then Biden backed down. So take that for what it's worth. It's been reported in multiple places. So, but obviously I wasn't there, so I don't know if it's true. However, if you do look at the footage from Biden and Starmer, that was the day that Biden went all loopy and started yelling at reporters and stuff. He was clearly in a bad mood. So, you know, you start connecting the dots, and I kind of think that there might be some truth to that. Go ahead, Mehdi.
Well, I'll just make a statement that is a fact. There are Russian naval vessels stationed off the shores of Cuba right now. Why do you think they're there? To make sure the United States feels it the next time if they go the extra mile, if the Russians choose to do that. Because there's nothing, you know, we don't know what they're loaded with, but we do know they're loaded with missiles. And we've seen the capabilities they have with proven technology already against U.S. equipment. You know, our shores are not as secure as Americans think they are. And that's a problem. And I feel like some heretic for saying it, but unless we recognize the problem, we're never going to fucking fix it. You know? And that's where we're at right now. Americans got to start thinking that what happens in Ukraine could actually affect us right here on our own fucking shores. And Russia's making sure to let us know that by stationing vessels right off the coast of Cuba. Can't be any more explicit than that.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Toby said that Russia will like escalate in Middle East. Don't think so. Like supplying weapons, yes. Direct involvement, no. Like people tend to overestimate how powerful Russia is right now. Like, because people don't like Western politics and they take Russia's side. Like, we need to be a little bit more objective. Russia doesn't have resources to open up and be involved in another conflict. Like, Ukraine is draining Russia resources as it is. maybe not draining like to the terminal extent like Ukrainian resources, but it's still a burden. So Russia doesn't want to be involved in any escalation outside of Ukrainian conflict. They just want to be done with this shit, and maybe not as soon as possible, because they can take a year, maybe 2 years, but they don't want to be involved in directly in like Syria, where they have troops stationed on the ground, and they are dealing with Ukrainian GRU is dealing with Syrian terrorists and attacking Russian bases with drones. That's another story. Russia doesn't want that. Russia wants to be cozy and home and just fight in one war. Like, they don't want escalation. They can give weapons, but that's the gist of it.
What
Like,
about
the-
Africa? They're in Africa. I don't know. I think that
Africa.
You're
okay.
right that they don't want to bite
Please,
off more
I'm
than they
talking.
can chew. Okay, go ahead.
In Africa, there is African Corps of Wagner forces. It's not Russia. It's Wagner forces.
Yeah. Okay. Well, you didn't let me ask my question because I know that. What I'm saying is that the Russians don't want to bite off more than they can chew, and they can take a look at where they can fight a war on the cheap. Like maybe Syria was considered a war on the cheap a little bit. What's going on in Africa, because it's not the legitimate Russian army, that's a little bit of a war on the cheap. But I think you're right that they're not going to want to actually do a full-blown, full-scale war. That's what I was going to say.
Yeah,
No
no one think. Just one thing. No one think that Russia will involve directly in the Middle East or something like this. But of course, it will spread too much. But it's a leverage. They are using it as a leverage. For example, the message that the Houthis sent to the West on behalf of Russia is very, very convincing. It's a very good leverage with, like, not very expensive for the Russians. The fact that they can provide weapons, highly advanced weapons, to U.S. enemies and Israel enemies is a very, very convincing card for the Russians.
Yeah,
You need to understand that back channels between Russia and Israel, they don't see as allies on paper, but the contacts between Russia and Israel are constant. There is deep ties between Russia and Israel. Why do you think Russian soldiers are not injured in any fucking attack of Israel on Syrian territory? Because they are informed in advance. Russia doesn't want to be seen as supporting weapons that harm Israel. Because maybe
what about that airplane? So there have been times where the Israelis have targeted Russians in Syria. It's usually been de-escalated, but it's happened.
I'm fascinated that Bagari thinks that Russia is on its knees and is weak and is too weak to project power. Like,
I'm just realist. I'm just realist. I'm not fucking building up Russia as some fucking Goliath.
But look, Bulgari, you're
the
missing
thing
the
is,
fact
Russia
that
is a bit of a Goliath, right? And it's the thing is, Russia has a military-industrial complex. Russia sells a lot of weapons. They used to sell a lot more, and they're probably going to sell a lot more now that their weapons are being sort of like proven on the battlefield.
Yes.
So it's not just a defensive action here. Like,
but you
Russia
need to
has
understand
export markets
the juggling.
to encourage.
The juggling, political juggling. Like, they don't want to be seen as sponsoring terrorists.
But again, Bagari, I would refer you to the data I put up earlier. You know, like this idea that Russia can't project power, that Russia is fully occupied. Russia is spending an order of magnitude less of its GDP on this conflict in Ukraine than Ukraine. They are not, on a war footing.
And they don't want to spend more.
Sure, they don't want to spend more because they don't want to affect their economic growth. That's the key point, right? So Russia can project power. We saw that in Syria. Because, this is an interesting point about NATO. NATO talks about defeating Russia, right? NATO couldn't even defeat Syria. Think about that, right? NATO basically surrounds Syria. Turkey is in NATO. Israel is in NATO. NATO controls Iraq, right? Syria was literally surrounded by NATO, and NATO couldn't even take out Syria, right, because of Russia. So the idea that Russia is going to collapse because of Ukraine, it borders on the realm of fantasy.
Toby, I didn't say that they are going to collapse. I said that they don't want to stretch the resources even more. Like they are satisfied with what they are doing right now, and they don't want to do anything more.
Why do you say that? How do you know that they don't want to export a lot more weapons, grow their military industrial complex, and become more powerful?
They would like to export weapons to the recognized countries, not Houthis, for example. Houthis are not recognized. Like there was a story that United States were asking Houthis to stop the terror in the Red Sea in order to in favor for recognition of the Houthi government over Yemen. Yeah, they are not recognized internationally. Russia is dealing like old good-fashioned politics, not like we will arm terrorists. No, maybe through the back channels, yes, not officially. And if somebody will recognize that Houthis are firing Russian missiles or some shit, Russia doesn't want that.
Well, Houthis aren't terrorists. Houthis are the law in Yemen. Houthis overthrew the Saudi Arabian dude, and they're now the official people in Yemen. It's not.
No one said that there is a cargo ship from Russia that will go to the Houthis. Of course, Iran will be the mediator, and they can even listen. It's the message get through. Even with one missile, the message gets through.
You need to understand that technology is clearly recognizable. It's if it's Russian technology, people will know.
I know they can. I know, but they cannot prove that the Russians give the Houthis the missiles. It's the Iranians. Okay, officially it's the Iranians, but we know that Russian approved that deal. So I think it's a very powerful card. Even when you escalate too much on the Russian, when you pressure too much the Russian government and put it in a corner, of course, yeah, they will use that.
I just want to say the last point, and then Mehdi can talk. You are really oversimplifying how this shit works. That we will give them weapons and they will fire. It doesn't work like that in the international. It's not that simple. That they are impacting us, so we will give weapons to their enemies, and it's just that. It's not that easy. You will need to jump through a lot of hoops to make that work.
Okay, Maddie, go.
Talking about projection of power and the ability of Russia right now not wanting to, I'd like to point out that Russia just did a huge naval deployments in both the East and the Pacific Fleet and also the Atlantic Fleet. As far as I know, they're still out to sea at this point. Okay, if you want to go to war with somebody, or if you had to at any point in time, your enemy just stole the march on you because they're already out and deployed and you are still sitting back. There's far more levels to this that America would have to fight for just to try to get any more shit into the Ukraine. I think people are not recognizing that this is the dynamics of this war are going to change to the point where Russia is not just going to allow weapon shipments to come in that they have to kill in Ukraine. It's simpler to kill them in transit. And I don't know if this is true, but did they not just take out a naval vessel that was considered under a non-combatant, but was actually transporting weapons to Ukraine?
From what I understand,
they just did this, I believe.
It. Yeah, from what I understand, it was
either way, they did it. They did it. That's a whole new level of the war just opened up right there. Now they're into interdiction of weapons.
Can someone share with me the story about this sinking of whatever ship or the weapons to Ukraine?
A couple days ago,
yeah.
couple days ago, the Russians sank a transport ship that was apparently transporting weapons to Ukraine. That was about the extent of the story.
Yeah, from what I
Where
understand,
happened?
From what I understand, it
It was somewhere in the Black Sea.
Yeah, in the Black Sea, and I don't know if it was transporting, but I was given to believe that it was they were storing rockets and like equipment there, thinking that it was a safer spot than the Russians are going to bomb somebody else's vessel, but the Russians are like, we know where those missiles are and we will bomb them, and so they did that, and that happened around the time when they said that they weren't going to give Ukraine the okay to fire long-range missiles into Russia. So it could be that was part of the reason that they could see that the Russians really did escalate. They didn't just talk about whatever; they actually did sink somebody else's ship. So yeah, I don't know how to say. I don't like. I'm not a ship person, so I don't know the different kinds of ships and stuff. But it was some kind of a cargo vessel. What I was gonna say, I was really quickly wanted to kind of challenge Bigari a little bit, because there's a lot of places for the Russians to escalate, right? The Russians can escalate in a lot of ways where it doesn't, where they would be in a position to actually want to make it look like they're the ones that gave the weapons, for instance, right? You don't have to give the weapons to Hamas. You can give them to the Houthis. That the Houthis aren't a terrorist organization, right? There's places for them to escalate like laterally. So if the Russians believe, which they've said this already, right, that it's when there's an ATACMS missile being fired, it's Americans firing that missile, or Brits. When there is a Storm Shadow missile being fired, it's Americans or Brits that are partially responsible for that, and they have to give the okay, and they have to take topography and satellite data from the Americans in order for them to be able to thread the needle and do all this other stuff. So what the Russians are saying, like, you guys are directly attacking us. Like that's their point of view on this thing. So yeah, the Houthis can launch a Kinjal, or I guess they can't launch a Kinjal, they can launch an Iskander or wherever into wherever it can reach, try to hit a ship or whatever, and it could say made in Russia, and the Russians wouldn't care, because they're trying to really make it look like they're escalating to some degree. Go ahead, Shidoi.
I've heard that Russia has non-military means to harm the West, US.
Yes, exactly.
US still needs certain raw materials from Russia. Can some give more details?
I'd love to. But
the good example and the detail would be about uranium. Uranium for USA come mostly from Canada and Kazakhstan/Russia. The /Russia is because Kazakhstan just extract raw minerals, and these raw minerals go to Russia. They are transformed and then sent to US. So basically, if you are in USA, your main power, if it comes from nuclear power plant, is coming from maybe half of it from Kazakhstan/Russia uranium.
Yeah, and not only that, but think about undersea cables. They've been paranoid about the Russians cutting undersea cables ever since the 90s. I've been hearing about it. It's still on the table. There's a lot that could do.
Bigori is right, Rusky, in doing shit. Stop coping.
Sorry for the late super chat again, ASCII.
I wanted to point out that thank you for the super chat and for referencing my name. The thing about uranium, there are some other options that I would just like to add for the Americans, and that is through the French corporation Orano. Sorry, folks. Because they have actually several uranium mines in Namibia in particular. That's considered a fairly sizable one, which has quite a lot of deposits, and it has been active, been put on hold until uranium prices rose. But it has been maintained all the time. This means that while it has been incurring expenses, the corporation Orano have found that those maintenance expenses to be worth it, because it is that much more to gain once you open it. So this is something where the United States could actually acquire, because Orano is not really truly restricted from uranium, as far as I know, regarding the Sahelian Confederacy yet. So there may be a surplus there for them to, but how much is that compared to what the United States would need? I do not know. I just thought it might be an interesting factor or relevant factor at least. Shadowy or I think Shadowy because you probably know. I know you know a bit about Orono, and then
Oh
Big
yes,
Daddy.
I just wanted to add something about Orono. The next big thing that Orono is doing about uranium production, and I think it concerns basically most of the Western country, is in Mongolia. In Mongolia, they find a large deposit of uranium, and Orono is involved in a giant project. Basically, it's going to replace all the African production for Orono. But in Mongolia, you are under the supervision of China and Russia, so is it a good idea?
Yes, go ahead, Bulgari.
Okay, let's talk about how easy it is to escalate from sitting on the couch, and then let's talk about geopolitics. Russia and China are not friends; they're strategic rivals. The fact that Russia and China right now are pushed together is convenient both to Russia and to China. Russia, they are fighting for the same things in the same places: Africa, Central Asia, same trade.
India.
You need to understand that Russia sooner or later, Russia and the West will need to make amends because they are strategic partners. And escalating and severing relationships to no return is not in the fucking interest of Russia. They want to keep the relations as good as possible through the back channels, and all these fucking dreams, wet dreams of escalation, Russian missiles firing at Israel or some shit, it never going to happen. You need to understand that in 10 years, Germany and Europe will start trading with Russia again, and Russia and China will start separating. It's just geopolitical fucking fact. You just need to learn history, learn how geopolitics works, and you will see that. And severing relationships to like point of no return will never work. That's all.
So let's play out this scenario. How will Russia and China drift apart in 10 years? Like, I understand, I agree with you that eventually Europe and Russia will eventually come together and form some sort of relationship, trading relationship. I get that. But how would Russia move away from China or vice versa? Like, how does that scenario play out?
Right now, Russian economy is through the sanctions and all that shit. They need to learn how to produce own shit. And then when they will produce own shit, they need to offload that shit to other countries, to trade, to send own products to other countries, and other countries need to buy them. Who is biggest manufacturer in the world? China.
China. Yep.
It will be competition. It is inevitable. And all the trade routes, Kazakhstan is a big, no one talks about Kazakhstan or Turkmenistan or Uzbekistan or Tajikistan or any stan. It's a big fucking playground between Russia and China for the power play. And people don't understand that. But Russia and China in that region are fucking enemies, not friends. They are fighting over Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan about the trade routes. Same like people talk about, oh, Russia and China, the new Silk Road, blah blah blah. Yeah, they are working on that shit together, but they are fighting in another country against each other. Like it's not that easy. Like people love to simplify. What?
Where are they fighting? Where are Russia and China fighting? Where are they
in
fighting?
Kazakhstan, for example, they are fighting really hard. And China right now is winning there. China right now is winning
influence. There. He means a battle of influence, not a physical fight.
Of course.
So how do you see the SCO shaping up? So you think the SCO is just like a total fabrication? The Shanghai Cooperation Organization that unites
all these fucking organizations, they are okay, like we are friends there, blah blah blah. We are working together, but we are working against each other in that country. We are working against each other in that
You
country.
mean when you say working against each other? Do you mean like when America blows up Nord Stream and cripples the economy of a NATO ally? Do you mean that kind of conflict, or do you mean a different kind of conflict?
No, Toby. I'm talking about good
India
old
and
fashioned.
China is no, you just
Good old fashioned.
BRICS.
Good old fashioned
So you just look
politics
at-
and economic relations. Sorry, White. Sorry, White. Yeah, go on.
No, if you look at BRICS, you just look at India and China. Their diplomatic relationship is at historic low. They're not even talking to each other. No, they don't talk to each other directly at all. Like they don't talk at all. India and China. So, but they're in BRICS. So that is the situation right now. Like it is possible, to be in BRICS at the same time, but you're actually antagonistic to each other. Shadow V.
I agree with that nothing is going to last forever. So the partnership between China and Russia is not going to last forever. That's obvious. But I think that the Western world put so much pressures on these two countries that the partnership is going to last for at least 20 or 30 years because of the Western pressures. Except if the Western world basically destroys himself and go down very quickly. Then you have another issue because the two big winners of this conflict is maybe going to try to fight between themselves to basically take the what would be the west of the world, basically. Okay, but if you have a powerful USA, you are going to have the partnership between China and Russia. And today, USA is still powerful, and I don't think USA is going down for at least 20 or 30 years. So the partnership is going to continue for at least a few decades.
So I want to say that the point of kind of openly challenging the open dollar, the U.S. Dollar hegemony, right? Openly challenging the U.S. dollar hegemony, and trying to create new institutions that are an alternative to institutions that are Western-led, and everything from the IAEA to the whatever bank, the World Bank, all that stuff, right? World Health Organization. The point of trying to create alternative institutions to those things is because the Russians and the Chinese understand, right, as well as the Indians and everybody else, they understand that this is not you're not going to be able to that they're not friends, right? That this is a approach for national interests, and it's trying to take these competitions, right? Let's say, for example, the competition for influence in Kazakhstan, right? It's like trying to take that and move that competition to a different realm where we're not blowing up each other's pipelines, because what they're looking like, even if the Chinese and the Russians are going like, we have to cooperate on, Siberia or something, but in the end, we want to cut the choice parts with the natural resources for ourselves, and so are the Chinese are going to want to do that too. Everybody understands that, and nobody is so naive to think that, oh my goodness, we thought that Russia and China were best friends, and all of a sudden it turns out that they have different national interests. Even Israel and America have different national interests, and they compete about that here in the U.S. politics. So that nobody is that naive. People are thinking of it like in terms of you're trying to like basically create an alternative legitimate structure outside of what kind of currently exists because of the double standards of Western-led institutions, right? Like the International Atomic Agency still never admitted that it was Ukraine that was bombing the nuclear power plant. What is that? What do you call that? If there was an objective nuclear, organization like that, that was the first thing that they would have to say, right? So that's captured, and that's not in the interest of anybody, not in China's, not in anybody's. Go ahead, Nanya.
Well, just to follow up on your point, because I agree with you, I think that a lot of us here, like the last 35 years or so, hasn't been the norm, you know, where the international community led by the United States is all supposed to come together and agree on everything that the United States says that they need to agree on and then go implement. That's effectively been the world for the last 35 years. I'm old enough to remember the Cold War, and I'm old enough to remember the days when countries did negotiate in their best interest. And I think we're just going back to more of a model that looks more like that than what we've seen in the last 35 years.
Yeah, and more so than even the bipolar system during the Cold War, because in the
Yes.
Cold War, people would
Yep.
have to choose. Now,
yes,
you can choose
absolutely.
between a lot. Go ahead, Bigard.
Yeah, exactly this point. Like, and that's why Russia will not escalate like you are imagining they would. Because if you want to become a part of the bipolar, not the bipolar, multipolar world, if you want to be respected by people in like countries like Indonesia, countries like India, how will Indians or Indonesians or Singaporeans or people in Malaysia react to Houthis firing Russian missiles? Have you asked yourself that?
Yeah, I have. To
We've
respond to
already-
that,
we've addressed
if they're
this.
effective,
Yes.
if they're effective, the way they will respond is they'll say, "Can I buy some of them?" And they'll put in an order, and the Russian MI6 will do great business. So,
No,
so
they're going
Gary,
to be afraid that
ask quiet
Russia could give
about
the
port in
missile to their
Singapore.
own terrorists.
Well, I was
Ask
actually
quiet
thinking
about
about
port
them.
in Singapore. Ask
The
quiet
other
about port
day,
in Singapore. How many ships are in Singapore right now? A lot or not?
At any one time, hundreds.
Yeah,
Any
but
one time,
did like the traffic increased because people cannot go through the Red Sea?
Okay, listen, Bigari.
Oh yeah, it's
What about
the traffic is
North
horrible.
Koreans, right? The Russians gave North Koreans like really high-end rockets. The Russians were able to give the Iranians and the Syrians quite heavy, quite high-tech equipment, right? You don't have to go to the. You don't have to give it to Hamas or Hezbollah. Like we said.
I'll answer it more simpler. Don't have to keep arguing this point. Russia is a Christian country. They will not give all these weapons to Islamists,
Nah.
extremists. That's it.
No.
They will not support any militancy because the weapon will flow back to Chechnya. That's all. You know, they will not
how
support.
about
There
There's a
is
difference.
militancy.
There's a difference between
How about Iran?
There's a difference between allowing the Houthis to use a Russian-based Iranian missile in order to get past Israel's air defenses to make a statement. What do you think? The Houthis are going to be in a position to create their own hypersonic weapons after
Why
they
would
reverse
Russia
engineer?
care about how the Houthis make any kind of statement? The Russians don't care. They're just watching the show.
Russians
eating
don't
popcorn,
care
you know?
about the Houthis. They're caring about the lateral escalation, right? So you think that you can launch a rocket into into Russia?
no,
what can we do? You try to counter escalate.
Can I point in one quick thing regarding the Houthis and the Russians? Because there is actually one connection there, and that is through the RSF, because the Houthis and the RSF are somewhat more better buddies, because over 40,000 of the troops that are in the RSF, they actually served on behalf of the then Saudi government, but it was under Hamedi, who is the leader of the RSF over in with the Houthis, yeah? So they got actually quite a bit of common experience, relatively good pay, whatever. Going back to that, they are also very integral, thus, in the gold smuggling that occurs from West Sudan through Libya and then to the United Arab Emirates, which are one of the biggest gold refining and producers and sellers, despite not actually having all that much gold produced. So there's and that gold then goes quite often much of it goes to Russia. So for premium prices or whatever mechanisms they utilize, which is quite bolstering for reasons I don't have to get into. So yeah, it's not entirely without any interest for Russia to be involved with the Houthis, and Like if I was just
Yeah,
basing
but
it
they
on
are
that
talking about
alone.
high-tech weapons. So the thing is, if you sell AK-47s or machine guns, there's no they don't care. AKs are all over the world. But the thing is, if you talk about high-tech super weapons, Russia will not do it. In fact, if you look, if you let me look at the geopolitical situation from the Russian perspective, the Russians want Israel to survive. They want Israel to be around in Middle East because Israel is a stabilizing force actually in the Middle East. Without Israel, the Arab states were all going to go at each other's throat because there is an Israel around. Everybody is now like their focus is on Israel. It's like if there's aliens come down on Earth, suddenly you see all the superpowers become friends. Once the aliens all leave, they will start to fight each other all over again. It's something that kind of extent. So that's how I look at it.
I'm trying to
Bradley.
okay. I'm trying to zero in on Big Ari's issue here, like because that's kind of why I'm grilling him, because I'm trying to figure out what exactly he's trying to say, because it's kind of confusing to me. Because nobody's saying that the Russians are in a position to do another Afghanistan, right? That's not what people are saying. Nobody's saying that the Russians are in a position to escalate with boots on the ground in the Middle East. No, that's not what anybody is saying. What you can do is you can put the French nuclear industry between a rock and a hard place by having Wagner mercenaries on the cheap in Africa, causing all kinds of trouble. What you can do is you can there's just different ways for them to escalate. And if you're saying that, oh well, they're not going to give weapons to these Middle East perhaps terrorists or whatever, they don't have to. They could. Like what I said about North Korea, they can give North Korea hypersonic weapons, and now North Koreans can say, well, we can hit wherever we want in Washington. And that is a massive escalation. That's a huge escalation. My entire life growing up, we've been hearing about what the progress of North Korean rockets are. They're like, oh, they launched one, it landed 2,000 miles at sea. Now they launched one, it landed somewhere else. But now they just skipped the tech tree, right? It's like they cheated or whatever in the video game, and they have hypersonic weapons, right? You can do that. You can do it to a state actor, and you don't have to be like, oh, well, we're going to completely wreck our relationship with the West that we're going to need to rebuild in the next couple of decades. Nobody's saying that that's what they're trying to do. You can escalate. Like, think about how the Americans are escalating against the Russians, right? You would have thought that would have been a complete, like, you're destroying the relationship. You're completely burning the bridges. But no, in fact, the Russians are still selling uranium and other kinds of natural resources to the Americans, even now during this war. So I'm trying to really figure out what your problem is with that, with all that. Go ahead.
My problem is that you are talking about how America is dominating the world with unipolar view, and you are thinking as American right now. This is American point of view. Like, we can do whatever the fuck we want, and we don't pay any price. Russians don't think like that. Russians thinks about consequences. Russians thinks about will think of the actions. Global South. People talk about Global South.
Nothing
Global
I said
South will not appreciate that.
Nothing I said implies that the Russians aren't.
Yes, but
nothing I said.
What you said, what you proposed Russian will do, will greatly dissatisfy other countries in the Global South.
But why would they escalate all the way? Why would they ever go from 0 to 100? Right? You can say, oh my goodness, the Houthis are really. We have a meeting with one of their head honchos, and
let me talk.
Sorry.
Sorry. Bigari, do you want me to translate from your Ukrainian English to?
Okay, because I will about to swear in Russian, man.
So you got Bradley. What you don't understand is that what you view as giving some special or some unique high-tech weapon to Houthis is all right. From a Russian point of view, it's entirely not all right. In fact, from the rest of the world's view, like from as a Singaporean or from an Indonesian or the Indian, is unacceptable. It is different from an American point of view because the Americans keep doing this kind of thing all the time, but the Russians don't.
Well, let me ask you a question. Is nuclear war acceptable? Or is nuclear war unacceptable for everybody? Because
Yes,
Everybody threatens
always
nuclear
punished.
war all the time. And it doesn't matter that it's unacceptable and that it would destroy the world. You have
Who threatens nuclear war all the time?
No one threatens nuclear war. People on the internet threaten nuclear war.
Well,
yeah.
No, Lindsey Graham.
I feel like Bagara is
Graham's
proving that Russia would never have invaded
Yeah,
Ukraine.
Bradley, again, it's always the Americans. Only the Americans will do this kind of thing. No one else outside of America.
Right,
will do
right.
it.
But why? What I'm saying
Just
is that
one
you don't
thing,
have
just
to
one
give
thing.
you don't have to give the Houthis all
One
the
thing.
missiles right away. You can escalate slowly. You don't have to
Bradley.
escalate from 0 to 100. Go ahead.
Bradley, yeah, one thing. So whether they accept, they did. Otherwise, how you explain how the Houthis did manage to hit to use that missile? Where did they get it? Then what? How do you explain that?
Mm-hmm.
No idea. Some say that
Yeah,
it's Iranian
it
technology.
reached to them. It reached to them, and the Russians were okay with it. They didn't give them the weapons directly, but the Russians were okay with it. Otherwise,
So
don't tell me it's an American or a Chinese. Either way, they took it, and the Russians were approving that. Probably from
But
the
that's not a
Iranians.
Russian design. That's the thing. The rocket is not a Russian design. It's a Iranian design.
Yeah, but where did the
doesn't need to
Iranians
be
put
a
the
Russian
tech?
design.
The Iranians can create their own technology, man. The Iranians are
No,
actually very good at military tech.
You are
The
correct.
thing is that they
but
just don't have the money.
You are
They
correct.
just always getting sanctioned. They have no money to do a lot of things.
But most of their
Iranian
high-end
technology is all right,
systems,
right?
You're correct, why? But most of their high-end systems are based on Soviet stuff, like the S-300
Yeah,
and
they
their
have Soviet
rockets.
stuff. Then they develop,
there you
right?
go.
Like the
So-
Gagarin drones, which the
So they-
Russians don't have.
So
They develop their own shit.
right, but the Iran drone is not the issue, right? We already know that Houthis can take a drone and bomb Saudi Arabian oil storage places.
Okay, I put it in another different way. Do you know the most powerful East Indian missile?
BrahMos 2.
Yeah, that is not even hypersonic. But India is a big ally to Russia. Russia don't even give the hypersonic to India. That's impossible. But they give it to the Iranians, which is a lesser ally.
No,
It's not
well,
possible.
they gave it to the North Koreans, right? The North Koreans didn't even.
No.
They didn't.
Yeah,
where did you get this information, man? Like, what the fuck?
North Korea don't have
Sold them a
hypersonic
rocket.
weapon.
Hold up. I'll find the rocket that they sold to them. Hold up.
No, they only fix the something within their satellite rockets, because the North Koreans keep trying to send the satellite up, they keep failing. So something is wrong somewhere, and then the Russians send expert. After they meet Putin send some expert down, fix the shit, and then the satellite went up. I don't think they have a hypersonic.
But I think that's all. I think that's all Bradley's saying. Bradley is not saying that Russia is going to go all in with uniformed troops on the ground. He's just saying they will send experts. They will assist with the development. I kind of figured that's his point.
Yeah, but my point is
that actually happened.
Thank you, Toby. So my point is, if you put in relative situation, like you have India, which is a real ally, a real strong ally to Russia, and they didn't even give the hypersonic to the Indians. They only have the BrahMos. Then suddenly they give the Iranians and then allow the Iranians to give to the Houthis. It don't make a lot of sense to me. Like, this don't gel for me. Like, the Iranians have the capability to do their own thing, but to call it hypersonic, I'm not even sure if it's real. Like,
all ballistic missiles that reach space are hypersonic. Like, the fastest missiles are actually from the 60s and 70s, because once you go into space, you can reach like Mach 22. The issue is not the hypersonic.
Space, right? The Houthis.
Yeah, but this is the point, right? What we're talking about when we talk about hypersonic missiles is we're talking about terrestrial level, like atmospheric hypersonics. Atmospheric hypersonics are a new thing, but hypersonic missiles aren't. Like the fastest missiles are actually acid.
No, I think I'm not sure, but I think that when they say hypersonic missile, they say they can guide the trajectory when it's in the hypersonic phase, because all the ballistic missiles can be hypersonic, but it's determined trajectory. So when they can move it, it's harder for the defense system to track it.
I gotta find
so
where
that's my question. When they mentioned about the Houthi missile, my question is it really a hypersonic or is it just a very fast missile? Yeah. Because when we talk about hypersonic, it steers, you see.
Because
change targets.
why I think it's hypersonic, because the Israeli defense system couldn't lock on it and couldn't bring it down, because it didn't, because they have the capability to drop to bring down the others, the other hypersonic dumb hypersonic missiles.
I have a question. Did Israel respond? What is the? I mean, what the official Israel statement on the missile? Because now, as far as I am concerned, everything is on the internet. It's all social media. Like no. Yemen said something, but did it hit its target? Did it really got shot down? No. Is it really that the Israelis failed to intercept it?
Yeah,
just
okay, so what Russia did is they helped the North Koreans.
I will answer White and then you can speak.
Oh, sorry.
But they hit it, and there's cameras that even the Israeli media were talking about it, and they hit it, and it was like 2 or 3 kilometers from the capital or something like this. And Netanyahu threatened they will retaliate hardly on them, but for now they didn't. And by the way, the Houthis said it's not even a retaliation on the port. It's just an escalation. It's like a phase. They didn't even retaliate on the last Israeli attack. So that's what I know.
Can I go?
Yeah, Bradley. Yeah.
So, I mean, I can't speak Korean, but I guess it's like the Hwasong missile. So the Russians helped the North Koreans develop their own hypersonic glide vehicle. So that was a big deal. I don't know, maybe it wasn't a big deal in Ukraine, but it was a big deal in America that people taxi drivers would talk to me about that. They'd be like, "Oh, you're a news nerd. You follow news and politics. You hear this thing where Putin helped the North Koreans develop hypersonic glide vehicle, which is completely out of their technical expertise to be able to create by themselves from the ground up." So, and then why it says like, "Oh, well, the Iranians have a very strong technological."
Who said that they helped? Your American media?
Our American experts, American defense experts. So that's so take it for what you will, because it's propaganda too. But when you see that why it says that the Iranians, for example, have a very strong homegrown technology base, that's true. But it's based on something, right? It was the backbone of it, the origins. You stand on the shoulders of giants and all that stuff. Don't reinvent the wheel. That was based off of Soviet technology, and even still today, like just Google Russia, Iran, or Russia, North Korea weapons technology sharing. You'll find a lot of articles about that, and it's not that the Russians are glad to give away the secrets of whatever weapons they have, right? And it's not like that's what they're going to do, but you can escalate a little bit. You can just turn it up a little bit. You can help the North Koreans. You could say the North Koreans had 80% of a rocket here. We're going to help you with the technical support to have 100% of a rocket here, and that's a huge escalation. So yeah, it's this thing where it's like, oh, well, the Russians are not going to completely burn all the bridges with the West. They don't have to be able to escalate, and they don't have to escalate dramatically right away. Just like we didn't, right? At first, it started off with we were sending the Ukrainians helmets, right? The Germans were sending Ukrainians helmets, not weapons. They eventually started sending them tanks, right? So you escalate like slowly. I don't know who's next.
I will speak.
Okay.
There is a gap between understanding how Russian thinks and what you are implying how they will act. Like it's your line of thinking is completely American. Like we will do and we will don't care about the consequences.
No, you're
That's
missing my
Yolana's
point. You are doing a straw man argument because you are saying that I'm saying something I'm not.
It's not a straw man argument.
It
You
is.
are actually fucking retarded, by the way. But anyway,
Okay.
there
You're
is
just
a thing
misrepresenting my
called
position.
plausible deniability.
Mhm.
That's when you send your experts, and when you don't admit that you send your experts. Like when you talked about Wagner in Mali and effect on France nuclear program, that's actually a good example of that. But when you directly transfer technology, that's not a plausible deniability. That's
Are we talking about Russian
direct
plausible
involvement.
deniability or American plausible deniability? I'm confused.
Everyone, like, and Toby, stop
No, they are
acting
the
like
same.
fucking NAFO. I think that Russia will become a superpower after this war. Like they
Russia
will come
is
out.
a superpower. Like,
No,
this is so
no,
weird. It's
no.
so
Russia
weird.
is a
Like, I hear all
superpower.
these things. Like, I'll give you an example, right? Like, all the NATO
Oh,
bots
man.
were talking like not long ago about how Russia couldn't produce night vision. Russia developed night vision in the Second World
Night
War.
vision doesn't make you superpower, man.
No. Well, it kind of helps if the
nuclear
other guys
missiles
don't
do.
have it. Like, my point is, Russia is a superpower. Russia is a really, really big country, and it's got loads of nukes, and it's got really advanced weapon systems. And more to the point, Vigari, right? And this is one point I make. To me, Russia and America are really, really similar. Both of them have a military-industrial complex that's a disproportionate size of their economy. Both Russia and America have billionaires. Okay, the Americans have job creators and the Russians have oligarchs, but they're nevertheless billionaires who own shares in weapons companies. Both countries make vast amounts of money selling weapons on the international weapons market, right? And so this idea that the Russians are like different somehow and that they have a different mentality and that they don't get involved in the global arms market, that blows my mind. It seems to me that actually, it seems to me that
You said that.
this is the thing, Bagari. You're trying to convince us that like Russia is not going to escalate things in order to stimulate the arms market. I'm not saying that Russia is doing this because warm puppies
You are
and
thinking
to fight
on
America.
like fucking
They're
ground
doing it
level.
for money.
If I may,
It's commerce, right? It's money. We should ask Upgrade about the money.
let me ask a question. What is the most exported tank model out there? Is it American or is it Russian?
T-72.
At least variant wise.
It's Ruski.
Right. I mean, what do you see dominating the battlefields other than, like, I mean, other than in Iraq where they had a couple BMPs or whatever? It's Russian. And
It's
because
always
it's
the Ruski.
cheaper, it's durable. Hold on. It's cheaper, it's durable, and you get more bang for.
You see, CIA got him, yo.
Okay.
You cannot say too
like,
much the truth.
do you understand the difference between dealing weapons legally to other countries and trying to sell weapons to escalate? Do you understand the fucking difference or no?
No, they're the same thing.
Oh, okay.
If you sell weapons
Maybe
to the North Koreans,
come back
you're
to
escalating.
high school and learn.
Well, explain it to us because I don't understand. Yeah, I don't understand.
Just one thing.
Quickly, boys, I'm gonna leave. So if I may, thank you very much for the super chat, ASCII66. That's very nice of you. You have been super chatting several times. To the rest of you who super chatted, oh.
So ASCII, why don't you come on, show your face, and come on and argue your point?
Stop interrupting.
Russia
You can carry it out on him later. Don't you worry. You can carry it out on him later. What I want is I'm talking to the audience, man. Chill. You have more time on the open mic. Don't worry. So to those of you who have yet to like the stream, there's like 100 of you. Please just go ahead and like that stream. If you haven't subscribed with the notification bell on, please just hit that bell blaring. And yeah, thank you all for watching so far. I hope you enjoyed the open mic further. And for the rest of you, my fellow speakers, please try to be a little bit nicer to each other. You're so rude. Okay.
Just leave.
Okay.
Bye bye.
So now I will read the super chat.
Can I?
Russia is a superpower because it has night vision. This parallel went from being objective and neutral to Russia, Slava. Okay.
Can I right? Can I explain what's the difference between dealing arms to like legally to other countries and supplying to escalate? Like, I don't know how else can I fucking tell people that diplomacy is not like I will do what I want and other countries will just accept it. It's American way of life.
Nobody said that.
You are saying that.
No, I didn't.
Nobody's saying that.
No,
You are saying that.
Oh, yes, you
No,
are.
I didn't. No, I didn't.
You're
That's what I'm saying.
definitely
You're
are.
straw manning my argument because you don't even know what I
No.
said. Are you listening?
Is that a Russian straw man or an
How's your
American straw
English?
man?
My fucking
You
God.
guys are
You're
on
saying that Russia
just
will give
slightly
its
off a
missiles
few
to North
degrees
Korea
in
and everyone will
frequency.
just accept it. You are saying that
Russians
Russia will
did
give
do
missiles.
that. They did do
No,
that.
they didn't.
How do the North Koreans have hypersonic glide vehicle?
The North Koreans is a country. That's what he's trying to say. If you
But-
have a country-to-country
But
relationship,
you
it's a
can
different thing.
escalate by
Iran,
arming
you
the
get-
North Koreans. That's still an escalation. It was a
No, it's
big
not a-
deal in America.
No.
But Gary,
Oh my God.
North Korea
even if they
trade
did give
with Russia,
missiles to North
giving
Korea,
Russia
right?
what they needed for war.
We
That's the
understand
difference.
why that's irrelevant though. It's completely
That's
irrelevant.
relevant. This 100%
It's,
relevant.
it's very relevant, man.
It's
Because in
irrelevant
Ukraine war situation,
because in
Ukraine is
America,
getting weaponries in trade, via trade or whatever thing from the Western countries. The Russia
Right.
is doing exactly the same thing, but with North Korea. But
Right.
what you're trying to say when you're giving weaponries to Houthis or the RSF, that's an entirely different thing because you are now supplying weapons to a rebel group or a militant group to overthrow whatever that is there.
right? But
which is
that's not
officially
the
recognized.
escalation I'm saying that they're going to do. Right? That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that they're going to arm Al Qaeda. That they'd have to do something like that. What I've said over and over again, and apparently Bigari, I guess he doesn't understand what I mean by that, or he's
Apparently, you're not smart enough to understand that geopolitics don't work like you are trying to
Bigani,
say.
stop it. You are the only smart one here. So stop that.
Yes,
Stop
yes.
that. Stop saying that. It's stupid to say that. Just
Okay,
trying to
okay,
belittle.
but
Discuss the idea. Why you are insulting people?
Indians will
That's
not
stupid. That's
appreciate
stupid to
this
insult
shit.
people.
Okay,
It's stupid to
Indians.
insult people. Insult the idea. Discuss about the idea. Stop that.
That's what I want to
You're being a
understand why he's
child.
so upset about it. He's so emotionally invested in this.
Yeah,
discuss
Bradley,
the
I don't
idea.
understand why.
No, Bradley, you finish your sentence. I don't think you finish your point. Bradley, you finish your point. Like, why? How is it is different? No, because you were replying to me, right?
How is it different if the Russians have plausible deniability and they arm a rebel group somewhere versus going to something that America considers just short of an illegitimate government and arming them? The difference is that, sure, the North Koreans are able to give the Russians back something that they want, but you don't think the Yemenis are in a position to give the Russians back something that they want too, like lateral escalation? So if you just keep in America, we have this thing where we're like, okay, Putin's bluffing, right? People say this all the time. It's like a talking point where like he's saber rattling, he's bluffing, right? The Russians are bluffing. The Russians are really big. They're not chess players. They're poker players. We like to say that they bluff everybody. Okay, so what happens if you're going to pass the line of what the Russians would consider an unacceptable escalation, right? Well, the Russians can do what they can turn up the water that way too. And by giving it to North Korea, that's a tick on that escalation ladder. By giving the go ahead for the Houthis to launch a rocket somewhere into Israel, that's another tick on that escalation. By going into Syria and preventing the overthrow of Assad, that was a huge deal. Like, these are all ways that it's like you don't have to escalate by necessarily bombing the United States or by giving terrorists weapons. Like, you don't have to do that.
Okay, so you know why is there a pushback from Bigari? Because you are conflating Russia acting on their national interest versus escalating something. For example, for Russia to help Houthis, that helps nothing. That doesn't help Russia in any way.
It helps. It helps by not escalating, because they need, of course, for example, if the Americans and the
Because
West
it's a
keep
punitive.
escalating.
So,
Yeah,
for example,
they stop a bigger thing. For example, if they keep escalating without any retaliation, we will get to the World War III eventually. So we don't
I
need that.
explain why is it not because, for example, aiding the Houthis is a punitive action against Israel. That means you're helping.
No, it's
a
against
group
the
to-
US. It's against the US.
Well, why is trying to explain to me?
But it's still
Why is
punitive.
trying to explain
You get my
Bigari's
point.
Yeah.
Because I'm not
So my
understanding
point is
Bigari's.
it's still punitive.
Hold on.
That's Russia. So wait.
He's
So what
explaining-
Bigari is trying to
he's
say? That's
explaining
not how
Bigari's
Russia.
point.
That's not how Russia acts. Generally,
It's
Russia don't act
geopolitics.
in a punitive way. In this kind of geopolitical scene, for example, when they go into Syria, they are not there to punish anyone. They are there to save Syria. When they are dealing with North Korea, they are trading with them, giving them technology. The idea is to pull North Korea to their side from China. It's
They are
nothing
there
to
to
do with the
cons-
West.
Yeah.
It's nothing to do with the West.
They are there
Russia
to
has
conserve
naval
their.
base in Syria. Russia had naval base in Syria. It's national interest of Russia to save Syria. It's not
Syria
we are escalating against NATO.
Russia's only base.
It's national
Russia,
interest.
Syria have Syria.
It's national. 1 second. Wait. It's national interest for Russia to not directly respond to the West. It needs to indirectly respond to the West.
But
So
the thing,
it doesn't.
that's what Bigari is
That's how I
fighting with you.
understand it. Yeah, I know.
Correct. That's what
It's a viable. It's a viable idea. But I'm saying, for the national interest of Russia is to not escalate directly with the West, but instead escalate through an intermediary. It's better.
They don't want to escalate at all.
Yeah, that's what
Okay,
Bigari is trying to tell. That's not
finally,
the Russian way of operating.
let's imagine one thing. Let's say Ukraine now attacked one nuclear facility in Russia.
That's a
Russia will
different thing,
accept
right?
that? Yeah, but it eventually will happen. Eventually will happen if they didn't do anything.
If Russia doesn't want to escalate, why
I have to go. I will just leave with one point. People want Russia to escalate because it's funny, because it will generate a lot of traffic, a lot of talking points. Russia doesn't want to escalate. All the fucking people on the couch on the internet want escalation. That's all.
No, I don't
That's
want
all.
it. No.
Nobody wants
I'm
escalation.
explaining one thing. I'm explaining one thing. Listen, Ukraine is in deep shit. Zelensky is in deep shit. So if he didn't provoke Russia enough, he will keep increasing the barrier until it will get provoked. No one was thinking that Ukraine will invade Kursk. Who did think that it will in the first year of the war? No one thought of that. But it keeps escalating. If Russia doesn't put a line on this a line and say here is you cannot go further, we will go to there. That's why I mean, eventually Ukraine will be in a deep shit, and they will say, "Fuck it, we will go nuclear. I don't care," because they will lose in both ways.
I just want to add on this. There was no Bigari what Bigari is saying, and also there's also not. So I can explain because my point of view is the same as Bigari. The Russians do not do this kind of things because it's a how to say this not just not how they operate.
It's not their style, whatever.
Even though there's a lot of ways for Russia to stir shit, but that's not how they do it. That's just not how the Russians do it.
How they did
it sounds correct. Yes, you can support. For example, anyone can just funnel money into Hamas, Hezbollah, Houthis, just to give shit to Israel. Maybe Malaysia can do it, Indonesia can do it. But the thing is,
they don't respond that. But the threat is not the usual threat. Here we are talking shit getting serious. You see, for example, imagine why the Ukrainian wants their the new missiles to attack a Russian facility, military facility. They can do that. They did
already
that.
Can strike Russian
exactly.
Stuff.
They need to escalate
already.
Exactly. They need to escalate. Either they will attack a civilian facility or they attack a nuclear substation or something like this.
Ukraine need to escalate because they are really losing the war.
Exactly.
Russia
And-
do not
and
need to escalate because they're winning the war.
Russia need to stop the Americans to go with them, because the Ukrainian cannot escalate without the approval of the US. That's why I want to say.
I want to go after Shadowy. Or sorry, after Upgrade.
So super chat. They got Bigari. Hope will send bits from the front. Yeah, by ASCII.
Thanks for the super chat.
No, I just want to push back a little bit. The point is, you guys are saying that Russia can do something like this.
Mhm.
What Bigari and me is trying to say is that this is not the Russian way of doing things. Thus, they will not do it. They understand the difference. That's why Bigari is pissed off because
but this is not normal circumstances.
He's an angry man.
Because by options, okay, by the spectrum of options that a country can take, yes, Russia can do something like this. But the thing is, by record, by the historical way of how Russia have acted, at least under Putin don't do this kind of thing, because there is the consequences is unpredictable. And for Russia, they are also a trading country. They want to keep the sea trade free. They don't need to punish the Europeans in this way, because the Europeans are already punishing themselves by whatever they are doing. They are winning the geopolitical war, the financial war, the economic war, and the war on the front line in the battlefield.
Okay,
so
Wyatt,
for
let's
the
say
Russians,
you're
they don't
telling
need to do escalations.
Wyatt, you're telling me that this is not the way that the Russians escalate. Okay, they can escalate in a different way. You can do a different kind of lateral escalation. The point still stands, and there's no need to. I don't understand what really good. I think we started the debate with him saying that the
Can I
Russians
jump
don't want
in?
to burn all their bridges. So
I wanted to make a point real quick about the hypersonic missile crap and this whole idea that Russia helped them build it or did help. The hypersonic missile is obviously a proof in concept. It works. Everybody knows every missile fired into space that comes down ICBM wise is a ballistic missile. It was stated that this missile was traveling around 8,200 kilometers or miles an hour. So I don't know if that meets the definition of the hypersonic in the way Toby meant, like in the atmosphere. You know, that's going to make a difference. But what about this? Without Russian help, what if they just made a ballistic missile that flies fast, but not hypersonic fast, because maybe they can't build something that sturdy yet, or a glide vehicle. But maybe this slower missile, even though it's fast, it's still not fast enough that it can't be intercepted. Maybe they've built in a way to make it adjust its course a couple times. It's not a hypersonic, but maybe it adjusted its course, and that's why it was able to get through. I mean, just because they're broke and stuff all the time and everyone says they can't do this or that. I mean, it doesn't have to be the best and the latest. I mean, if they can make it change course or maneuver, that might be all that did. That missile doesn't look like anything fancy or special or modern. So maybe it was maneuverable, but it was slower.
So I just want to add, the German World War II V2 rocket is a hypersonic weapon. So don't overestimate the hypersonic part of it. It's the glide vehicle that will be the one that is like really amazing. You know?
Yeah.
Flying hypersonic is like, I mean, the Germans in World War II did it. So,
but to control that in that state is difficult.
Okay, I really want to answer why, but also Upgrade's been waiting to speak forever. Go ahead, Upgrade. Upgrade.
No, go on, Bradley. Make your point, and then I go after you.
Well, Wyatt's gone anyway, so I can't.
And Gareth go. Gareth has been waiting too.
Oh, then go, Gareth, and then I go.
Gareth can wait.
Oh, piss off. So I usually agree with Bradley
No,
about almost
what about
everything.
Upgrade? Ah, Jesus.
Go ahead.
So I usually agree with Bradley about almost everything, but I completely disagree this time because he's still seeing these things, as Begari pointed out, in an American framework. Why should it be that a completely sort of ordinary and civil transaction between the Russian state and the North Korean state be considered an escalation? Well, it's only because of the American obsession with destroying North Korea. I mean, there is no other reason for Americans to perceive it that way. Nobody perceives an arms transfer between Germany and France, or like this huge pact that's recently been established between Australia and the United Kingdom and Australia, AUKUS, which is essentially a nuclear submarine technology exchange program. And, this is a really important development, and it's definitely part of the encirclement of China and Russia. But there's nobody in the Western media who will describe that as an escalation. It just never happens. And so I essentially agree with Bigari that Bradley is speaking from a very American-centric perspective, even if that isn't his intent or what he wants to do. But it is functionally the way that we get this data, basically. Thanks.
Thank you.
So, so is the nuclear thing an escalation or
put
not?
it very well.
Is the Australian nuclear submarine thing an escalation? Is it or not?
No,
I mean, Gareth actually said that well, you said that China's being encircled, so it's kind of like you were saying it's an escalation.
China is
my point was that the AUKUS pact could certainly be seen as an encirclement of China, but no Western media will report that as an escalation.
But is it an escalation?
So the effect. Well, I don't know.
So,
if you were Chinese,
so the
would you
thing
think
about
it wasn't?
AUKUS is very interesting. So no, AUKUS to the Chinese, they think it's an escalation. The Indonesians also felt a bit threatened by it. But the only thing that changed was that Australia will start to become a nuclear power, but by the means of a nuclear submarine without a nuclear weapon. That's all. But it doesn't change much. It's just talking points. That's all. And Indonesians don't like it because they don't like Australians to be so close to the Americans into becoming a military ally. They just don't feel very comfortable with it. For the Chinese, they find it as a threat because they view it as the Americans and the British is using Australia as cannon fodders against China. But in the end, nothing is going to happen because Australia is too freaking weak. Today we discovered they don't even have 60 tanks. They're not going to fight China at all. They're not going to work. It's not going to work.
Yeah, but Australia has like loads of uranium. We have nuclear weapons. We could make a nuclear weapon in a matter of weeks. So
I think that's the matter of perception. So, and as for China getting encircled, I just want to add, China has always been encircled from beginning of their history. There's nothing special about China getting encircled. From the moment they become independent as a communist country, after they win the Civil War, they are already encircled because the Cold War was already. We are already at the height of the Cold War. They are already encircled. Taiwan is Republic of China. South Korea is already exists because they finished the Korean War. Japan and the entire freaking Southeast Asia is all part of the anti-communist pact. And then at the time they even SEATO, the Southeast Asian Treaty Organization, where nuclear weapon is housed in Singapore. I'm not even sure if the Singaporeans know it. The Singaporean government then know it. It could be secretly housed by the British there. So China is always encircled. So people talking about encirclement of China is bullshit. It's just nonsense. It has always been the same thing. Nothing has changed. South China Sea has always been disputed. The only difference is that now China become more assertive. That's all. Everything is the same. So it's just all media, it's just propaganda, it's just misinformation. Yeah, upgrade.
I just wanted to weigh into the topic from before. I will take a little bit more nuanced perspective and maybe a little bit more neutral perspective. I see both sides' argument, and I can understand both sides. I can understand Bradley, and I can also understand the other guy's part, because you differentiate between national interest and escalation, but they can also be both together, right? You can have national interest, right? But they can be also at the same time an escalation. So I understand Bradley's point on this part, right? Because you maybe think it's good for your national interest, but other countries can see it as an escalation. That's not up to you, right? That's up to the opposite part, right? The US sees the armed deal with North Korea, between Russia and North Korea, as an escalation. but the Russians see it as a business deal, right? Just as making money, sending weapons there, and that's for them anything, right? So I think we should see it more like this than to be partial on one side or the other. It's just a basic business deal with the Russians, right, and North Koreans. But also we need to acknowledge that North Korea is shooting missiles, you know, in the area where South Korea is. So it's also an escalation at the same time, you know. So we also need to see both sides on it and be a little bit more like nuanced about it. I think on one side or the other makes no sense. We should take the bigger picture of this and analyze it like this. That's my opinion about it. Yeah, maybe you have something to say, Bradley, to add on why.
Yeah, I just basically that's kind of my point. My point is that there's my general what I'm trying to say is that the Russians just have ways of escalating. Like escalate to de-escalate is part of Russian doctrine, the same as it is with American doctrine. So if the point is that, oh, well, this is not the way in which Russians escalate, and when Russians escalate, they do it in such a way that they can say, oops, it's our national interests, right? Well, okay, the Russians are a little bit more subtle about it than the Americans are. The way we do things is not the way that they do things, and the Russians have a much stronger diplomacy game. The Americans have kind of maybe gotten a little bit drunk on being the world hegemon for last couple of decades, or maybe you could even, well, whatever. So if an escalation could be something that the Russians could be like, what escalation? This is not an escalation. The Syrians wanted to buy S-400s, and they finally got their oil fields back, and we can sell them S-400s. And the fact that Israel is going to see that as a massive escalation, so this thing where it's like, oh, the Russians aren't going to be so on the nose. They don't have to be. They can, and they don't even have to escalate in that soft, subtle way right away either. They can start having diplomatic discussions and sending Shoigu or somebody to somewhere. And then from there, they could be like, oh, we're discussing, put it out in RT and other Russian propaganda outlets. Oh, we're discussing, technology transfers of these third, fifth kinds of weapons, And the Americans are going to see that as an escalation. And I don't think that that's purely by accident. I don't think the Russians are so naive and so oblivious to go like, wait, what? You mean that when we sold North Korea rockets, you thought that was escalatory? Oh my God. Who? Don't say so, right? So that's my only point. Anyway, I don't know who's next.
So I just want to add a bit more about the escalation thing. So there is, if you want to really look at it even more objectively, there is two kind of escalation. One is a real, one is a fake one. So the real escalation could be something like the blowing up of the Nord Stream pipeline. That's a real escalation. Or Ukraine cutting gas away from Hungary, and that's a real escalation. They're escalating against the Eastern European countries because they're punishing them for not supporting Ukraine. But then you have the fake escalation, like maybe like AUKUS. Formation of AUKUS changes nothing to China, but they claim, oh, it's so bad. Or even the fact that giving North Korea certain kind of weaponry, like helping them with the satellite, the rocket technologies, those are not real escalations. It changes nothing on the Korean Peninsula, actually. So I will differentiate in like there's one is a more propagandic, like they just trying to say that it's an escalation, but actually it doesn't change the status quo. But then there's another one that actually changes everything. So I will differentiate in that way.
Go ahead, Nanya.
Just now I saw Gareth raise his finger. Yeah, Gareth, you want to say something? I saw him first before you guys. Before you guys.
Thank you. Yes, I just wanted to say that this idea of that equipping North Korea with some rockets or something is an escalation. Well, against who?
America.
That's surely America, right? Yeah. So most countries of the world are not going to see that as some kind of problem or issue. It's only the American context which sees this as some kind of, mortal sin that has to be punished. It's just, so self-centered, the American and broadly Western sort of Anglo-Saxon view of the world. It never accommodates anybody else's perception of how the world can be or should be. Thanks, that's all.
Yeah, thanks, Wyatt. Gareth just took my point. Exactly. But to follow up on that, yeah, pretty much I agree with everything Gareth just said. Like, I think we're at the point now where Russia just doesn't care and China just doesn't care. If you listen to the statements, particularly the last month or so, coming from Putin's, the Lavrovs, the Wang Yis of the world, people like that, I think their patience with, you know, playing this game of, oh no, we can't upset the West. They just don't care. They're done, guys. They're done. They're going to move forward with whatever plans they're going to do whenever they're going to do it. And that's why when I said earlier that, you know, Russia back channeled to Biden and say, if you do this, we do this. I kind of believe that because if you see the reaction from Biden, it looked like he was about to shit his pants. Now, you know, take that for what it's worth too. It could have been for a number of reasons.
And literally,
anyway,
maybe he's literally. You know.
He do that every day, man.
Anyway,
maybe he got pissed because he actually, you know, shit his pants. Like, fuck.
Come on, let's not mock the seniors. Now, the thing is, like, what does this term escalation mean? We're talking about escalating towards nuclear conflict. That's pretty much what people mean, right, when they talk about escalation. And Gareth's point is well made. It's like, to a large extent, globalism and NATO have done more to escalate the risk of nuclear conflict than anybody else, right? Because they're marching around the world dictating terms to nuclear powers like China and Russia. That's likely to escalate the threat of nuclear war, right? The whole NATO expanding, the way that the West describes NATO expanding is, oh, these people are voluntarily joining NATO. And it's like, well, okay, like discounting the discussion of a coup, even if that's true, it's nevertheless escalatory. You know, but surrounding a nuclear power like Russia escalates the risk of nuclear conflict. And so this idea of escalating towards nuclear war is interesting because the mutually assured destruction philosophy of the Cold War, MAD, right? That was seen as de-escalatory. You reduce the risk of nuclear conflict by making sure that it's for everybody, right? And so I agree with Gareth in terms of it's very Western centric. You know, this idea that like when they do something that increases the risk of nuclear war, that's escalatory, but when we do it, it's not. The reality is that every time anybody deploys a nuclear capable weapon system, they're escalating the risk of nuclear war, right? And so it becomes an interesting discussion. Does Russia's right to be powerful, as Putin put it, or China's right to be powerful, does that actually escalate the risk of nuclear conflict, or does it actually reduce it because of mutually assured destruction? To me,
you earn too much money. You are escalating the threat against me.
Yeah, right. Well, to me, one of the most fascinating things about globalism and this idea of a new world order is that if you're going to have one system of law, you've essentially determined that there must be the conquest of all nation states, right? Because the whole idea of a nation state is that it has the sovereignty to make laws within its borders. So if you're going to push this idea of a new world order with a rules-based order system, what you're actually saying is, I intend to overthrow several nuclear powers, right? And displace them and reduce their sovereignty and impose the sovereignty of the globalists in Davos, right? That is the most escalatory thing that you could possibly imagine. If the Chinese were going around saying that they were going to impose their new world order on everybody else, obviously that would mean overthrowing the US, overthrowing the UK, by force, mind you, removing their sovereign ability to make laws within their lands and establishing this new world order. So you either have an international order where you have, you know, many poles of power, or you have a single world government. So in terms of like who's escalating the threat of nuclear conflict, I would have thought that by far, it's the globalists. And it's this idea that NATO can do no wrong and that NATO can expand wherever it wants, right? Because there's going to be this new rules-based order. When I hear about this new rules-based order, all I think of is, oh, okay, so like, where's the war that destroys the Chinese state? Where's the war that destroys the Russian state? And the Indian state, for that matter, and the Brazilian state. It's a very perilous ideology in my view. And so, yeah, I'm not sure who's being escalatory, because we've all grown up in this idea of an international order where you have many poles of power. The only people that really want global war to overturn that and establish something new, they're the globalists. So anyway, that's my 2 cents on that.
I just want to add one more point onto Toby's one. Then I go to then we go to Adam. Is that because NATO Article 5 is designed in that way, there is no obligation to go to war. That's why NATO is expanding. That's why they absorb the Baltic states. If the Article 5 enforced they must go to war like in World War I, no one will accept the Baltic states. Maybe not even Poland. I just want to add that point. Adam.
Yeah, I just had a question about the North Korean, and you guys are talking about Russians giving them the technology to build these nuclear weapons. Wasn't it just that the Russians just gave them capabilities for a satellite? Because North Korea, I think a few months ago, shot a satellite up for the first time or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah, well, there's that, and then they also helped them with actually building a hypersonic glide vehicle.
Okay.
So the satellite one is that the North Korean keeps trying to shoot their satellite, they keep failing. So just nice, then Putin met with Kim Jong-un, and then Putin said during the statement that no, I feel like you need some help. Basically, he said it publicly that we're going to send you some help and check it out. And within a few months later, the launch became very successful. It was very successful, and then they have their first satellite up. So that was the story. Hypersonic weapon, I'm not too sure if it's real or not real. That I'm not too sure. Because it could be just a fake, right? It could be just a Russian missile just flying around the earth. No, I don't know. And yeah, but there's also, I have a conspiracy theory about that, is that the Chinese may have been deliberately sabotaging the missile system, the satellite rockets from the Chinese, because China could have helped them, you see. China didn't help them. Yeah, because if you look from a Chinese perspective, I'm Chinese, so like we Chinese people are paranoid. So we would never give North Korea the kind of capability or weaponry that could hurt. Let's say I'm China, me. So the kind of situation. But the Russia is different. Russia, they want to collect, all these little brothers. That's what China is not doing. China don't really collect little brothers. If they want to collect, they want it to be absolute puppets, like in Laos, in Cambodia. They don't want like any form of independence. Yeah, so that's how I look at it. And so that's why the whole talk about just now earlier, where we have like Russia and China is still strategic rivals, is real. They are competing, but they are preparing for the future clash. But now they are quietly plotting their chess piece. China is doing the same thing, by the way, in Central Asia, because China thought that North Korea is fully at least in under their thumb, because they share so much border and China is so much more powerful.
Yeah.
But Kim Jong-un is a very smart guy as well. He made deal with Donald Trump behind the back of the Chinese. That's freaking evil as well. That's how they managed to meet in Singapore without Chinese people, the Chinese leadership coming to join.
Yeah,
they plot a very big theatric play. Like, they argue, and then they're like, we cancel. Then the Singapore, I'm not sure if I shared it before. In Singapore, we literally cancelled everything because Donald Trump said that it's cancelled, it's off. So on our side, it's like, oh fuck, we have to cancel everything. We cancel everything. Then after they say, okay, it's on again. But this time around, the Chinese are not around. They cannot join anymore.
Yeah, we just to make stomp on the escalation thing one more time, because maybe I just did a poor job of explaining my point. I don't think that, I'm not saying that the Russians would escalate the way that the West does. It's not like they're going to sell missiles to Mexican cartels and give them the targeting data in order to, you know, I don't know, hit the police department in California somewhere for revenge. You know, that's not, of course, that's not something that they would do. But I mean, they've sold the Venezuelans high-tech weaponry, you know. Is that an escalation? Well, the Americans definitely think so. You are in our backyard. You're selling high-tech Sukhoi fighters to the Venezuelans. And what about the petrodollar? Like, what could be more existential, and what could Americans possibly see as more escalatory than to undermine their ability to exchange paper for oil and diamonds and gold and uranium? Like, are the Russians purposely trying to build, the Russians, the Chinese, are they all trying to build BRICS and have some kind of BRICS bank and have some kind of a basket of currencies or whatever in order to directly subvert the American dollar hegemony? Well, it's not like they're like, yeah, Putin wakes up and goes like, you know what? I think I know what I really want to do. I want to completely devalue the dollar, and I want American middle class lifestyle to completely disappear and never to exist again. No, of course not. But if they're keenly aware of the fact that this is viewed as extremely escalatory in the United States. Venezuelans having Sukhoi fighters is extremely escalatory from our perspective. Who's next? I think Upgrade.
Yeah, here I have to disagree with you, Bradley, because just because Russia is doing deals or making BRICS better or something, that's nothing about escalation. That's just about competition. It's just about.
I agree. No, I agree.
The Americans are just worried about, you say, escalation, but for them it's just existential, because they want to remain the #1 superpower. So that's why they see it as an existential threat. But actually, it's just about competition. If the Americans are doing dumb things and weaken themselves by implementing dumb policies, and going everywhere in the world and doing dumb stuff and trying to overthrow other countries' leaders, that's not the fault of Russia. That's the fault of the Americans. So they can just look in their own mirror and see what they do wrongly. That's nothing to do with escalation. That's just about competition. And who is bigger, who is stronger, that's always like that, will overtake the world power. And there have been many world powers in the history of mankind. Many stayed long time: the Roman Empire, the British, the French, the Spanish, the Portuguese, and so on. But if you do things wrong, then after a while you will crumble, and then after somebody else will take over. Sometimes it's with force, sometimes it's just economical. So I don't see that really as an escalation.
Hold up, I want to answer. I agree with you. I don't think that building BRICS is an escalatory step for the Russians, right? Or even for the Chinese. They're not doing that for that reason. But we see this as an escalation of existential threats to our country, and we have no qualms in counter escalating to try to
again.
See what
but Bradley, then you make the point of the other person who said that you really just look at it as an American viewpoint and not
right.
look at it as
but that's what I'm
picture.
saying.
Yeah,
that's why I'm agreeing with you, though. I'm agreeing that that is not an escalation. I'm agreeing with you that that's not the point of that action. I'm just saying that that's how the Americans view it. Okay, sure, I have to take the American perspective when I say this is how my countrymen are. Oh yeah, thank you. When I have to say this is how my countrymen view this, the thought of American dollar going away, people are extremely angry and paranoid and buying up gold and buying up guns. But of course, that's not the point. That's not the reason why they're trying to do that. So yeah, I agree. Go ahead, Maddie.
Bigari will have save a lot of anger if we had said this earlier. Okay, Maddie.
I think there's good points being made on both sides, but to me, since the very beginning, this is has always gonna end with BRICS versus the United Nations and who influences international law, because at some point this had to end, and at some point, BRICS themselves, the countries of BRICS, said there is going to be justice served for the events that happened in Ukraine. They have made that a condition. They've set it themselves. They formed their own parliament now. They are a direct threat to Western hegemony, I would say, not the American people, but to the leadership of the West. Because in the reality is we're not in control of them right now. They're their own cabal of corrupt people who have just caused enormous amounts of bloodshed in the Ukraine. And as they failed, they started to do more and more things that violated human rights. You know, let's talk about Bucha again. Let's take a look back at what happened there and why is it never mentioned anymore? You know, let's talk about what happened in Mariupol, what happened at the very beginning with we had Canadian officers, one a general, one it was suspected, I don't know, and they haven't come out there, but nobody's asked either any of these Western leaders have any of their members of their military service that are active duty members been involved and killed in any type of hostilities in Ukraine. Not one fucking time has this question been asked about the Biden administration. It hasn't been asked in the UK. It's not going to get asked in France or Germany because we know what the answer is. And the media is controlled enough to know that they're not going to put them on record saying. Because if you're any type of fucking reporter, you would be asking this question right away. But they don't. And that's all you need to know about the West and its government and its media. Look at what they don't ask. Look at what you don't know, when you judge these things. And that's where I think BRICS comes in. Because we in the West are most in the West, I wouldn't say us so much because we're discussing it, are going to get blindsided by BRICS in what it represents. We have to look at it as a threat only because we have made it a threat to us by being a threat to them. Once we seized Russian money, and I'm saying the West, it was game over. You could not rely on having your money tied up anywhere where the West could actually get a hold of it and take it from you. And this goes back to the very beginning of what I was talking about the digital compact the UN is trying to do. They make rules, they break. I mean, let's think of it this way. And I'm sorry, I'll stop with this. The EU made specific rules where a country couldn't be threatened by having its money seized. But when did the rules ever matter to them? Which I find is funny because they're trying to debate ways for this $50 million to go to Ukraine when they could why go through the theater? Just break the fucking rules and do it. At least I'll respect you a little bit more as an asshole if you're doing it just out in the open. Because we're at the point that all this theater looks stupid. It's making my country look like a bunch of giant pussies. I'm sorry, but that's where it is. You know what? I have some pride in me. I have some honor in me. And I know there's other veterans and other Americans out there that feel the same about this. These fuckers have tainted the American flag for many of them. And I don't see how they even step it back. Because if they lose, let's look at November. They know Harris and Walz is a shit show. And either they don't care because they don't intend to transfer power whatsoever in any case, or what else, or Kamala is just holding it for Hillary Clinton because they know that she's not going to be the eventual nominee. I mean, you can laugh. I mean, I'm not saying this is all, 100% the plan, but look at what's happened up to this point and start, putting things together and start looking at where you're getting information from, because a lot of what we're being told is complete bullshit. And the thing that really bothers me is the people that are telling you this are considered experts in the field. And either they're not the experts they claim to be or propose to be, or they're being paid to directly lie to you. And they know the truth as they're saying. And that's why I fucking hate these people. And I'll stop there.
Yeah, I don't trust experts as well.
Well,
so you guys will have noticed, I never call myself an expert, ever. because I lost respect for experts.
Well, just to follow up on what Mehdi was just talking about, yeah, it is absolutely hilarious to watch these people like Ursula von der Leyen. On the one hand, she's openly pirating. And then on the other hand, they're like, well, how do we do this legally? And we need to, so it's symptomatic of a bigger problem because, here in the West, for the last 40 years, we've been out pirating and looting and doing all this immoral stuff while trying to maintain this facade of being, altruistic and wanting to help everyone, and that narrative, the whole thing is collapsing now, and it's collapsing all around them. And the world has just given up on the West, I think. And now they have other options. So, and I said this last week when she and Putin met and she said to him, we're going to change the world for the next 100 years or whatever he said. I mean, he really meant it. And that's what they're doing now. And I think that the shift away from the West is going to be a lot more rapid than we think it is because there's just so much pent up demand right now. And you're seeing it everywhere. And guys, go look at the trade journals. Like, if you really want to learn about what's going on, check out the trade journals because they don't spin, because they don't need to. Their audience is that industry, So if you want to find out what's really going on in terms of business deals getting signed, and there's a lot of them, look in some of these trade journals and you'll be shocked. There's all sorts of business going on right now, and it's not with us. Go ahead, Upgrade, I think, was next.
Yeah, I have to agree with you, Nunia, especially about von der Leyen, Ursula. She's always flip-flopping, and one day when it's good for her, she's taking this position, and the other day she's taking that position. Like, a good example is with Azerbaijan, right? There was a war with Armenia, and when they closed the oil and gas pipelines through Russia, she went there to Azerbaijan to make some deals with the Azeri who just invaded Armenia, and she didn't care about that they invaded Armenia, She was very happy because she needed some oil and gas trade deals to supply Europe, So she's a total hypocrite, and I don't even know how she gets all the time again the main position. Maybe nobody wants it because it's a shit show, and everybody's scared about to take responsibility for all these wars and all these horrible things which NATO is doing, and also the European Union lately. And about the international law, what Mehdi said, it's always difficult because I don't know, international law, it's never followed from nobody, if it don't suits you, then you don't follow it and nobody cares, so it's nice. I understand the BRICS and stuff like that, but it's very difficult to implement this kind of rules for everybody, because if you're stronger, or you're the main part of this organization, it doesn't matter. Now it's the United States, next time it's China, and then they will do whatever they want and put rules in place which suits them. It's always like this. So I don't think it will have a big impact. And also about the elections, what I don't understand in America is 16 from the 16 last year, 12 years Democrats were in power, 4 years was a Republican, and 4 years the economy was great, there was no wars and so on and so forth. If you look at it as an independent, because there's the independent now who are very important in America who can swing the election, you should actually look at this. But people are so emotionally bound, and I really don't know how the American voter is thinking. But if you look just at your checkbook, then actually there should be no discussion about it. So I don't know who is next. Maybe Mehdi, right? Mehdi, go on.
What? Sorry. It's like inviting a guy on stage and he just trips as he comes up. Great opening there. Sorry about that. One thing about this election coming up in and I've heard a lot of talk that if there isn't a transfer of power, which by the way, they hounded the Trump administration about in 2019 and 20 during the election, is that if he should lose, would he fairly allow for a peaceful transfer of power? They hounded him about it. They haven't asked the Biden administration or the Harris, whatever shit show that is, that question once. And the reason why,
because there was already reason to ask Trump that.
Huh?
There was already reason to ask Trump that.
Really?
Nobody else has implied that they. Well, he was asked if he would accept the results. Yes, there was. Yes, seriously. He was asked if he would accept the results of the elections, and he said he would if he won.
A fucking thing in the Washington D.C. establishment that he would be able to fight against it. What the Washington establishment that is aligned against him, that has all the power, he would be able to fight that with them to stop a peaceful transfer of power. That's complete.
He's a rich New Yorker. How is he not part of the establishment?
You need people to do your bidding.
Yeah, Gareth, I think that.
Oh, you mean like your employees?
I don't think they expected Trump to win, and in fact,
yeah, like I'm gonna get paid to go out there and fucking agitprop for it for $15 an hour. That's what Trump's done. I mean, we've seen it everywhere.
Trump literally hired people on Trump's announcement of his candidacy. He hired actors to be there to be the crowd. I mean, that's precisely why the Republicans are so keen on accusing the Democrats of crisis actors and stuff like that. It's because that's what they do.
Are you
completely oblivious to the rallies? That Harris Walls can't even fill a fucking high school basketball stadium.
No. Gareth,
I mean, that's a classic mistake. That's a classic mistake.
My point is
if you have a city of 1 million people, you can easily fill a stadium of 50,000.
Trump about a peaceful transfer of power. If he should
because there was good reason to ask him that. Because
they're not asking the
says
question
everything is rigged.
Even more of a good fucking reason. We have political
there is no good reason
from January 6th.
You mean the people who tried to overthrow the government, the traitors?
Even close to the same fucking level. I mean, seriously.
Yes, how is it even close to a guy who tried to overthrow the government? How can you even possibly compare that to the Democrats?
How many political prisoners has Trump put in jail? How many J6
none of them. They were all in prison for crimes.
From the Trump administration?
They're criminals who rebelled against the United States of America. They are traitors. Every single one of them is a traitor.
Bullshit. It is complete bullshit. It's complete bullshit.
You know, maybe that's what passes for wisdom in your local pub, but that's just not how the world sees it.
Yeah, I don't live in America or know any of this shit or been following politics since fucking the Clinton administration.
Oh, you clearly have.
I don't know
you clearly have.
Shit.
You sound like every indoctrinated Republican I've ever encountered. You don't know a single thing different from what the Republican Party tells you.
You just described what I'm not, which told you you're completely full of shit.
But you are. Every single word you say shows that you are.
Know. You don't even know.
You repeat their lines word for word. You don't have a single original thought in your head.
I don't think I've ever seen.
Really? Yeah, you're arguing with me about it. So fuck off, Nick.
According to Russia, NATO and Russia are not in the state of peace. In a state of non-peace, lots of things that don't normally make sense does. I also don't understand what the hell that means. Very not make sense.
Here's the thing, Mehdi's blown a fuse, but what I find interesting is that Gareth openly hates the United States, right? And has said it many, many, many times, right? And he's nodding, right? And he supports Kamala. So what does that tell you?
I want to just say that I think that a lot of times people in the international audience, they don't understand where like people that are hardcore Trumpers, where they're coming from. Because there's two different flavors of
I assure you we do. We absolutely do. We've bombarded with it constantly. Okay. It's unavoidable.
So the two flavors of Trump, of like hardcore Trump supporters, are people that are, let's say, what did Trump say? I love the poorly educated. maybe like people that fall into that, right, where they're not super political and they think of it as a you know, this is the last chance to really make America great, and perhaps there's a little bit of American supremacy flavoring in that or whatever. So that's probably like half. That's probably 50% of Trump supporters, right? And then the other 50% of Trump supporters are actually not really Trump supporters. They're maybe like people that are trying to throw a Molotov cocktail into the White House, right? Where they're like saying that anything could be possibly better than, you know, the blob getting their candidate in. I don't even care if Trump is going to take away my daughter's right to have an abortion in this state. I'm too emotionally invested to think of it in that terms, right? The Trump is bad, and that's why we're trying to put him into there. So those are the two different flavors, and I think that you know, Maddie's probably more like number two, where he's like saying what the current establishment, the foreign policy establishment, the domestic policy establishment, all of this stuff, right? It doesn't even matter that I disagree with Trump about I don't know, Israel or whatever. Pick your item, pick your issue. It's just that there's nobody else that I'm ever going to have a chance to lob into the White House to burn something down. So those are the two. Anyway, go ahead. I don't know who's next.
I just want to say I love US politics. It's like a TV show for me.
It is a TV show.
Well,
it's too much amazing. It's too much entertaining.
It's so strange, eh? Like when our politicians get up for a debate, they actually talk about the platforms. And so when I watch American debates, it's just like, whoa, it's like WWF wrestling.
Oh my gosh. It's all about optics here.
So I just wanted to say that I hate American politics and I don't like talking about it, and I wish this topic had not come up. And it came up a bit before, and I was a bit annoyed with it then. I don't, I understand it's a matter of political, geopolitical significance and so forth, but I think that when it comes to American politics, we should wrap it up quickly, because otherwise we always get dragged down into this internecine warfare between different sections of America. And I don't think that for such a global reaching community as this, that's an appropriate alley to go down. I think there are more constructive ways that we could spend our time. Thank you.
Thank you. I agree with that. Go ahead, Upgrade.
Yeah, I agree with Nunez a little bit like MMA, you look at it and there is no substance about no policies at all, it's just like, oh, he's orange, he's bad, oh, she is maybe black, maybe Indian, she is crazy, don't vote for her. It makes zero sense, so I think... And
nobody asks the questions. That's the other thing. It's like, oh, we're going to cut tax.
That's what I wanted to say.
Do that.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I wanted to say. The questions also don't come, The people are craving for the questions to be asked, to the politicians. And they actually don't even ask them. They're just like, how, Mr. Trump, you're very orange and very bad, right? No. Oh, what about you, Kamala Harris? Do you think he's orange and very bad? Yes, he is. That's not something you should vote on. Both of them should not even be there, actually, if you're honest, right? I don't know, in Switzerland, it's impossible. We talked with some people in Switzerland about this American thing, and everybody's like, that's impossible. That's both of them, it doesn't matter who Kamala or Trump are, voted in Switzerland. It's impossible, because we have, like I told you before, if we pass policies, the government is making a statement about the policy who's going to be passed. Then there is one party who's making their point and the other party who's making their point. And you can see clearly, structurally, what is written, and you can make your own mind on what you want to vote on. And there's also listed the consequences. And then afterwards, there's the government who is making their recommendation, and it's up to you then to vote on your own conscience what you want. But here is just emotion and name calling, and okay, it's funny, so after a while but it's repetitive, but it's funny, Sleepy Joe, Communist Kamala, or Orange Bad Man, But number one country in the world, guys, who is deciding about not just global things, you know, about wars, about economics, you know, but many other things, and there have these two candidates. You know, it's pathetic. It's pathetic, and I don't know what to say, but I'm sad for the American people, but it is what it is, right?
I think it just goes to show that it really doesn't matter who the president is, because it's the people in the back room really running the show. Like, this is not a new thing. Keep in mind, it wasn't that long ago, if you guys recall, we had an election based entirely on whether or not a guy deserved his Vietnam medals, right? So, like you know, this is not a new phenomenon by any stretch. I just think it's the way it is, because the elections really don't matter.
Well, the presidency doesn't matter.
Wait. I want to compliment Upgrade for making the best, simplest, the simplest example of how the debate actually went. This is the best I've ever heard. No, it's just about asking, is Orange Man bad? No,
is
I'm
it
not.
true or not? Is it true? I don't know.
Bad. Yes,
exactly like this. It was exactly like this. This guy is bad. Do you agree? Yes. Okay, that's it. What is this? This is not journalism. There shouldn't be even have a license, actually, because in Switzerland, if you do like this, everybody will say, "What the fuck are you doing? Are you crazy?" You cannot be partial. You need to be neutral. You need to ask questions. You need to ask questions to both sides, and hard questions. Why did you leave all this material in Afghanistan, right? Why you were the last person in the room with Biden? What the fuck is going on? We left billions of US dollars there. Oh, yeah, you need to ask this question. Why you did some crazy shit January 6th, right? It's also a valid question, you know? Even if you have the answers, at least the people know what you say and what you think. But here is nothing with substance. It's just with useless, dumb rhetoric, and it's very annoying.
That's why Trump was very depressed. He have to say things that was not asked. No, he keeps saying things that is not asked. The entire debate. Toby.
Yeah, listen, it shouldn't surprise us. The American office of president isn't supposed to be powerful, right? Like, America is a republic. The power of America resides in the Senate. The states decide who they're going to send to Washington, and the states' senators lobby for a share of the federal budget to go to their states. That's kind of how a republic works. You have states representing their rights as part of the federal system. The American presidency was never supposed to be like an emperor or a king. America isn't a country where they elect a king. If you ever look at the budgetary power of the president's office, it's very small compared to what the different senatorial committees can allocate in terms of economic funding. So I don't think we should get sucked into the idea that the entertainment spectacle of the presidential election matters very much. Like, the reality is that America is a republic. It is not a place where the king gets elected democratically. So I think that yes, it is kind of ridiculous, and yes, it is foolish. But at the same time, what's not foolish in America is the way the states get represented in the Senate. What's not foolish in America is the various different senatorial committees that allocate tens of billions of dollars to all kinds of shenanigans. So if we want to, right, and nobody does, but if we wanted to, we could look at the important parts of the American political economy and have a serious discussion about it. But that's very tedious for most people. Like, I don't think we should condemn America because they're entertaining, and because their system of electing a king, isn't what we might hope it would be.
Super Dad, Russia is a superpower. He is the only nation that can put people to the outer space paid and get them back to Earth reliably and unaided.
I want to go after Archimedes. He came to say something.
Yeah, well, first of all, is Gareth gone? This is a shame. I was going to talk about U.S. politics, and now he's not even going to be here to be pissed off about it. But okay, yeah, sorry. Let me take a seat here because I have a couple things to say. You guys have gotten onto some interesting stuff, I would say, regarding
your haircut
U.S. politics. Huh? You like my hair? I kind of need a haircut. It's been a while. Okay, so oh no, so okay, the first thing is that
No.
CIA got him again.
Oh, he's back.
What happened?
He's back.
Again,
Oh,
you have
shit,
to
okay.
restart again.
All right, so the first thing is that you guys were talking about how the presidency doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who is the president, because at the end of the day, the same people are running this show, right? I mean, that is what's called the deep state. That's what that is, right? The deep state is this political formulation that Trump has popularized to describe exactly that phenomenon. That there are people who are hired, who are bureaucrats or administrators that nobody has elected, who are working without any accountability, without any electoral legitimacy in the U.S. government, right? And so the people have lost their power because we just have a government that's running itself, right? So this isn't a both sides thing. It doesn't matter if you pick Kamala or Trump, because Trump is explicitly opposed to this exact political formulation. Okay, so that's the first point I wanted to make. The second point is about. Yeah, go on, Toby.
Well, listen, what you're saying is fundamentally wrong. The deep state actors, the bureaucrats, right? Like they have an extensive appointment process that is governed by senators. Senators who are in fact elected in their states. They sponsor these bureaucrats. They veto their appointment and they nominate them. So there is absolutely a democratic mandate. The thing is, you've got to have a look at the fact that Lindsey Graham is elected by the good people of Carolina or South Carolina or wherever it is that he's from, right? And there's reasons for that, because Lindsey Graham goes to Washington and he lobbies for a huge amount of money to go to the Boeing factories in his state, right? And all the other states are the same. There is actually a democratic system in the US, right? It's in the states. Like there's a hint in the name. It's called the United States of America, right? It's not called the Empire of America, right? So there is actually like a massive democratic input. Like we've got Vaughn here, right? Vaughn will tell you why he supports Mitch McConnell, right? Vaughn doesn't like,
my man,
doesn't like
Mitch.
There you go, right? Like that, and there's a reason for that, because people do in America, they do vote for their state representatives to go to Washington to get a part of that federal pie. It is a democratic system. Just because it's not an imperial system where they don't elect a king who can do very much, that doesn't mean it's not democratic. So
don't you think that
the deep state serves the senators, and the senators serve the people who send them to Washington.
I think the senators serve the money
Well,
interests
Kamala was asked a real
that
question
can buy
and
out the
addressed the
senators.
cost of living crisis on Oprah.
Thank you for the super chat. Yeah, I
Kamala
tend
was
to agree
asked a
with
real
you.
question and addressed the cost of living crisis on Oprah.
Perfect. Okay.
Horseshit.
Yeah, I mean, look, Toby, I just disagree with that because I think. See you later, Amy. See you later, Nika.
Have a great night.
I mean, do you really believe that the majority of the people that make decisions in Washington are ultimately accountable to the senators and not accountable to whatever formal or informal networks are in the executive branch that the senators may not even be able to touch? I mean, how many people are actually appointed in the executive branch versus how many are simply employed? And if they are fired, and even amongst those who are appointed, if they're fired by one administration, what's stopping them from going and getting some job in some corporation and then coming back 4 years later, right? There's a real systemic problem there, and that's regardless of the question of whether or not the senators are actually representatives of their people. I don't think that they are. I don't think most people really know at all much about their senators or care about voting. And honestly, that also pretty much applies to the presidency, just to a slightly lesser degree, which is sort of the basic issue with democracy, is that most people are very uninformed. So with a little bit of money, a little bit of influence, you can sway the electorate from 48% to 52%, and you put the guy in charge. So I think what we're running under is an oligarchy that used to be a democracy, but now is sort of just, is puppeteering a democracy and putting on a democratic song and dance. And I think that what we need in order to fix that is an autocrat, a monarch, in order to go in and nuclear, just as you have in Russia with Putin. Who
Well, let me
went
ask
in,
you,
nucleared
Archimedes.
the
Hang on.
oligarchs there.
Well, let me ask you, how would you feel if senators in America weren't elected? How would you feel if it really was an oligarchy, and if the senators were selected by bloodline? You could maybe call it a House of Lords, right? Like the thing is,
Well, that'd be even worse.
Well, this is the thing, right? It's like it might not be a perfect system for like radicals who want to see everything burn, but at the end of the day, the senators are going to Washington to fight for their corner and to get all those earmarks and to keep the people employed in the factories. The sad reality of America is that those factories make weapons, right? And let me tell you, it's pretty much the same in Russia. So this is why I took issue with Bagari earlier. Like Russia and America are remarkably similar. They have populations that are largely involved with, working in factories that make weapons. And when they decide who they're going to send to the capital of their republic to allocate the funding to their province or state or oblast, they're interested in how much business and how much activity goes to the people in their state. They want the jobs. So, you can complain that it's not what you want, but at the same time, what's the alternative? Because the alternative to having independent states where people vote to send their senators to Washington is that you actually have a real oligarchy where the House of Lords, or alternatively, you have an empire where the states don't have any rights, where they don't have any representation, and where one dude can do whatever he wants.
Well, look, I don't disagree with. I think you're talking a lot about the Senate, whereas the thrust of my position was not really about the Senate, but about the unelected bureaucrats in the executive branch. And I think that, there's an incredible proliferation of agencies in the United States executive branch. It's an absolutely massive organization. And I just can't believe that those people that entire organization of, I think, probably millions of people is really controlled by the appointments made by 100 senators. If the senators had that level of control over the executive branch, that might be a better thing, because, like you said, they do fight for their region and for the corporations of their region, which is good enough to me. But I don't think that's the reality. I think that the executive branch is running itself without a leader in charge, and I think that's why we need a leader in charge. The Senate is okay. The Senate's not the issue here.
Just a super chat. I think Utis is watching backwards. No, he's like maybe an hour behind. So Russia and North Korea signed a mutual defense pact. It's against USA, not China. It is designed to limit American escalation in Ukraine. Wait till you look from a Chinese perspective. Okay.
Hey, I just want to go real quick on Archimedes. Like he's talking about these, the bureaucrats that run no matter what. Look at Colonel Vidman. He was the guy that was involved in the second impeachment trial of President Trump over the Ukraine phone call. And he actually sat there and believed that himself and the other bureaucrats in that agency knew better than the president and actually superseded his orders and agenda. So there's a good example of it right there. They're lifetime employees that usually float between administrations, and they obviously run that department because they don't care what the boss says, because they already have the agenda and it doesn't matter.
I believe the appointees to the cabinet, who would basically hire the entire, who would hire the whole executive branch. Those are people that are appointed by the president, but then they're confirmed by the Senate, right? So there's a level to which the Senate needs to be involved, but the actual nitty-gritty of making the decisions, the Senate needs to approve the whole thing, but ultimately the power is with the president there, or it should be. And the problem is, I think that the president doesn't have that much power. There's a famous instance in 2016 where Trump wanted to replace the head of the FDA, I want to say, with somebody that was loyal to him, I think it was the head scientist at the USDA, I want to say, and he wasn't able to because there were some, I don't remember the full details about this, but even though technically he should have had the power, there was a whole litany of bureaucratic delays and excuses that were made in order to keep the guy in power that Trump wanted to get rid of. I think that's the type of procedural power that these people have in these unelected bureaucrats in the deep state. and that's who I think needs to get cleared out. And that's, I think, what Trump is all about. He's a personality. He's a man. He's a leader.
Just real quick though, like Trump said, he's got to fight. You know, people were saying, "Oh, you got to have 4,000 people step in on the first day or the first week." It's only about 500, and they've apparently identified these people to drop into these places to start rooting out the bureaucracy. So you just have to wait and see what happens. You know, does he get in? Do these people get put in, and then do they act on the agenda? That's all.
Well,
Sorry, Upgrade.
Well, just really quickly to respond to Archimedes. Archimedes, if the people of America won't vote in senators that will dismantle the deep state, as you call it, like the bureaucracy, the alphabet agencies, what makes you think that they would elect a better kind of person for president? If anything, like if you believe that power corrupts and that concentrated power is very bad, because there is, there is quite a well-known theory of political science, which is the separation of powers, right? You break power up and you spread it around different organizations, the executive, the legislature, the judiciary, right? So that power is not concentrated. And so when I see people lament the fact that America doesn't have a king or an emperor, I wonder about that. Because like if the people of America are going to elect senators to support a military-industrial complex, what makes you think they won't elect an emperor that is also a client of the military-industrial complex? It seems to me that the American people, they send these senators to Washington every year, right? They choose the quality of those people
than it is to buy a senator. And it's harder to buy a senator than it is to buy the regional administrator of the FDA, right? And that's why,
much
I mean, you can ask the
easier
same
to buy
question.
one president than all the senators.
Why haven't the Russian oligarchs been able to buy out Vladimir Putin? Why haven't the big companies in China been able to buy out Xi Jinping?
Well, presumably because they follow their interests.
Well, I mean, we have a leadership that doesn't follow the interests of the Americans. Yeah, well, so should our leader, right? And it doesn't seem that our leader is even there, right? We don't even have an occupant of the White House. We just have a White House that's running things. I mean, I fail to see how this is a less corruptible system than one where there's an actual man in charge.
I wanted to come back on this because well, I'm happy to defer. Go on.
Yeah, just give me a second because after I go, Archimedes, I see your point, but like Toby said, now you're saying you want somebody who is stronger as a president and so on. But let's say somebody who you don't like, who's implementing policies you don't like, gets elected, and he has all the power. What are you going to do then? I think it's much better to give more power to the states and to the people, so it's more like it's Switzerland.
I'm saying that we should concentrate the power of the executive branch in one person. That doesn't mean that the government as a whole becomes more powerful. I mean, if the government is led by one person instead of being led by these bureaucracies that are expanding to meet the needs of their own expanding bureaucracy, like the CIA that's trying to cause more trouble in other countries because that's the remit of the CIA, not because it has any concept of the interests of the country or of the will of the people, or even their own. And it's simply self-interested bureaucracy.
I get that, Archimedes, but
and so it'll result in a smaller government at the end of it.
Yeah, but if you get somebody
who don't think that a self-interested president would use the power of the state for their self-interest?
Exactly.
Well, sure they would. I mean, I'm not against letting one man be rich.
It requires that you all be servants.
I'd rather be servants of the king than be servants of some abstraction that is able to screw me over just as wanton.
Okay.
Well, if that's the case, don't lament
that neatly
democracy
frames
and its
things.
demise. Yeah. What you're actually saying is that you support a monarchy or a dictatorship because you don't like democracy. So if that's the case, that's fair enough too. Like there's a lot of people who think that way. But if you're going to say that, then don't lament the end of democracy and the failure of the democratic system to create.
Who's lamenting it? I'm lamenting the failure of the United States,
I
not
thought
the
you were
failure of our
lamenting the
democracy.
deep state because it wasn't democratic.
Not because it's
The
not
failure of the
democratic,
most
because it's
powerful
driving us off a cliff, right? Because it's bureaucrats that are trying to serve their own bureaucracy with no accountability, with no command.
Accountability to
It's
who?
You're literally talking about
to the people.
the failure.
The people. There
You're
you
talking
go.
about the
Democracy,
failure
right?
of the
You're
most powerful
lamenting
and
a lack of
richest power
democracy.
in the world.
And in a monarchy, doesn't the monarch have some duty to the people as well? It just comes from a different fashion.
Yeah, I think that's called democracy.
Yes, but there's
Correct me if I'm wrong.
no
Democracy is
power to
voting.
enforce their obligations.
To me, the more important question is what happened to our Jesus? He looks different.
Yeah, what happened? What happened to
What
your
happened,
hair?
Samson?
It's okay. He'll be back in the light in 3 days. He's in the crypt right now.
He'll be
I
resurrected.
literally have to check the settings to check the profile. Who is he? Because it's like, is this the Gabriel that we know? Just to make sure that I know he's the correct person before I put him on.
I've been going back and forth on this for too long. Let's let Upgrade and Bradley and Gareth go.
Bradley go. Bradley has the finger a long time, right?
Okay, so going all the way back, I really didn't want to bring it up again, but going all the way back to the debate, stage. So Toby's a super smart guy, but I disagree with him on the democratic bona fides of the U.S. Senate. I think it's been gamed as hard as Twitter X's community notes. But it isn't only the Gareths, and the Upgrades of the world that can see the farce that the American electoral, especially presidential politics, but it's on a different level. It's the same thing for the Senate and for the House. People, you go to vote and you get a paper, right? Well, nowadays it's more electronic, with a bunch of different names and a bunch of different positions that you probably never heard of. You got to vote who's going to be in charge of the library down the street. You got to vote for a different person who's going to be in charge of deciding what funds get distributed to what schools. You don't know any of these people, right? And you it's what is that psychological effect where what's familiar seems
paradox
more
of choice.
So basically you have people that get to advertise to you, right? And everybody knows what positions American people want, right? They want to not be fucked over anymore, right? So it's easy for you to say, my candidate is going to do that thing for you that everybody knows that you want done for you, right? And the other candidates are not going to do that. So the role of money and the role of the oligarch class in making sure that the people who are put in front of your face, so that when you're looking at the voting sheet, you even know who the hell they are and what their positions are and how genuine they are about those positions and whether or not they're just going to say whatever they have to say. It's a complete shit show. So I think that's not all it's cracked up to be, but it's not just, Americans also, not everybody, right? A lot of Americans really are pretty dumb. And it's meant to be that way, but Americans, a lot of them are also observe the farce that this whole electoral system is, and they're also pissed off about it. People react in different ways. Some people react by saying, I don't give a fuck if Donald Trump is a farcical nitwit, right? That I don't care about that. It's irrelevant. I think Vaughn was the one that pointed it out. He just has to say fuck the deep state, and people are like, you're getting my vote.
The fact that Donald Trump has said the 4 words deep state and fake news makes everything else justified. That's the way I see it. That he's put those into the political
And you're not the
conversation.
only one that sees it that way. A lot of Americans see it that way. So I would put you guys into the camp of the Molotov cocktails, right? So the 2 camps of the Trump people, I'd say you guys are more like the Molotov cocktails. I'm saying
Don't say Molotov cocktails. That's Gareth's wheelhouse. He's going to throw a hissy fit for us appropriating his culture.
So, Archimedes, what do you prefer? Philosopher King to the current dysfunction? Or how do you
Lodgeson has it right, dude. 100%. I think that he's a little bit exaggeratory about insane and populist tyrant. I mean, were they so bad? But that's another question that requires a deeper analysis. But yeah,
hey, can you hear me?
Yes, Gabriel, we can hear you.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah. What's
Yeah,
up?
I have bad signal here, so I might cut out any moment. But I just wanted to say real quick that the issue is accountability, and that's like who the people can attribute responsibility for what the government is doing. And the current situation is that no one knows who's taking the shots, so there's no accountability, you know. And at least if you have a figurehead, then the people can blame him, you know, and express their discontent in that manner. But right now, since you have no one in charge, so whoever is running the show can do whatever he wants without any accountability from the public. So that's kind of like the difference between the current state of oligarchy in the United States and whatever democracy is supposed to be, and even tyranny. Tyranny is also a figurehead that has some sort of accountability to popular discontent. And right now you don't even have that. So even in the case of a tyrant, it's more accountable than a deep state that no one knows who he is. So just to say that in case I drop out any moment.
Go ahead, Gareth.
Thank you. I wanted to make a point to offer a counter sort of hypothesis to the one that we've been presented with at the moment, which is that the British civil service has arguably existed since 1066, very nearly 1,000 years. It's the most experienced and practiced governmental institution in the world. And the practice of the British state is that politicians may come and go, but the civil service is eternal. Okay? Now, that's surely exactly what you mean by the deep state, right?
Absolutely.
But the whole point, sure, but the whole point of this institution is because the ephemeral politicians who come and go are easily manipulated, or they have radical ideas like democracy and things like that. I mean, I'm not saying I've been the beneficiary of this process by any means, but what I'm getting at is that there is a very deep belief, I think, in most European states that it is much better to have an institutionalized bureaucracy than to have a monarch, because we know from direct experience that what monarchs inevitably do is feather their own nests at the expense of everybody else. And the argument was made that with even a tyrant, you have some kind of responsibility, some kind of responsiveness to public unrest. Yeah, I don't think that's true, because a democracy is also subject to popular unrest and riotous disorder and so on. There are plenty of mechanisms, arguably more mechanisms in a democracy than there are in an autarkic monarchy, to express that kind of popular unrest, right? And second of all, the problem becomes that if you have this kind of charismatic leader, then you might disagree with them over this issue or the other issue, but the only time that you will call for them to be, you know, removed from office is when such things have become catastrophic. So the practical reality is that they don't ever get held to account, because very few people come to the point that they're going to say, okay, this is so bad that I really want to remove this guy removed from office. It's such a high bar that most people don't get there. And so it's not true that monarchies are more likely to be overthrown by public unrest than democracies. In fact, they're less likely to. Thank you.
Okay.
I think it's a good point. It's an interesting point coming from an anarcho-communist, but yeah. But it also, like, you know,
The anarcho-communist supporting the permanent bureaucracy from 1066, right? So, oh, look, I mean, you're right. There is a level of stability to that, but
well, I think that's horseshit about the British civil service being around since then. But you know, the idea of democracy, you can have lots of different types of democracy. You can elect judges or not. You can elect senators or not. You can elect public officials or not. To me, America is still a very, very impressive place. You know, you don't want to throw out the good in search of the perfect. The American people have a lot of say in how they're governed. Now, they might not create the perfect society, but nevertheless, you've got to be careful about the alternatives that you choose. I would say to Upgrade, if he was still here, he's very lucky to live in a society where the democracy has a huge amount of power, to veto laws, to change bad laws. But, the big argument against that kind of direct democracy in Switzerland is, you can't trust the people they'll make mistakes. And it's like, yeah, that's true. But then they can fix the mistakes, right? After they've made them. And that's kind of the history of Swiss direct democracy. They get around to the right thing after they've tried all the wrong things. And that's kind of that's the issue. It's like, are you able to correct mistakes? And when I look at America now, I'm seeing a pretty vibrant discussion about, what it means to be America. A lot of Americans are having a discussion, and they're arguing about it, and they're making their decisions about who they send to the Senate, and they're electing their judges. And sure, they're not a perfect people, but there's a lot of places that are a lot worse. So yeah, I mean,
we're not a perfect people, but we're the best, and we're number one.
There you go. Nice cat. Nice pussy,
damn sure.
I like your pussy.
So
clip that.
I feel like we have finally reached the end of the conversation. Do we want to do closing?
I'm ready.
All right.
Hell yeah.
Let's start with Nunia then. Let's start with Nunia.
Oh crap, man! Don't put me on the spot. I'm too stoned for this.
Okay. We can let someone else go first. It's okay.
Okay, cool.
Go ahead, we let Vaughn go first because Vaughn seems to be working, so in case he cannot talk later.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes, good.
All right. Yeah. I missed a lot because I had to leave for a while, but it was a good show. A lot of good topics. It kept moving pretty good. A lot of people rotated in. Like I said all the time, if you want to know what's going on, keep in touch with Wyatt, sit reps, and the frontline changes. I mean, especially over the last few days, breakneck frontline changes. And I would expect just to see the same advances in the South. Pavrovsk is going down like a whore in Vegas. And, I'm sorry. I'm being hateful. But yeah, that bitch is going down, and I'm looking forward to it. And I'm really happy that the Southern Front's collapsing. And I look forward to the Kursk incursion being finally squashed into nothing like it was the entire time. And everyone should have a great week. And Godspeed to the Russian army as they continue on this great mission to destroy Ukraine and the NATO devils. And Trump 2024, bitches.
That's so bizarre. I'm not sure. No. and yes, later
I wasn't really ready, so I just kind of went.
Yeah, the frontline changes report will be quite massive today as well. I already finished the mapping, so Bradley.
All right. So I think that as we continue to fuck around with the Russians are going to find ways of fucking around with us. Oh my god, my cat is turning. Am I still alive or not? My cat just okay. He closed my browser.
Yes, we can hear you.
All right. Oh my god. So anyway, so the where was I? So I think as we continue to fuck around with the Russians, we're gonna find out, as we have already in a lot of ways, and it doesn't matter if it's called an escalation or viewed as an escalation in the UK, versus the United States or whatever. Maybe you could just look at it as just a natural course of events. Like this is the way that it's gonna be when there's a bunch of independent states and nobody wants somebody to be in charge. They're gonna behave in a certain way, and you can kind of game theory it out. But that doesn't change the effects that it's gonna have for us Americans. And not just us, because we're leading the Western world as a result for everybody else, all of you guys, including you, Wyatt. So I think that it's true that the Russians are going to be more careful and more measured in their responses, maybe I should say, and whether or not that is an escalation or it seems like an escalation. to the Americans, it seems like an existential threat. You know, just the same way that you talk to people on Twitter, they're like, how is NATO encroachment on former Soviet territories a threat to the Russians? I don't think so. But the Russians are like, that's a fucking escalation, you know? And that's how the Americans feel about a lot of this stuff too. So whether it is or it isn't an escalation, and I'm sorry that due to my confusion on Bagari's points, I ended up dragging the conversation out far too long. But that's kind of my main contention, is that, you know, as you continue to fuck around, you're going to find out. And I'm afraid that people like me and people like Mehdi, people like, you know, people living in the US like Vaughn, you know, even people like Nanya living in Canada, we're going to be on the receiving end of the majority of the crap, right? The shit flows downstream. So, you know, if that is or isn't an escalation in the eyes of, let's say, the deep state, to borrow the term we were using earlier, it's definitely going to escalate the quality, or decelerate maybe the life quality of life that we as Americans are going to have, you know. And it's in a way that's in like nothing, for no reason, for nothing that I did, you know, nothing that we did, nothing that it's like, not like we were trying to go to Russia and or go to Ukraine and try to undermine Russia's gas pipeline to Europe in order for the Russians to stop being able to go and fuck around with us in the, you know, in the Middle East and Syria and all this other stuff, or in Kazakhstan. Like, none of that will matter. So other than that, I want to say thank you for everybody that super chatted. Thank you to our commander, to our awesome panelists. I'd like to send my apologies out to Bagari for getting him so heated. I hope everything's all right over there. And make sure to like and subscribe and come back for next week for more conversations like this. Peace.
All right. Well, there goes Bradley.
Can I go now, or
Nunya want to go first?
Yeah, sure.
Go.
Oh, it's a good segue from what Bradley was just talking about. I think it was a good chat today. We covered a lot of different topics. I don't know if we touched on the Israel Hezbollah build up before I got on, but I expect that to be probably the main story this coming week. The other thing that just to segue from on what Bradley was just talking about, how we're going to be on the receiving end. Yeah, I think that the economy, I'm not sure that they're going to get to November before things start to really get bad, you know? So I think I've said this before. Some of the things that I've trying to start doing, like right here, I got a load of these right before I came on. I'm buying up as much precious metals and stuff as I possibly can because I think the market's just going to tank at some point in the next several months. Has all the signs of it right now, and I think they're trying what they can just to get to November. And then once November hits, then you're going to start to read a lot of bad news about things going on. It'll start with commercial real estate and go from there. So that's what keeps me up at night. So have a good week, everyone, and I guess we'll see you next time.
Hey, Nunya, look, I got precious metal too.
Good stuff, man.
Yeah.
And yeah, all that silver, and you're still not a subscriber to DPA on Patreon. Shame on you.
Nice nail or pipe or straw. I'm not going to say what it is. Gabriel, closing. Okay, CIA got him. Toby, closing.
Yeah, listen, thanks very much for coming back to the open mic. Hope you're feeling better. You've been really sick lately, but look, it was an interesting discussion. It's easy to get upset with the way of the world, especially, you know, like on this open mic, we meet a lot of people from all over the world. They all seem like nice folks. I think that's the key to a happy life. Just be nice to the people around you. Be a decent person. Don't worry about the politicians and the war industries. That kind of stuff goes on. My sympathies to everybody in Ukraine and Russia and everywhere else where they're having to endure the bad weather of war. But yeah, thanks, White, for this platform. I really like meeting all the folks from all around the world. It's It's something new, and it's always interesting to hear what people say, even people like Archimedes. So, see you next time. Keep it real.
Thank you, Toby. You make Archimedes sounds like he's some weirdo.
Okay, I am. I'm a total misanthrope. When Toby's talking about nice people on the open mic, I think he must not be talking about me. But
so
can I do my closing if Gabriel is still not with us? Okay, can you still hear me? Testing 1 2 3.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, super. So I wanted to refute one more point about that the United States president doesn't have that much power. Okay, I think every now and then a president comes along that takes over power for himself, and I think that's a normal and a healthy part of our system. After you have, I mean, this is the cycle of politics, right? That you have out of a period of anarchy, one man takes power, builds the system into his image, and then after he dies, it carries on until it becomes degenerated and dysgenic and corrupted enough for it to become an oligarchy, a bureaucracy that's just trying to feed itself and is screwing over the people. So I'm going to read something from the 1933 Franklin Roosevelt's inaugural address. So here we are. With this pledge taken, I assume unhesitatingly the leadership of this great army of our people, dedicated to a disciplined attack upon our common problems. Action in this image and to this end is feasible under the form of government which we have inherited from our ancestors. Our Constitution is so simple and practical that it is possible always to meet extraordinary needs by changes in emphasis and arrangement without loss of essential form. That is why our constitutional system has proved itself the most superbly enduring political mechanism the modern world has produced. It has met every stress of vast expansion of territory, of foreign wars, of bitter internal strife, of world relations. It is to be hoped that the normal balance of executive and legislative authority may be wholly adequate to meet the unprecedented task before us. But it may be that an unprecedented demand and need for undelayed action may call for temporary departure from that normal balance of public procedure. I am prepared under my constitutional duty to recommend the measures that a stricken nation in the midst of a stricken world may require. These measures, or such other measures as the Congress may build out of its experience and wisdom, I shall seek within my constitutional authority to bring to speedy adoption. But in the event that the Congress shall fail to take one of these two courses, and in the event that the national emergency is still critical, I shall not evade the clear course of duty that will then confront me. I shall ask the Congress for the one remaining instrument to meet the crisis broad executive power to wage a war against the emergency, as great as the power would be given to me if we were in fact invaded by a foreign foe. For the trust reposed in me, I will return the courage and the devotion that befit the time. I can do no less. All right. With that said, vote for Trump.
Slava Ukraini. And Gabriel, closing. You're muted. Okay, you.
Okay. If you can hear me, then great. If not, then never mind. But yeah, it's ironic that this wonderful inaugural speech from Roosevelt was de facto an act, repeat of the act of screwing over the American people, just like in the First World War. It's ironic, but it's very poignant and truthful what he says. And since I haven't participated, I will make it short. And yeah, I think I'm going to stress on the point that there's no balance of power, there's no division of power without accountability. So the concept of democracy in itself flips over its head when the balance of power is colluded, and when the division of power is colluded and it's invisible, you know? So even a tyrant is more democratic than a deep state that has no figurehead, so to speak. Even if the figurehead is just a puppet, you know, it's still someone who the people can put responsibility on of the choices that the government makes. And in the worst case, they can ask for his responsibility, and that puts a pressure on the individual. Even if all the institutions are fake and the democracy is fake and the candidates are all picked by the same side, there's still a pressure on the individual of the public backlash he might receive if his mandate is totally squandered. And so I do think that in the case right now, for example, that you have Joe Biden, that he's missing in action practically. He appears from time to time, but he's already at the end of his life and definitely at the end of his political career. So he doesn't have anything to lose. He can be used for anything, as he has been used, without any accountability whatsoever. And so that's kind of the problem. Like, if you don't have anyone towards who the public outrage can be directed, then whose ever interest is apart from the people will be able to get away with it, basically. And so, yeah, keep that in mind. And thanks, Wyatt, for this wonderful space. It was a great discussion today. Make sure to leave a like and subscribe. Check out his Patreon for support. And DPA Army will always be victorious. And yeah, keep checking out Wyatt's updates, because everything that is happening in the world right now, situation in Middle East, situation in Europe, in the United States, it's all kind of hinging on the conflict in Ukraine, because that's where the apex of the global geopolitical situation is hinging on, where the hegemony has been confronted by rebirthed phoenix of the Russian nation, and it's the first stop after the fall of the Soviet Union. It's the first stop of the advancing liberal hegemony over the world. And so all the craziness you see around, all the lunacy in the internal politics and in the external affairs of the Western nations, it's all kind of hanging on the desperation of the utter failure of what they have devised in the Ukrainian and Russian conflict. So keep up with the updates, and hope to see you in the next open mic. Goodbye.
Thank you, Gabriel. Hi, Vaughn. Oh, Vaughn is gone. Vaughn is just waving. I thought he wanted to sit. He wanted to talk something. Okay, thank you, Gabriel. Okay, bye. So it's my turn to do closing. So thank you, everyone, for watching the DPA Open Mic episode 96. Very, very good open mic. So again, I just want to apologize for last week. Didn't manage to do it because I was sick, and then didn't do it on Saturday yesterday because I went to F1, and it was so tiring. So by the time I was back, I was like, it affected the SIP rep and the frontline changes report timing as well. Yeah, because I was burnt out, like totally burnt out, and I'm having a headache like since before the open mic until now. I'm still having a bit of a headache now. So anyway, I got to do the frontline changes report right after this. I will be recording it. A lot of frontline changes report. So, and yeah, and hopefully I will report more news rather than just Ukraine war. I'm trying to figure out the content strategy for it, because limited airtime and push it. Yeah, all this. And thank you for watching. And for those that are YouTube members on the open mic channel, I added a new emoticon called "fuck you." so you can check it out, and I'll see you guys in the next update. I'm gonna drop in. Drop. Bye, guys.
Join the debate, join the discussion, share your voice. 'cause here we go. Let's go. Let's go. We are live. Defense space. Let's go. We are live. DPA Open Mic. We are live. We are live. We are live. From every corner of a spinning globe, gathered voices, the stories they probe. Ideas like rivers, they ebb and they flow. In the meeting of minds we grow. Together we stand, let's diverse, yet alive. In the arena of thoughts we find a world where every voice is signed, debating the future unconfined. Opinions like colors, vivid and bright, clashing, merging in the light. From whispered winds to roaring might, in our discourse we ignite. Together we stand, diverse yet alive. In the arena of thoughts we find a world where every voice is signed, debating the future unconfined. In the clash of ideas we see the birth of what the world could be. From conflict we find the key to unlock our collective destiny. Round the table the world convenes, every culture, every scene. In the marketplace of dreams, we chart the course of unseen streams. Together we stand.